A change of seasons was upon the four lands as late summer faded slowly into autumn. Gone were the long, still days of midyear where sweltering heat slowed the pace of life and there was a sense of having time enough for anything. Though summer's warmth lingered, the days had begun to shorten, the humid air to dry, and the memory of life's immediacy to reawaken. The signs of transition were all about. In the forests of Shady Vale, the leaves had already begun to turn. Bryn Olmsford paused by the flower beds that bordered the front walkway of her home, losing herself momentarily in the crimson foliage of the old maple that shaded the yard beyond. It was a massive thing, its trunk broad and gnarled. Bryn smiled. That old tree was the source of many childhood memories for her. Impulsively, she stepped off the walkway and moved over to the aged tree. She was a tall girl, taller than her parents or her brother Jair, nearly as tall as Roan Leah, and although there was a delicate look to her slim body, she was as fit as any of them. Jair would argue the point, of course, but that was only because Jair found it hard enough as it was to accept his role as the youngest. A girl, after all, was just a girl. Her fingers touched the roughened trunk of the maple softly, caressing, and she stared upward into the tangle of limbs overhead. Long, black hair fell away from her face and there was no mistaking whose child she was. 20 years ago, Eritrea had looked exactly as her daughter looked now, from dusky skin and black eyes to soft, delicate features. All that Bryn lacked was her mother's fire. Jair had gotten that. Bryn had her father's temperament, cool, self-assured, and disciplined. In comparing his children a time occasioned by one of Jair's more reprehensible misadventures, Will Olmsford had remarked rather ruefully that the difference between the two was that Jair was apt to do anything, while Bryn was also apt to do it, but only after thinking it through first. Bryn still wasn't sure who had come out on the short end of that reprimand. Her hands slipped back to her sides. She remembered the time she had used the wish song on the old tree. She had still been a child, experimenting with the elven magic. It had been midsummer and she had used the wish song to turn the tree's summer green to autumn crimson. In her child's mind, it seemed perfectly all right to do so, since red was a far prettier color than green. Her father had been furious. It had taken almost 3 years for the tree to come back again after the shock to its system. That had been the last time either she or Jair had used the magic when their parents were about. Bryn, come help me with the rest of the packing, please. It was her mother calling. She gave the old maple a final pat and turned toward the house. Her father had never fully trusted the elven magic. A little more than 20 years earlier he had used the elfstones given him by the druid Alanan in his efforts to protect the elven-chosen Amber Lillesidil in her quest for the Bloodfire. Use of the elven magic had changed him, he had known it even then, though not known how. It was only after Bryn was born, and later Jair, that it became apparent what had been done. It was not Will Olmsford who would manifest the change the magic had wrought, it was his children. They were the ones who would carry within them the visible effects of the magic they, and perhaps generations of Olmsfords to come, although there was no way of ascertaining yet that they would carry within them the magic of the wish song. Bryn had named it the wish song. Wish for it, sing for it, and it was yours. That was how it had seemed to her when she had first discovered that she possessed the power. She learned early that she could affect the behavior of living things with her song. She could change that old maple's leaves. She could soothe an angry dog. She could bring a wild bird to light on her wrist. She could make herself a part of any living thing or make it a part of her. She wasn't sure how she did it, it simply happened. She would sing, the music and the words coming as they always did, unplanned, unrehearsed, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. She was always aware of what she was singing, yet at the same time heedless, her mind caught up in feelings of indescribable sensation. They would sweep through her, drawing her in, making her somehow new again, and the wish would come to pass. It was the gift of the elven magic or its curse. The latter was how her father had viewed it when he had discovered she possessed it. Bryn knew that, deep inside, he was frightened of what the elfstones could do and what he had felt them do to him. After Bryn had caused the family dog to chase its tail until it nearly dropped and had wilted an entire garden of vegetables, her father had been quick to reassert his decision that the elfstones would never be used again by anyone. He had hidden them, telling no one where they could be found, and hidden they had remained ever since. At least, that was what her father thought. She was not altogether certain. One time, not too many months earlier, when there was mention of the hidden elfstones, Bryn had caught Jair smiling rather smugly. He would not admit to anything, of course, but she knew how difficult it was to keep anything hidden from her brother, and she suspected he had found the hiding place. Roan Leah met her at the front door, tall and rangy, rust-brown hair loose about his shoulders and tied back with a broad headband. Mischievous gray eyes narrowed appraisingly. "How about lending a hand, huh? I'm doing all the work and I'm not even a member of the family, for cat's sake. As much time as you spend here, you ought to be," she chided. "What's left to be done? Just these cases to be carried out that should finish it." A gathering of leather trunks and smaller bags stood stacked in the entry. Roan picked up the largest.
I think your mother wants you in the bedroom.
He disappeared down the walkway and Bryn moved through her home toward the back bedrooms. Her parents were getting ready to depart on their annual fall pilgrimage to the outlying communities south of Shady Vale, a journey that would keep them gone from their home for better than 2 weeks. Few healers possessed the skills of Will Olmsford, and not one could be found within 500 miles of the Vale. So twice a year, in the spring and fall, her father traveled down to the outlying villages, lending his services where they were needed. Eretria always accompanied him, a skilled aide to her husband by now, trained nearly as thoroughly as he in the care of the sick and injured. It was a journey they need not have made would not, in fact, had they been less conscientious than they were. Others would not have gone. But Bryn's parents were governed by a strong sense of duty. Healing was the profession to which both had dedicated their lives, and they did not take their commitment to it lightly. While they were gone on these trips of mercy, Bryn was left to watch over Jair. On this occasion, Roan Leah had traveled down from the highlands to watch over them both. Bryn's mother looked up from the last of her packing and smiled as Bryn entered the bedroom. Long black hair fell loosely about her shoulders, and she brushed it back from a face that looked barely older than Bryn's.
Have you seen your brother?
We're almost ready to leave. Bryn shook her head.
I thought he was with father. Can I help you with anything?
Eretria nodded, took Bryn by the shoulders, and pulled her down next to her on the bed.
I want you to promise me something, Bryn.
I don't want you to use the wish song while your father and I are gone, you or your brother.
Bryn smiled. I hardly use it at all anymore.
Her dark eyes searched her mother's dusky face.
I know.
But Jair does, even if he thinks I don't know about it. In any case, while we are gone, your father and I don't want either of you using it even a single time.
Do you understand?
Bryn hesitated. Her father understood that the elven magic was a part of his children, but he did not accept that it was either a good or necessary part. You are intelligent, talented people just as you are, he would tell them. You have no need of tricks and artifices to advance yourselves.
Be who and what you can without the song.
Eretria had echoed that advice, although she seemed to recognize more readily than he that they were likely to ignore it when discretion suggested that they could.
In Jair's case, unfortunately, discretion seldom entered into the picture.
Jair was both impulsive and distressingly headstrong. When it came to use of the wish song, he was inclined to do exactly as he pleased as long as he could safely get away with it.
Still, the elven magic worked differently with Jair. Bryn?
Her thoughts scattered. Mother, I don't see what difference it makes if Jair wants to play around with the wish song.
It's just a toy. Eretria shook her head.
Even a toy can be dangerous if used unwisely. Besides, you ought to know enough of the elven magic by now to appreciate the fact that it is never harmless.
Now listen to me.
You and your brother are both grown beyond the age when you need your mother and father looking over your shoulder.
But a little advice is still necessary now and then.
I don't want you using the magic while we're gone. It draws attention where it's not needed.
Promise me that you won't use it and that you will keep Jair from using it as well.
Bryn nodded slowly.
It's because of the rumors of the Black Walkers, isn't it?
She had heard the stories. They talked about it all the time down at the inn these days.
Black Walkers, soundless, faceless things born of the dark magic, appearing out of nowhere. Some said it was the Warlock Lord and his minions come back again. Is that what this is all about?
Yes. Her mother smiled at Bryn's perceptiveness.
Now promise me.
Bryn smiled back.
I promise.
Nevertheless, she thought it all a lot of nonsense. The packing and loading took another 30 minutes, and then her parents were ready to depart. Jair reappeared, back from the inn where he had gone to secure a special sweet as a parting gift for his mother who was fond of such things, and goodbyes were exchanged. Remember your promise, Bryn, her mother whispered as she kissed her on the cheek and hugged her close. Then the elder Olmsfords were aboard the wagon in which they would make their journey and moving slowly up the dusty roadway.
Bryn watched them until they were out of sight.
Bryn, Jair, and Roan Leah went hiking that afternoon in the forests of the Vale, and it was late in the day when at last they turned homeward. By then, the sun had begun to dip beneath the rim of the Vale and the forest shadows of midday to lengthen slowly into evening. It was an hour's walk to the hamlet, but both Olmsfords and the Highlander had come this way so often before that they could have navigated the forest trails even in blackest night. They proceeded at a leisurely pace, enjoying the close of what had been an altogether beautiful autumn day.
Let's fish tomorrow, Roan suggested. He grinned at Bryn.
With weather like this, it won't matter if we catch anything or not, The oldest of the three, he led the way through the trees, the worn and battered scabbard bearing the sword of Leah strapped crosswise to his back, a vague outline beneath his hunting cloak. Once carried by the heir apparent to the throne of Leah, it had long since outlived that purpose and been replaced. But Roan had always admired the old blade born years earlier by his great-grandfather Menaion Leah when he had gone in search of the sword of Shannara. Since Roan admired the weapon so, his father had given it to him, a small symbol of his standing as a prince of Leah even if he were its youngest prince. Bryn looked over at him and frowned.
You seem to be forgetting something.
Tomorrow is the day we set aside for the house repairs we promised father we would make while he was away.
What about that?
He shrugged cheerfully.
Another day for the repairs they'll keep. I think we should do some exploring along the rim of the Vale, Jair Omsford interjected.
He was lean and wiry and had his father's face with its elven features, narrow eyes, slanted eyebrows, and ears pointed slightly beneath a thatch of unruly blonde hair.
I think we should see if we can find any sign of the moored wraiths. Roan laughed. Now what do you know about the walkers, Tiger?
It was his pet name for Jair.
As much as you, I'd guess.
We hear the same stories in the Vale that you hear in the Highlands, the Vale man replied. Black walkers, moored wraiths, things that steal out of the dark.
They talk about it down at the inn all the time.
Bryn glanced at her brother reprovingly. That's all they are, just stories.
Jair looked at Roan. What do you think?
To Bryn's surprise, the Highlander shrugged.
Maybe. Maybe not. She was suddenly angry.
Roan, there have been stories like this ever since the Warlock Lord was destroyed, and none of them has ever contained a word of truth.
Why would it be any different this time? I don't know that it would. I just believe in being careful. Remember, they didn't believe the stories of the skull bearers in Shay Omsford's time either until it was too late.
That's why I think we ought to have a look around, Jair repeated.
For what purpose exactly?
Bryn pressed, her voice hardening.
On the chance that we might find something as dangerous as these things are supposed to be? What would you do then? Call on the wish song?
Jair flushed.
If I had to, I would. I could use the magic.
She cut him short.
The magic is nothing to play around with, Jair. How many times do I have to tell you that?
I just said that.
I know what you said. You think that the wish song can do anything for you and you're sadly mistaken.
You had better pay attention to what father says about not using the magic.
Someday, it's going to get you into a lot of trouble.
Her brother stared at her.
What are you so angry about?
She was angry, she realized, and it was serving no purpose. I'm sorry, she apologized. I made mother a promise that neither of us would use the wish song while she and father were away on this trip. I suppose that's why it upsets me to hear you talking about tracking moored wraiths.
Now there was a hint of anger in Jair's blue eyes. Who gave you the right to make a promise like that for me, Bryn? No one, I suppose, but mother. Mother doesn't understand. Hold on, for cat's sake. Roan Leah held up his hands imploringly.
Arguments like this make me glad that I'm staying down at the inn and not up at the house with you two.
Now let's forget all this and get back to the original subject. Do we go fishing tomorrow or not?
We go fishing, Jair voted.
We go fishing, Bryn agreed.
After we finish at least some of the repairs. They walked in silence for a time, Bryn still brooding over what she viewed as Jair's increasing infatuation with the uses of the wish song. Her mother was right, Jair practiced using the magic whenever he got the chance. He saw less danger in its use than Bryn did because it worked differently for him. For Bryn, the wish song altered appearance and behavior in fact, but for Jair it was only an illusion. When he used the magic, things only seemed to happen.
That gave him greater latitude in its use and encouraged experimentation. He did it in secret, but he did it nevertheless.
Even Bryn wasn't entirely sure what he had learned to do with it. Afternoon faded altogether and evening settled in. A full moon hung above the eastern horizon like a white beacon, and stars began to wink into view. With the coming of night, the air began to cool rapidly, and the smells of the forest turned crisp and heavy with the fragrance of drying leaves. All about rose the hum of insects and night birds.
I think we should fish the Rapahaladran, Jair announced suddenly. No one said anything for a moment.
I don't know, Roan answered finally. We could fish the ponds in the Vale just as well.
Bryn glanced over at the Highlander quizzically.
He sounded worried.
Not for brook trout, Jair insisted. Besides, I want to camp out in the dome for a night or two. We could do that in the Vale.
The Vale is practically the same as the backyard, Jair pointed out, growing a bit irritated. At least the dome has a few places we haven't explored before.
What are you frightened about?
I'm not frightened of anything, the Highlander replied defensively.
I just think, look, why don't we talk about this later? Let me tell you what happened to me on the way out here.
I almost managed to get myself lost. There was this wolf dog. Bryn dropped back a pace as they talked, letting them walk on ahead. She was still puzzled by Roan's unexpected reluctance to make even a short camping trip into the dull trip they had all made dozens of times before. Was there something beyond the veil of which they need be frightened? She frowned, remembering the concern voiced by her mother. Now it was Roan as well. The Highlander had not been as quick as she to discount as rumors those stories of the Mord wraiths. In fact, he had been unusually restrained. Normally, Roan would have laughed such stories off as so much nonsense, just as she had done. Why hadn't he done so this time? It was possible, she realized, that he had some cause to believe it wasn't a laughing matter. Half an hour passed, and the lights of the village began to appear through the forest trees. It was dark now, and they picked their way along the path with the aid of the moon's bright light. The trail dipped downward into the sheltered hollow where the village proper sat, broadening as it went from a footpath to a roadway. Houses appeared, from within, the sound of voices could be heard. Bryn felt the first hint of weariness slip over her. It would be good to crawl into the comfort of her bed and give herself over to a good night's sleep. They walked down through the center of Shady Vale, passing by the old inn that had been owned and managed by the Ohmsford family for so many generations past. The Ohmsfords still owned the establishment, but no longer lived there, not since the passing of Shay and Flick. Friends of the family managed the inn these days, sharing the earnings and expenses with Bryn's parents. Her father had never really been comfortable living at the inn, Bryn knew, feeling no real connection with its business, preferring his own life as a healer to that of innkeeper. Only Jair showed any real interest in the happenings of the inn, and that was because he liked to go down to listen to the tales carried to Shady Vale by travelers passing through, tales filled with adventure enough to satisfy the spirit of the restless Vale man. The inn was busy this night, its broad double doors flung open, the lights within falling over tables, and a long bar crowded with travelers and village folk, laughing and joking and passing the cool autumn evening with a glass or two of ale. Roan grinned over his shoulder at Bryn and shook his head. No one was anxious for this day to end. Moments later, they reached the Ohmsford home, a stone and mortar cottage set back within the trees on a small knoll. They were halfway up the cobblestone walk that ran through a series of hedgerows and flowering plum to the front door when Bryn brought them to a sudden halt. There was a light in the window of the front room. "Did either of you leave a lamp burning when we left this morning?" she asked quietly, already knowing the answer. Both shook their heads. "Maybe someone stopped in for a visit," Roan suggested. Bryn looked at him. The house was locked. They stared at each other wordlessly for a moment, a vague sense of uneasiness starting to take hold. Jair, however, was feeling none of it. "Well, let's go on in and see who's there," he declared and started forward. Roan put a hand on his shoulder and pulled him back. "Just a moment, Tiger. Let's not be too hasty." Jair pulled free, glanced again at the light, then looked back at Roan. "Who do you think's waiting in there? One of the walkers?" "Will you stop that nonsense?" Bryn ordered sharply. Jair smirked. "That's who you think it is, don't you? One of the walkers, come to steal us away." "Good of them to put a light on for us," Roan commented dryly. They stared again at the light in the front window, undecided. "Well, we can't just stand out here all night," Roan said finally. He reached back over his shoulder and pulled free the sword of Leah. "Let's have a look. You two stay behind me. If anything happens, get back to the inn and bring some help." He hesitated. "Not that anything is going to happen." They proceeded up the walk to the front door and stopped, listening. The house was silent. Bryn handed Roan the key to the door and they stepped inside. The entryway was pitch black, save for a sliver of yellow light that snaked down the short hallway leading in. They hesitated a moment, then passed silently down the hall and stepped into the front room. It was empty. "Well, no more wraiths here," Jair announced at once. "Nothing here except..." He never finished. A huge shadow stepped into the light from the darkened drawing room beyond. It was a man over 7 feet tall, cloaked all in black. A loose cowl was pulled back to reveal a lean, craggy face that was weathered and hard. Black beard and hair swept down from his face and head, coarse and shot through with streaks of gray. But it was the eyes that drew them, deep-set and penetrating from within the shadow of his great brow, seeming to see everything, even that which was hidden. Roan Leah brought up the broadsword hurriedly, and the stranger's hand lifted from out of the robes. "You won't need that." The Highlander hesitated, stared momentarily into the other's dark eyes, then dropped the sword blade downward again. Bryn and Jair stood frozen in place, unable to turn and run or to speak. "There is nothing to be frightened of," the stranger's deep voice rumbled. None of the three felt particularly reassured by that, yet all relaxed slightly when the dark figure made no further move to approach. Bryn glanced hurriedly at her brother and found Jair watching the stranger intently, as if puzzling something through. The stranger looked at the boy, then at Roan, then at her. "Does not one of you know me?"
he murmured softly.
There was momentary silence, and then suddenly Jair nodded.
Al-Anon! He exclaimed, excitement reflected in his face. You're Al-Anon. 2.
Bryn, Jair, and Ronlia sat down together at the dining room table with the stranger they knew now to be Al-Anon. No one, to the best of their knowledge, had seen Al-Anon for 20 years.
Will Olmsford had been among the last.
But the stories about him were familiar to all. An enigmatic dark wanderer who had journeyed to the farthest reaches of the Four Lands, he was philosopher, teacher, and historian of the races, the last of the Druids, the men of learning who had guided the races from the chaos that had followed the destruction of the old world into the civilization that flourished today.
It was Al-Anon who had led Shay and Flick Olmsford and Menayon Lea in quest of the legendary Sword of Shannara more than 70 years ago so that the Warlock Lord might be destroyed.
It was Al-Anon who had come for Will Olmsford while the Veilman studied at Storlock to become a healer, persuading him to act as guide and protector for the elven girl Amberla Lessadil as she went in search of the power needed to restore life to the dying Ellcrys, thereby to imprison once more the demon set loose within the Westland.
They knew the stories of Al-Anon.
They knew as well that whenever the Druid appeared, it meant trouble. I have traveled a long way to find you, Bryn Olmsford, the big man said, his voice low and filled with weariness. It was a journey that I did not think I would have to make.
Why have you sought me out? Bryn asked. Because I have need of the Wishstone.
There was an endless moment of silence as Veilgirl and Druid faced each other across the table. Strange, he sighed. I did not see before that the passing of the elven magic into the children of Will Olmsford might have so profound a purpose. I thought it little more than a side effect from use of the Elfstones that could not be avoided.
What do you need with Bryn? Roan interjected, frowning. Already he did not like the sound of this. And the wish song? Jair added. Al-Anon kept his eyes fixed on Bryn. Your father and your mother are not here?
No. They will be gone for at least 2 weeks. They treat the sick in the villages to the south. I do not have 2 weeks nor even 2 days, the big man whispered. We must talk now, and you must decide what you will do. And if you decide as I think you must, your father will not this time forgive me, I'm afraid.
Bryn knew at once what the Druid was talking about. Am I to come with you? She asked slowly. He let the question hang unanswered.
Let me tell you of a danger that threatens the Four Lands, an evil as great as any faced by Shay Olmsford or your father. He folded his hands on the table before him and leaned toward her. In the old world, before the dawn of the race of man, there were fairy creatures who made use of good and evil magics. Your father must have told you the story, I'm certain. That world passed away with the coming of man. The evil ones were imprisoned beyond the wall of a forbidding, and the good were lost in the evolution of the races all save the elves. There was a book from those times, however, that survived. It was a book of dark magic, of power so awesome that even the elven magicians from the old world were frightened of it. It was called the Ildach. Its origin is not certain, even now. It seems that it appeared very early in the time of the creation of life. The evil in the world used it for a time, until at last the elves managed to seize it. So great was its lure that, even knowing its power, a few of the elven magicians dared tamper with its secrets. As a result, they were destroyed. The rest quickly determined to demolish the book. But before they could do so, it disappeared. There were rumors of its use afterward, scattered here and there through the centuries that followed, but never anything certain. His brow furrowed. And then the great wars wiped out the old world. For 2,000 years, the existence of man was reduced to its most primitive level. It was not until the Druids called the first council at Paranor that an effort was made to gather together the teachings of the old world that they might be used to help the new. All of the learning, whether by book or by word of mouth, that had been preserved through the years was brought before the council that an effort might be made to unlock their secrets. Unfortunately, not all that was preserved was good. Among the books discovered by the Druids in their quest was the Ildach. It was uncovered by a brilliant, ambitious young Druid called Brona. The Warlock Lord, Bryn said softly. Al-Anon nodded. He became the Warlock Lord when the power of the Ildach subverted him. Together with his followers, he was lost to the dark magic. For nearly 1,000 years, they threatened the existence of the races. It was not until Shay Olmsford mastered the power of the Sword of Shannara that Brona and his followers were destroyed. He paused. But the Ildach disappeared once more. I searched for it in the ruins of the Skull Mountain when the kingdom of the Warlock Lord fell. I could not find it. I thought it was lost for good, I thought it buried forever. But I was wrong. Somehow it was preserved. It was recovered by a sect of human followers of the Warlock Lord, would-be sorcerers from the races of men who were not subject to the power of the Sword of Shannara and therefore not destroyed with the Master. I know not how even yet, but in some fashion they discovered the place where the Ildach lay hidden and brought it back into the world of men. They took it deep into their Eastland lair where, hidden from the races, they began to delve into the secrets of the magic.
That was more than 60 years ago. You can guess what has happened to them.
Bryn was pale as she leaned forward.
Are you saying that it has begun all over again? That there is another Warlock Lord and other skull-bearers? Allanan shook his head.
These men were not druids as were Brona and his followers, nor has the same amount of time elapsed since their subversion. But the magic subverts all who tamper with it. The difference is in the nature of the change wrought.
Each time, the change is different.
Bryn shook her head.
I don't understand. Different, Allanan repeated. Magic, good or evil, adapts to the user and the user to it. Last time, the creatures born of its touch flew. The sentence was left hanging.
His listeners exchanged quick glances.
And this time? Roan asked. The black eyes narrowed. This time the evil walks, Mord wraiths. Jair breathed sharply. Allanan nodded. A gnome term for black walker. They are another form of the same evil.
The Ildach has shaped them as it shaped Brona and his followers, victims of the magic, slaves to the power.
They are lost to the world of men, given over to the dark.
Then the rumors are true after all, Roan Leah murmured. His grey eyes sought Bryn's. I didn't tell you this before, because I didn't see any purpose in worrying you needlessly, but I was told by travelers passing through Leah that the walkers have come west from the Silver River country. That's why, when Jair suggested that we go camping beyond the Vale.
Mord wraiths come this far? Allanan interrupted hurriedly.
There was sudden concern in his voice.
How long ago, Prince of Leah?
Roan shook his head doubtfully.
Several days, perhaps. Just before I came to the Vale. Then there is less time than I thought.
The lines on the druid's forehead deepened.
But what are they doing here? Jair wanted to know. Allanan lifted his dark face. Looking for me, I suspect. Silence echoed through the darkened house. No one spoke, the druid's eyes held them fixed. Listen well.
The Mord Wraith stronghold lies deep within the Eastland, high in the mountains they call the Ravenshorn. It is a massive, aged fortress built by trolls in the Second War of the Races. It is called Greymark. The fortress sits atop the rim of a wall of peaks surrounding a deep valley. It is within this valley that the Ildach has been concealed. He took a deep breath. 10 days earlier, I was at the rim of the valley, determined to go down into it, seize the book of the dark magic from its hiding place, and see it destroyed. The book is the source of the Mord Wraith's power. Destroy the book, and the power is lost, the threat ended.
And this threat, let me tell you something of this threat.
The Mord Wraiths have not been idle since the fall of their master. 6 months ago, the border wars between the gnomes and the dwarves flared up once more. For years the two nations have fought over the forests of the Yanner, so a resumption of their dispute surprised no one at first. But this time, unknown to most, there is a difference in the nature of the struggle. The gnomes are being guided by the hand of the Mord Wraiths. Scattered and beaten at the fall of the Warlock Lord, the gnome tribes have been enslaved anew by the dark magic, this time under the rule of the Wraiths. And the magic gives strength to the gnomes that they would not otherwise have. Thus the dwarves have been driven steadily south since the border wars resumed. The threat is grave. Recently the Silver River began to turn foul, poisoned by the dark magic. The land it feeds begins to die. When that happens, the dwarves will die also, and the whole of the Eastland will be lost. Elves from the Westland and bordermen from Callahorn have gone to the aid of the dwarves, but the help they bring is not enough to withstand the Mord Wraith's magic. Only the destruction of the Ildach will stop what is happening.
He turned suddenly to Bryn. Remember the stories of your father, told him by his father, told to his father by Shay Omsford, of the advance of the Warlock Lord into the Southland? As the evil one came, a darkness fell over everything.
A shadow cast itself across the land and all beneath it withered and died.
Nothing lived in that shadow that was not part of the evil. It begins again, Valagirl, this time in the Yanner. He looked away.
10 days ago, I stood at the walls of Greymark, intent upon finding and destroying the Ildach. It was then that I discovered what the Mord Wraiths had done. Using the dark magic, the Mord Wraiths had grown within the valley a swamp forest that would protect the book, a Maelmord in the fairy language, a barrier of such evil that it would crush and devour anything that attempted to enter and did not belong.
Understand this darkwood lives, it breathes, it thinks. Nothing can pass through it.
I tried, but even the considerable power that I wield was not enough. The Maelmord repulsed me, and the Mord Wraiths discovered my presence.
I was pursued, but I was able to escape. And now they search for me, knowing. He trailed off momentarily.
Bryn glanced quickly at Roan, who was looking unhappier by the minute.
If they're searching for you, they'll eventually come here, won't they? The Highlander took advantage of the pause in the druid's narration. Eventually, yes. But that will happen regardless of whether or not they follow me now.
Understand, sooner or later they will seek to eliminate any threat to their power over the races.
Surely you see that the Olmsford family constitutes such a threat. Because of Shay Olmsford and the Sword of Shannara? Bryn asked. Indirectly, yes. The Mord Wraiths are not creatures of illusion as was the Warlock Lord, so the sword cannot harm them.
The Elfstones, perhaps. That magic is a force to be reckoned with, and the Wraiths will have heard of Will Olmsford's quest for the Bloodfire.
He paused. But the real threat to them is the Wish Song. The Wish Song?
Bryn was dumbfounded.
But the Wish Song is just a toy.
It hasn't the power of the Elfstones.
Why would that be a threat to these monsters? Why would they be afraid of something as harmless as that? Harmless?
Alanon's eyes flickered momentarily, then closed as if to hide something. The druid's dark face was expressionless, and suddenly Bryn was really afraid.
Alanon, why are you here?
She asked once more, struggling to keep her hands from shaking.
The druid's eyes lifted again.
On the table before him, the oil lamp's thin flame sputtered.
I want you to come with me into the Eastland to the Mord Wraith's keep.
I want you to use the Wish Song to gain passage into the Maelmore to find the Ildach and bring it to me to be destroyed. His listeners stared at him speechlessly.
How? Jair asked finally. The Wish Song can subvert even the dark magic, Alanon replied. It can alter behavior in any living thing. Even the Maelmord can be made to accept Bryn.
The Wish Song can gain passage for her as one who belongs. Jair's eyes widened in astonishment.
The Wish Song can do all that?
But Bryn was shaking her head.
The Wish Song is just a toy, she repeated. Is it? Or is that simply the way in which you have used it?
The druid shook his head slowly. No, Bryn Olmsford, the Wish Song is elven magic, and it possesses the power of elven magic.
You do not see that yet, but I tell you it is so that. I don't care what it is or isn't, Bryn's not going. Roan looked angry.
You cannot ask her to do something this dangerous.
Alanon remained impassive. I do not have a choice, Prince of Leah. No more choice than I had in asking Shay Olmsford to go in search of the Sword of Shannara nor will Olmsford to go in quest of the Bloodfire. The legacy of elven magic that was passed first to Gerald Shannara belongs now to the Olmsfords. I wish as you do that it were different. We might as well wish that night were day. The Wish Song belongs to Bryn, and now she must use it. Bryn, listen to me.
Roan turned to the Veil Girl. There is more to the rumors than I have told you. They also speak of what the Mord Wraiths have done to men, of eyes and tongues gone, of minds emptied of all life, and of fire that burns to the bone. I discounted all that until now. I thought it little more than the late-night fireside tales of drunken men. But the druid makes me think differently.
You can't go with him. You can't.
The rumors of which you speak are true, Alanon acknowledged softly.
There is danger. You may even die. He paused. But what are we to do if you do not come? Will you hide and hope the Mord Wraiths forget about you? Will you ask the dwarves to protect you? What happens when they are gone?
As with the Warlock Lord, the evil will then come into this land. It will spread until there is no one left to resist it.
Jair reached for his sister's arm.
Bryn, if we have to go, at least there will be two of us.
There will most certainly not be two of us. She contradicted him instantly. Whatever happens, you are staying right here.
We're all staying right here. Roan faced the druid.
We're not going any of us. You will have to find another way. Alanon shook his head. I cannot, Prince of Leah. There is no other way.
They were silent then. Bryn slumped back in her chair, confused and more than a little frightened. She felt trapped by the sense of necessity that the druid created within her, by the tangle of obligations he had thrust upon her. They spun in her mind, as they spun, the same thought kept coming back, over and over.
The Wish Song is only a toy. Elven magic, yes, but still a toy. Harmless. No weapon against an evil that even Alanon could not overcome.
Yet her father had always been afraid of the magic. He had warned against its use, cautioning that it was not a thing to be played with.
And she herself had determined to discourage Jair's use of the Wish Song. Alanon, she said quietly.
The lean face turned. I have used the Wish Song only to change appearance in small ways, to change the turning of leaves or the blooming of flowers.
Little things. Even that, I have not done for many months. How can the wish song be used to change an evil as great as this forest that guards the Ildach? There was a moment's hesitation. I will teach you. She nodded slowly. My father has always discouraged any use of the magic. He has warned against relying upon it because once he did so, and it changed his life. If he were here, Allanon, he would do as Roan has done and advise me to tell you no. In fact, he would order me to tell you no. The craggy face reflected new weariness. I know, Vale girl. My father came back from the Westland, from the quest for the Bloodfire, and he put away the Elfstones forever, she continued, trying to think her way through her confusion as she spoke. He told me once that he knew even then that the elven magic had changed him, though he did not see how. He made a promise to himself that he would never use the Elfstones again. I know this as well. And still you ask me to come with you? I do. Without my being able to consult him first? Without being able to wait for his return? Without even an attempt at an explanation to him? The druid looked suddenly angry. I will make this easy for you, Bryn Omsford. I ask nothing of you that is fair or reasonable, nothing of which your father would approve. I ask that you risk everything on little more than my word that it is necessary that you do so. I ask trust where there is probably little reason to trust. I ask all this and give nothing back. Nothing. He leaned forward then, half rising from his chair, his face dark and menacing. But I tell you this. If you think the matter through, you will see that, despite any argument you can put forth against it, you must still come with me. Even Roan did not choose to contradict him this time. The druid held his position for a moment longer, dark robes spread wide as he braced himself on the table. Then slowly he settled back. There was a worn look to him now, a kind of silent desperation. It was not characteristic of the Allanon Bryn's father had described to her so often, and she was frightened by that. I will think the matter through as you ask, she agreed, her voice almost a whisper. But I need this night at least. I have to try to sort through my feelings. Allanon seemed to hesitate a moment, then nodded. We will talk again in the morning. Consider well, Bryn Omsford. He started to rise and suddenly Jair was on his feet before him, his elven face flushed. Well, what about me? What about my feelings in this? If Bryn goes, so do I. I'm not being left behind. Jair, you can forget. Bryn started to object, but Allanon cut her short with a glance. He rose and came around the table to stand before her brother. You have courage, he said softly, one hand coming up to rest on the Valeman's slender shoulder. But yours is not the magic that I need on this journey. Your magic is illusion, and illusion will not get us past the Maelmord. But you might be wrong, Jair insisted. Besides, I want to help. Allanon nodded. You shall help. There is something that you must do while Bryn and I are gone. You must be responsible for the safety of your parents, for seeing to it that the Mord wraiths do not find them before I have destroyed the Ildach. You must use the wish song to protect them if the Dark Ones come looking. Will you do that? Bryn did not care much for the druid's assumption that it was already decided that she would be going with him into the Eastland, and she cared even less for the suggestion that Jair ought to use the elven magic as a weapon. I will do it if I must, Jair was saying, a grudging tone in his voice. But I would rather come with you. Allanon's hand dropped from his shoulder. Another time, Jair. It may be another time for me as well, Bryn announced pointedly. Nothing has been determined yet, Allanon. The dark face turned slowly. There will be no other time for you, Bryn, he said softly. Your time is here. You must come with me. You will see that by morning, Dot. Nodding once, he started past them toward the front entry, dark robes wrapped close. Where are you going, Allanon? The Veil girl called after him. I will be close by, he replied and did not slow. A moment later he was gone. Bryn, Jair, and Roan Leah stared after him. Roan was the first to speak. Well, now what? Bryn looked at him. Now we go to bed. She rose from the table. Bed. The Highlander was dumbfounded. How can you go to bed after all that? He waved vaguely in the direction of the departed druid. She brushed back her long black hair and smiled wanly. How can I do anything else, Roan? I am tired, confused, and frightened, and I need to rest. She came over to him and kissed him lightly on the forehead. Stay here for tonight. She kissed Jair as well and hugged him. Go to bed, both of you. Then she hurried down the hall to her bedroom and closed the door tightly behind her. She slept for a time, a dream-filled, restless sleep in which subconscious fears took shape and came for her like wraiths. Chaste and harried, she came awake with a start, the pillow damp with sweat.
She rose then, slipped on her robe for warmth and passed silently through the darkened rooms of her home. At the dining room table she lighted an oil lamp, the flame turned low, seated herself, and stared wordlessly into the shadows.
A sense of helplessness curled about Bryn. What was she to do?
She remembered well the stories told her by her father and even her great-grandfather Shay Olmsford when she was just a little girl of what it had been like when the Warlock Lord had come down out of the Northland, his army sweeping into Callahorn, the darkness of his coming enfolding the whole of the land. Where the Warlock Lord passed, the light died. Now, it was happening again, border wars between gnomes and dwarves, the Silver River poisoned and with it the land it fed, darkness falling over the Eastland. All was as it had been 75 years ago. This time, too, there was a way to stop it, to prevent the dark from spreading. Again, it was an Olmsford who was being called upon to take that way summoned, it seemed, because there was no other hope.
She hunched down into the warmth of her robe.
Seemed that was the key word where Allanon was concerned.
How much of this was what it seemed? How much of what she had been told was truth and how much half-truth?
The stories of Allanon were all the same. The druid possessed immense power and knowledge and shared but a fraction of each. He told what he felt he must and never more. He manipulated others to his purpose, and often that purpose was kept carefully concealed. When one traveled Allanon's path, one did so knowing that the way would be kept dark. Yet the way of the Mord wraiths might be darker still, if they were indeed another form of the evil destroyed by the sword of Shannara. She must weigh the darkness of one against the darkness of the other. Allanon might be devious and manipulative in his dealings with the Olmsfords, but he was a friend to the Four Lands. What he did in an effort to protect the races, not to bring them harm. And he had always been right before in his warnings. Surely there was no reason to believe that he was not right this time as well.
But was the Wishsong's magic strong enough to penetrate this barrier conceived by the evil?
Bryn found the idea incredible.
What was the Wishsong but a side effect of using the elven magic?
It had not even the strength of the Elfstones. It was not a weapon. Yet Allanon saw it as the only means by which the dark magic could be passed, the only means, when even his power had failed him. Bare feet padded softly from the dining room entry, startling her. Ronlia slipped clear of the shadows, crossed to the table, and seated himself. I couldn't sleep either, he muttered, blinking in the light of the oil lamp.
What have you decided?
She shook her head.
Nothing. I don't know what to decide. I keep asking myself what my father would do.
That's easy.
Roan grunted. He would tell you to forget the whole idea. It's too dangerous. He'd also tell you, as he's told both of us many times, that Allanon is not to be trusted.
Bryn brushed back her long black hair and smiled faintly.
You didn't hear what I said, Roan.
I said, I keep asking myself what my father would do, not what my father would tell me to do.
It's not the same thing, you know. If he were being asked to go, what would he do?
Wouldn't he go, just as he went when Allanon came to him in Storlock 20 years ago, knowing that Allanon was not altogether truthful, knowing that there was more than he was being told, but knowing, too, that he had magic that could be useful and that no one other than he had that magic? The Highlander shifted uneasily.
But, Bryn, the Wishsong is, well,
it's not the same as the Elfstones.
You said it yourself. It's just a toy. I know that.
That is what makes all of this so difficult, that and the fact that my father would be appalled if he thought even for a minute that I would consider trying to use the magic as a weapon of any sort.
She paused. But elven magic is a strange thing. Its power is not always clearly seen. Sometimes it is obscured.
It was so with the sword of Shannara.
Shay Olmsford never saw the way in which such a small thing could defeat an enemy as great as the Warlock Lord, not until it was put to the test. He simply went on faith.
Roan sat forward sharply. I'll say it again, this journey is too dangerous. The Mord wraiths are too dangerous.
Even Allanon can't get past them, he told you so himself?
It would be different if you had the use of the Elfstones. At least the stones have power enough to destroy creatures such as these. What would you do with the Wishsong if you came up against them? Sing to them the way you used to do to that old maple.
Don't make fun of me, Roan. Bryn's eyes narrowed.
Roan shook his head quickly.
I'm not making fun of you. I care too much about you to ever do that.
I just don't feel the Wishsong is any kind of protection against something like the wraiths. Bryn looked away, staring out through curtained windows into the night, watching the shadowed movements of the trees in the wind, rhythmic and graceful.
Neither do I, she admitted softly.
They sat in silence for a time, lost in their separate thoughts.
Allanon's dark, tired face hung suspended in the forefront of Bryn's mind, a haunting specter that accused. You must come. You will see that by morning.
She heard him speak the words again, so certain as he said them. But what was it that would persuade her that this was so? she asked herself. Reasoning only seemed to lead her deeper into confusion. The arguments were all there, all neatly arranged, both those for going and those for staying, and yet the balance did not shift in either direction.
Would you go?
She asked Roan suddenly.
If it were you with the wish song?
Not a chance, he said at once, a bit too quickly, a bit too flip. You're lying, Roan, she told herself. Because of me, because you don't want me to go, you're lying. If you thought it through, you would admit to the same doubts facing me.
What's going on?
A weary voice asked from the darkness. They turned and found Jair standing in the hall, squinting sleepily into the light.
He came over to them and stood looking from face to face.
We were just talking, Jair, Bryn told him.
About going after the magic book?
Yes.
Why don't you go on back to bed?
Are you going?
After the book, I mean?
I don't know. She's not going if she possesses an ounce of common sense, Roan grumbled.
It's entirely too dangerous a journey.
You tell her, Tiger. She's the only sister you've got, and you don't want the Black Walkers getting hold of her. Bryn shot him an angry glance. Jair doesn't have anything to say about this, so quit trying to scare him.
Him?
Who's trying to scare him? Roan's lean face was flushed. It's you I'm trying to scare, for cat's sake.
Anyway, the Black Walkers don't scare me, Jair declared firmly.
Well, they ought to.
Bryn snapped.
Jair shrugged, yawning. Maybe you should wait until we have a chance to talk with Father. We could send him a message or something. Now that makes good sense, Roan added his approval. At least wait until Will and Eritrea have a chance to talk this over with you.
Bryn sighed. You heard what Allanan said. There isn't enough time for that.
The Highlander folded his arms across his chest. He could make the time if it were necessary. Bryn, your father might have a different slant on all this. After all, he's had the benefit of experience and he's used the elven magic.
Bryn, he could use the Elfstones.
Jair's eyes snapped open. He could go with you. He could protect you with the Elfstones, just as he protected the elven girl Ambril. Bryn saw it then, those few words gave her the answer that she had been looking for.
Allanan was right.
She must go with him. But the reason was not one she had considered until now. Her father would insist on accompanying her. He would take the Elfstones from their hiding place and go with her in order that she should be protected. And that was exactly what she must avoid. Her father would be forced to break his pledge never to use the Elfstones again.
He probably wouldn't even agree to her accompanying Allanan.
He would go instead in order that she, her mother, and Jair be kept safe. I want you to go back to bed, Jair, she said suddenly. But I just got.
Go on.
Please.
We'll talk this all out in the morning.
Jair hesitated.
What about you?
I'll be only a few minutes, I promise. I just want to sit here alone for a time. Jair studied her suspiciously for a moment, then nodded.
All right.
Good night. He turned and walked back into the darkness. Just be sure you come to bed, too. Bryn's eyes found Roan's. They had known each other since they were small children, and there were times when each knew what the other was thinking without a word being said. This was one such time. The Highlander stood up slowly, his lean face set.
All right, Bryn.
I see it, too. But I'm coming with you, do you understand? And I'm staying with you until it's finished. She nodded slowly. Without another word, he disappeared down the hallway, leaving her alone. The minutes slipped by. She thought it through again, sifting carefully the arguments. In the end, her answer was the same. She could not permit her father to break his vow because of her, to risk further use of the elven magic he had forsworn. She could not. Then she rose, blew out the flame of the oil lamp and walked, not in the direction of her bedroom, but to the front entry instead. Releasing the latch, she opened the door quietly and slipped out into the night. The wind blew against her face, cooling and filled with autumn smells. She stood for a moment staring out into the shadows, then made her way around the house to the gardens and back. Night sounds filled the silence, a steady cadence of invisible life. At the edge of the gardens, beneath a stand of giant oak, she stopped and looked about expectantly. A moment later, Allanan appeared. Somehow, she had known he would. Black as the shadows about him, he drifted soundlessly from the trees to stand before her. I have decided, she whispered, her voice steady. I'm going with you. 3. Morning came quickly, a pale silver light that seeped through the pre-dawn forest mist and chased the shadows westward. Their restless sleep broken, the members of the Ohmsford household stirred awake. Within an hour, preparations were underway for Bryn's departure to the Eastland.
Roan was dispatched to the inn to secure horses, riding harness, weapons, and foodstuffs.
Bryn and Jair packed clothing and camping gear.
In business-like fashion, they went about their tasks. There was little conversation. No one had much to say. No one felt much like talking.
Jair Omsford was feeling particularly uncommunicative, trudging through the house as he went about his work in determined silence. He was more than a little disgruntled that both Bryn and Roan would be going east with Allanan while he was to be left behind. That had been decided first thing that morning, practically moments after he was out of bed. Gathering in the dining area as they had gathered last night, they had discussed briefly Bryn's decision to go into the Anare decision, Jair thought, of which everyone but he already seemed aware. Then came the determination that, while Bryn and Roan would make the journey, he would not. True, the Druid had not been pleased by Roan's insistence that if Bryn were to go, then he must go as well, because Bryn needed someone she could depend upon, someone she could trust. No, the Druid had not been pleased with that at all. In fact, he had agreed to Roan's coming only after Bryn had admitted she would feel better with Roan alone. But when Jair suggested that she would feel better still with him along as well after all, he had the magic of the wish song, too, and could help protect her. All three had abruptly and firmly told him no. Too dangerous, Bryn said.
Too long and hazardous a journey, Roan added.
Besides, you are needed here, Allanan reminded him.
You have a responsibility to your parents. You must use your magic to protect them.
With that, Allanan had disappeared somewhere and there was no further opportunity to argue the matter with him. Roan thought the sun rose and set on Bryn, so naturally he would not go against her wishes on this, and Bryn had already made up her mind. So that was that. Part of the problem with his sister, of course, was that she didn't understand him. In fact, Jair was not altogether certain that she really understood herself a good deal of the time. At one point during their preparations, with Allanan still gone and Roan still down in the village, he had brought up the subject of the Elfstones.
Bryn. They were packing blankets on the floor of the front room, wrapping them in oilskins.
Bryn, I know where father hides the Elfstones. She had looked up at once.
I thought that you probably did. Well, he made such a big secret of it. And you don't like secrets, do you? Have you had them out?
Just to look at, he admitted, then leaned forward.
Bryn, I think you should take the Elfstones with you.
Whatever for? There was a touch of anger in her voice then.
For protection. For the magic. The magic? No one can use their magic but father, as you well know. Well, maybe. Besides, you know how he feels about the Elfstones. It's bad enough that I have to make this journey at all, but to take the Elfstones as well?
You're not thinking very clearly about this, Jair.
Then Jair had gotten angry.
You're the one who's not thinking clearly.
We both know how dangerous it's going to be for you. You're going to need all the help you can get.
The Elfstones could be a lot of help. All you need to do is to figure out how to make them work.
You might be able to do that. No one but the rightful holder can. Make the stones work?
He had been almost nose to nose with her then.
But maybe that's not so with you and me, Bryn.
After all, we already have the elven magic inside us.
We have the wish song.
Maybe we could make the stones work for us. There had been a long, intense moment of silence. No, she said at last.
No, we promised father we would never try to use the Elfstones. He also made us promise not to use the elven magic, remember? But we do, even you, now and then. And isn't that what Allanan wants you to do when you reach the Mordwraith's Keep? Isn't it? So what's the difference between using the wish song and the Elfstones? Elven magic is elven magic, dot.
Bryn had stared at him silently, a distant, lost look in her dark eyes. Then she had turned again to the blankets.
It doesn't matter. I'm not taking the Elfstones. Here, help me tie these.
And that had been that, just like the subject of his going with them into the Eastland. No real explanation had been offered, she had simply made up her mind that she would not take the Elfstones, whether she could use them or not.
He didn't understand it at all. He didn't understand her.
If it had been him, he would have taken the Elfstones in a moment. He would have taken them and found a way to use them, because they were a powerful weapon against the dark magic. But Bryn couldn't even seem to see the inconsistency of her agreeing to use the magic of the wish song and refusing to use the magic of the stones. He went through the remainder of the morning trying to make some sense of his sister's reasoning or lack thereof. The hours slipped quickly past. Roan returned with horses and supplies, packs were loaded, and a hasty lunch consumed in the cool shade of the backyard oaks. Then all at once Allanan was standing there again, as black in midday as at darkest night, waiting with the patience of Lady Death, and suddenly there was no time left. Roan was shaking Jair's hand, clapping him roughly on the back, and extracting a firm promise that he would look out for his patents when they returned. Then Bryn was there, arms coming tightly about him and holding him close.
"Goodbye, Jair," she whispered. "Remember, I love you."
"I love you, too," he managed and hugged her back. A moment later, they were mounted, and the horses turned down the dirt roadway.
Arms lifted in farewell, waving as he waved back. Jair waited until they were out of sight before he brushed an unwanted tear from his eye. That same afternoon, he moved down to the inn.
He did so because of the possibility voiced by Allanan that the Wraiths or their gnome allies might already be searching for the Druid in the lands west of the Silver River. If their enemies reached Shady Vale, the Olmsford home would be the first place they would look. Besides, it was much more interesting at the inn, its rooms filled with travelers from all the lands, each with a different tale to tell, each with some different piece of news to share. Jair much preferred the excitement of tales told over a glass of ale in the tavern hall to the boredom of an empty house. As he went to the inn with a few personal items in tow, the warmth of the afternoon sun on his face eased a bit the disappointment he still felt at being left behind.
Admittedly, there was good reason for his staying.
Someone had to explain to his parents when they returned what had become of Bryn.
That would not be easy.
He visualized momentarily his father's face upon hearing what had happened and shook his head ruefully.
His father would not be happy. In fact, he would probably insist on going after Bryn, maybe even with the Elfstones.
A sudden look of determination creased his face.
If that happened, he was going as well. He wouldn't be left behind a second time.
He kicked at the leaves fallen across the pathway before him, scattering them in a shower of color. His father wouldn't see it that way, of course. Nor his mother, for that matter. But he had 2 whole weeks to figure out how to persuade them that he should go. He walked on, a bit more slowly now, letting the thought linger in his mind enticingly. Then he brushed it away. What he was supposed to do was to tell them what had happened to Bryn and Roan and then accompany them into Leah, where they were all to remain under the protection of Roan's father until the quest was finished. That was what he was supposed to do, so that was what he would do.
Of course, Olmsford might not choose to go along with this plan.
And Jair was first and foremost his father's son, so it was to be expected that he might have a few ideas of his own. He grinned and quickened his step. He would have to work on that.
The day came and went. Jair Olmsford ate dinner at the inn with the family that managed the business for his parents, offered to lend a hand the following morning with the day's work, and then drifted into the lounge to listen to the tales being told by the drummers and wayfarers passing through the vale. More than one made mention of the Black Walkers, the dark-robed moored wraiths that none had seen but all knew to be real, the evil ones that could burn the life from you with just a glance. Come from the earth's dark, the voices warned in rough whispers, heads nodding all around in agreement. Better that you never encountered such as they. Even Jair found himself feeling a bit uneasy at the prospect.
He stayed with the storytellers until after midnight, then went to his room. He slept soundly, woke at daybreak and spent the morning working about the inn. He no longer felt quite so bad about being left behind. After all, his own part in all of this was important, too. If the moored wraiths did indeed know of the magic elfstones and came looking for the holder, then Olmsford was in as much danger as his daughter, possibly more so. It was up to Jair, then, to keep a sharp eye open, in order that no harm befell his father before he could be properly warned. By midday Jair's work was finished and the innkeeper thanked him and told him to take some time for himself. So he walked out into the forests in back of the inn where no one else was about and experimented for several hours with the wish song, using the magic in a variety of ways, pleased with the control he was able to exercise. He thought again about his father's continual admonition to forego use of the elven magic. His father just didn't understand. The magic was a part of him, and using it was as natural as using his arms and legs. He couldn't pretend it wasn't there any more than he could pretend they weren't. Both his parents kept saying the magic was dangerous. Bryn said that on occasion too, though she said it with a whole lot less conviction, since she was guilty of using it as well. He was convinced they told him that simply because he was somewhat younger than Bryn and they worried more about him. He hadn't seen anything to suggest that the magic was dangerous, until he did. He intended to keep using it. On the way back to the inn, as the first shadows of early evening began to slip through the late afternoon sunshine, it occurred to him that perhaps he ought to check the house just to be certain that nothing was disturbed. It was locked, of course, but it wouldn't hurt to check anyway. After all, the care of the house was a part of his responsibility. He debated the matter as he walked, finally deciding to wait until after dinner to make the inspection. Eating seemed more imperative to him at the moment than hiking up to the house. Using the magic always made him hungry. He worked his way along the forest trails that ran back of the inn, breathing in the smells of the autumn day, thinking of trackers. Trackers fascinated him. Trackers were a special breed of men who could trace the movements of anything that lived simply by studying the land they passed through. Most of them were more at home in the wilderness than they were in settled communities.
Most preferred the company of their own kind.
Jair had talked with a tracker once years ago now. It seemed an old fellow brought down to the inn with a broken leg by some travelers who had chanced on him. The old man had stayed at the inn almost a week, waiting for the leg to mend sufficiently that he might leave again. The tracker hadn't wanted to have anything to do with Jair at first, despite the boy's persistence, or anything to do with anyone else, for that matter, but then Jair had showed him something of the magic just a touch. Intrigued, the old man had talked with him then, a little at first, then more. And what tales that old man had to tell! Jair swung out onto the roadway beside the inn, turning into the side entry, grinning broadly as he remembered what it had been like.
It was then that he saw the gnome.
For an instant he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, and he stopped where he was, his hand fastened to the inn door handle as he stared out across the roadway to the stable fence line where the gnarled yellow figure stood. Then the other's wizened face turned toward him, sharp eyes searching his own, and he knew at once he was not mistaken. Hurriedly, he pushed the inn door open and stepped inside. Leaning back against the closed door, alone now in the hallway beyond, he tried to calm himself.
A gnome. What was a gnome doing in Shady Vale? A traveler, perhaps?
But few gnomes traveled this way, few, in fact, beyond the familiar confines of the Eastland forests. He couldn't remember the last time there had been a gnome in Shady Vale. But there was one here now.
Maybe more than one.
He stepped quickly away from the door and went down the hall until he stood next to a window that opened out toward the roadway. Cautiously he peered around the sill, elven face intense, eyes searching the inn yard and the fence line beyond. The gnome stood where Jair had first seen him, still looking toward the inn.
The veil man looked about.
There appeared to be no others.
Again he leaned back against the wall. What was he to do now? Was it coincidence that brought the gnome to Shady Vale at a time when Allanon had warned that the Mord wraiths would be looking for them? Or was it not chance at all? Jair forced his breathing to slow. How could he find out? How could he make certain? He took a deep breath.
The first thing he must remember to do was to stay calm.
One gnome presented no serious threat.
His nose picked up the scent of beef stew simmering, and he thought about how hungry he was. He hesitated a moment longer, then started toward the kitchen.
The best thing to do was to think matters through over dinner. Eat a good meal and decide on a plan of action.
He nodded to himself as he walked.
He would try to put himself in Roan's boots.
Roan would know what to do if he were here.
Jair would have to try to do the same.
The beef stew was excellent and Jair was starved, yet he found it difficult to concentrate on food, knowing that the gnome was standing just outside, watching. Halfway through the meal, he remembered suddenly the empty, unguarded house and the elfstones hidden within. If the gnome was here at the bidding of the Black Walkers, then he might have come for the elfstones as well as the Omsfords or Allanon. And there might be others, already searching. He shoved his plate away, drained the remainder of his ale, and hurried from the kitchen back down the hallway to the window. Carefully, he peered out. The gnome was gone. He felt his heart quicken.
Now what?
He turned and raced back down the hall. He had to get back to the house. He had to make certain that the elfstones were secure, then, he caught himself in mid-stride, slowing.
He didn't know what he would do then. He would have to see. He quickened his step once more.
The important thing now was to see whether or not there had been any attempt to enter his home. He passed the side door through which he had entered and went on toward the rear of the building. He would leave by a different way just in case the gnome was indeed looking for him, or even if he wasn't, but had become suspicious at the Veilman's furtive interest. I shouldn't have stopped to look at him, he told himself angrily. I should have kept going, then doubled back. But it was too late now. The hallway ended at a door at the very rear of the main building. Jair stopped, listening momentarily, chiding himself for being foolish, then eased the door open and stepped out. Evening shadows cast by the forest trees lay dark and cool across the grounds, staining the inn walls and roof. Overhead, the sky was darkening. Jair looked about quickly, then started toward the trees. He would cut through the forest to his home, staying off the roadways until he was certain that.
Talking a walk, boy?
Jair froze. The gnome stepped silently from the dark trees in front of him. Hard, rough features twisted with a wicked-looking smile.
The gnome had been waiting.
Oh, I saw you, boy.
I saw you quick enough. Knew you right away.
Halfling features, elf, and man, not too many like you. He stopped a half-dozen paces away, gnarled hands resting on his hips, the smile fixed. Leather woodsman's garb covered the stocky form, his boots and wristbands were studded with iron, and knives and a short sword were belted at his waist.
Young Omsford, aren't you? The boy, Jair?
The word boy stung. Stay away from me, Jair warned, afraid now, and trying desperately to keep the fear from his voice.
Stay away from you?
The gnome laughed sharply.
And what will you do if I don't, halfling? Throw me to the ground, perhaps? Take away my weapons? You are a brave one, aren't you?
Another laugh followed, low and guttural. For the first time, Jair realized that the gnome was speaking to him in the language used by the Southlanders rather than the harsh gnome tongue. Gnomes seldom used any tongue but their own. Their race was an insular people who wanted nothing to do with the other lands. This gnome had been well outside the Eastland to be so fluent.
Now, boy, the gnome interrupted his thoughts. Let's be sensible, you and me. I seek the druid.
Tell me where he is, here or elsewhere, and I'll be gone.
Jair hesitated. Druid? I don't know any druids. I don't know what you're. The gnome shook his head and sighed. Games, is it? Worse luck for you, boy. Guess we'll have to do this the hard way.
He started toward Jair, hands reaching.
Instinctively, Jair twisted away.
Then he used the wish song. There was a moment's hesitation, a moment's uncertainty, for he had never used the magic against another human, and then he used it. He gave a low, hissing sound, and a mass of snakes appeared, coiled tightly about the gnome's outstretched arms. The gnome howled in dismay, whipping his arms about desperately in an effort to shake loose the snakes. Jair looked around, found a broken piece of tree limb the size of a bulky walking staff, seized it with both hands and brought it crashing down over the gnome's head. The gnome grunted and dropped to the earth in a heap, unmoving. Jair released the tree limb, his hands shaking.
Had he killed him?
Cautiously he knelt next to the fallen gnome and felt for his wrist. There was a pulse. The gnome was not dead, just unconscious.
Jair straightened. What was he to do now?
The gnome had been looking for Al-Anon, knowing that he had come to Shady Vale and to the Omsfords, knowing who knew what else. Too much, in any case, for Jair to remain in the Vale any longer, especially now that he had used the magic. He shook his head angrily. He shouldn't have used the magic, he should have kept it a secret. But it was too late for regrets now.
He didn't think the gnome was alone.
There would be others, probably at the house. And that was where he had to go, because that was where the elfstones were hidden. He glanced about, his thoughts organizing swiftly.
Several dozen feet away was a woodman.
Seizing the gnome's feet, he dragged him to the bin, threw back the lid, shoved his captive inside, dropped the lid down again, and put the metal bar through the catch. He grinned in spite of himself. That bin was well constructed.
The gnome wouldn't get out of there for a while.
Then he hurried back into the inn. Despite the need for haste, he had to leave word with the innkeeper where he was going, otherwise the whole community would be combing the countryside looking for him. It was one thing for Bryn and Roan to disappear, that had been easy enough to explain simply by saying they had gone for a visit to Leah and he had decided to stay in the Vale. It would be quite another matter entirely if he disappeared as well, since there was no one left to alibi for him. So, feigning nonchalance and smiling disarmingly, he announced that he had changed his mind and was going over to the Highlands after all early the next morning. Tonight he would stay at the house and pack. When the innkeeper thought to ask what had persuaded him to change his mind so abruptly, the Vale man quickly explained that he had received a message from Bryn. Before there could be any further questions, he was out the door. Swiftly, he melted into the woods, racing through the darkness toward his home. He was sweating profusely, hot with excitement and anticipation. He was not frightened, not yet, at least probably because he hadn't stopped long enough to let himself think about what he was doing. Besides, he kept telling himself, he had taken care of that gnome, hadn't he? Tree branches slapped his face. He hurried on, not bothering to duck, eyes riveted on the darkness ahead. He knew this section of the forest well. Even in the growing darkness, he found his way with ease, moving on cat's feet, carefully listening to the sounds about him. Then, 50 yards from his home, he melted silently into a small stand of pine, working his way forward until he could see the darkened structure through the needled branches. Dropping to his hands and knees, he peered through the night, searching. There was no sound, no movement, no sign of life. Everything seemed as it should. He paused to brush back a lock of hair which had fallen down across his face. It should be simple. All he had to do was slip into the house, retrieve the elfstones and slip out again. If there really wasn't anyone watching, it should be easy. Then something moved in the oaks at the rear of the home, just a momentary shadow, then nothing. Jair took a deep breath and waited. The minutes slipped past. Insects buzzed about him hungrily, but he ignored them. Then he saw the movement a second time, clearly now. It was a man. No, not a man, he corrected quickly, a gnome. He sat back. Well, gnome or not, he had to go down there. And if there was one, there were probably more than one, waiting, watching, but without knowing when or if he would return.
Sweat ran down his back and his throat was dry. Time was slipping away from him. He had to get out of the Vale. But he couldn't leave the Elfstones. There was nothing for it but to use the wish song. He took a moment to pitch his voice the way he wanted, feigning the buzzing of the mosquitoes that were all around him, still lingering on in the warmth of early autumn, not yet frozen away by winter's touch. Then he glided from the pines down through the thinning forest. He had used this trick once or twice before, but never under conditions as demanding as these. He moved quietly, letting his voice make him a part of the forest night, knowing that if he did it all properly he would be invisible to the eyes that kept watch for him. The house drew steadily closer as he worked his way ahead. He caught sight again of the gnome that kept watch in the trees behind the darkened building. Then suddenly he saw another, off to his right by the high bushes fronting the house, then another, across the roadway in the hemlock. None looked his way. He wanted to run, wanted to race as swiftly as the night wind to reach the dark of the home, but he kept his pace steady and his voice an even, faint buzz. "Don't let them see me," he prayed. "Don't let them look." He crossed the lawn, slipping from tree to bush, eyes darting to find the gnomes all about him. The rear door, he thought as he went, that would be the easiest door to enter, dark in the shadow of high, flowering bushes, their leaves still full. A sudden call from somewhere beyond the house brought him to an abrupt, frightened halt, frozen in mid-stride. The gnome at the rear of the Olmsford house stepped clear of the oaks, moonlight glinting on his long knife. Again the call came, then sudden laughter. The blade lowered. It was from neighbors down the road, joking and talking in the warm autumn night, their dinner done. Sweat soaked Jair's tunic, and for the first time he was scared. A dozen yards away, the gnome who had stepped from the oaks turned and disappeared back into them again. Jair's voice trembled, then strengthened, keeping him hidden. Quickly he went on. He paused at the door, letting the wish song die momentarily, trying desperately to steady himself. Fumbling through his pockets, he at last produced the house key, fitted it to the lock, and turned it guardedly. The door opened without a sound. In an instant, he was through. He paused again in the darkness beyond. Something was wrong. He could sense it more than describe. It was a feeling that ran cold to the bone. Something was wrong. The house was not right, it was different. He stayed silent, waiting for his senses to reveal what lay hidden from him. As he stood, he grew slowly aware that something else was in the house with him, something terrible, something so evil that just its presence permeated the air with fear. Whatever it was, it seemed to be everywhere at once, a hideous, black pall that hung across the Olmsford home like a death shroud. A thing, his mind whispered, a thing. A moored wraith. He quit breathing. A walker here, in his home. Now he was really afraid, the certainty of his suspicion driving from him the last of his courage. It waited within the next room, Jair sensed, within the dark. It would know he was here and come for him, and he would not be able to stand against it. He was certain for a moment that he would break and run, overwhelmed by the panic that coursed through him. But then he thought of his parents, who would return unwarned if he should fail, and of the Elfstones, the sole weapon that the Black Ones would fear concealed not a dozen feet from where he stood. He didn't think anymore, he simply acted. A soundless shadow, he moved to the stone hearth that served the kitchen, his fingers tracing the rough outline of the stone where it curved back along the wall in a series of shelving nooks. At the end of the third shelf, the stone slipped away at his touch. His hand closed over a small leather pouch. Something stirred in the other room. Then the back door opened suddenly and a burly form pushed into view. Jair stood flattened against the hearth wall, lost in the shadows, braced to flee. But the form went past him without slowing, head bent as if to find its way. It went into the front room, and a low, guttural voice whispered to the creature that waited within. In the next instant, Jair was moving back through the still open door, back into the shadows of the flowering bushes. He paused just long enough to see that it was the gnome who kept watch within the oaks who had come into the house, then raced for the cover of the trees. Faster, faster. He screamed soundlessly. And without a backward glance, Jair Olmsford fled into the night. 4. It proved to be a harrowing flight. Once before, Olmsfords had fled the Vale under cover of night, pursued by black things that would harry them the length and breadth of the four lands. It had been more than 70 years now since Shay and Flick Olmsford had slipped from their home at the Shady Vale Inn, barely escaping the monstrous winged skull-bearer sent by the warlock lord to destroy them. Jair knew their story. Barely older than he, they had fled all the way eastward to Cullhaven and the dwarves. But Jair Olmsford was no less able than they. He, too, had been raised in the Vale, and he knew something about surviving in unfamiliar country. As he fled through the forests of the Vale, carrying with him little more than the clothes on his back, the hunting knife in his belt that all Valemen wore, and the leather pouch with the elfstones tucked within his tunic, he did so with confidence in his ability to make his way safely to his destination. There was no panic in his flight, there was merely a keen sense of expectation.
For just a moment, when he had stood within the kitchen of his home, hidden within the shadows of the great hearth, listening to the silence, knowing that only a room away there waited one of the wraiths, and feeling the evil of the thing permeating even the air he breathed, there had been real fear. But that was behind him, lost in the darkness that slipped steadily back into the past as he raced ahead, and now he was thinking with clarity and determination. The destination he had chosen in fleeing the Vale was Leah. It was a 3-day journey, but one he had made before and so could make without danger of becoming lost. Moreover, help that could not be found in the Vale could be found in Leah. Shady Vale was a small hamlet, its people ill-equipped to stand against the Black Walkers or their gnome allies. But Leah was a city, the highlands were governed by monarchical rule and protected by a standing army. Roan Leah's father was king and a good friend to the Omsford family. Jair would tell him what had befallen, persuade him to send patrols south in search of his parents so that they could be warned of the danger that waited in the Vale, and then all of them would take refuge in the city until Allanon returned with Bryn and Roan. It was an excellent plan to Jair's way of thinking, and he could find no reason that it wouldn't be successful. Still, the Vale man was not about to leave anything to chance. That was the reason that he had brought the Elfstones, taking them from their hiding place where they might have been found, though taking them meant revealing to his father that he had known all along where they were hidden. As he ran, working his way steadily through the Vale forests toward the rim of the valley, he tried to recall everything that the old tracker had told him in their talks about disguising one's trail from pursuers. Jair and the old man had played at it like a game, each contriving new and different twists to the imaginary pursuits that made up their game, each delighting the other with a kind of grim inventiveness. For the tracker, experience was the touchstone of his skill. For Jair, it was an uninhibited imagination. Now the play adventure had turned real, however, and imagination alone was not going to be enough. A bit of the old man's experience was needed, and Jair called to mind everything he could manage to remember. Time was his most pressing concern. The quicker he reached the highlands, the quicker those patrols would leave in search of his parents. Whatever else happened, they must not be allowed to return to the Vale unwarned. Therefore, no unnecessary time must be spent in disguising his trail eastward. This decision was reinforced by the fact that his skills were admittedly limited in any case and by the further fact that he could not be certain that the gnomes and their dark leader would come after him. He thought that they would, of course, particularly after hearing from the gnome he had locked in the wood bin. But they would still have to track him, and that would slow them down somewhat, even if they were to guess which direction he had taken. He had gained a head start on them, and he must take advantage of it. He would run swiftly and surely, his purpose fixed, and they must try to catch him. Besides, even if they did catch up to him, he could still use the wishstone to protect himself. By midnight, he had gained the eastern wall of the valley that sheltered Shady Vale, climbed the rock-strewn slope to its rim, and disappeared into the Daln. Using the moon and stars to mark his bearings, he made his way through the dark forest, slowing a bit to conserve his strength. He was tiring now, having had no sleep since the previous night, but he wanted to make certain that he crossed the Rappahalladran before he stopped to rest. That meant he must travel until dawn, and the journey would be a hard one. The Daln was a difficult woodland to traverse, even under the best of conditions, and darkness often made the wilderness a treacherous maze. Still, Jair had traveled the Daln at night before, and he felt confident he could find his way. So with a careful eye for the forest tangle that stretched before him, he pushed on. Time crawled past on leaden feet, but at last the night sky began to lighten into morning. Jair was exhausted, his slim body numb with fatigue and his hands and face cut and bruised by the forest. Still he had not reached the river. For the first time, he began to worry that perhaps he had misplaced his sense of direction and traveled too far north or south. He was still traveling eastward, he knew, because the sun was rising directly in front of him. But where was the Rappahalladran? Ignoring the weariness and a growing sense of concern, he stumbled ahead. The sun had been up an hour when he finally reached the banks of the river. Deep and swift, the Rappahalladran churned its way southward through the dark quiet of the forest. Jair had already shelved his plans to cross the river now. The currents were too dangerous to attempt a crossing when he was not rested. Finding a stand of pine close to the water, he stretched out within the shaded coolness of their boughs and fell quickly asleep. He came awake again at sunset, disoriented and vaguely uneasy. It took him a moment to remember where he was and what it was that had brought him there. Then he saw that the day was gone, and he became alarmed that he had slept so long. He had intended to sleep only until midday before continuing his flight east. A whole day was too long, it gave his pursuers too much time to catch him. He went down to the river's edge, splashed cold water on his face to bring himself fully awake and then went in search of food. He hadn't eaten anything for the past 24 hours, he realized suddenly, and found himself wishing that he'd taken just a moment longer in making his escape to pack a loaf of bread and some cheese. As he searched through the trees, resigned to a meal of berries and roots, he found himself thinking again about his supposed pursuers. Maybe he was worrying about nothing. Maybe no one was giving chase.
After all, what would they want with him anyway? It was Allanon they wanted. The gnome had told him that much. What had probably happened was that, after he had escaped the veil, they had gone on their way, looking elsewhere for the druid. If that were true, then he was breaking his neck out here for nothing. Of course, if he were wrong. Wild berries in autumn were a scarce commodity, so Jair was forced to make a meal principally of edible roots and a few wild rhubarb stalks. Despite his general dissatisfaction with the fare, he was feeling pretty good about things by the time the meal was finished. Ronlia couldn't have done any better, he decided. He had overcome that gnome, secured the elfstones from under the noses of a walker and a patrol of gnome hunters, escaped the veil and was now making his way successfully toward Leah. He took a moment to envision the surprised face of his sister when he told her all that had happened to him. And then it occurred to him, suddenly, shockingly, that he really didn't know that he would ever see Bryn again. His sister was being taken by Allanon into the very heart of the same evil that had invaded his home and driven him from the veil. He remembered again what he had felt in the presence of that evil, the terrible, overpowering sense of panic. Bryn was being taken to where that evil lived, where there was not just one of the Black Walkers, but many. Against them she had nothing more than the strength of the magic of the druid and her wish song. How could Bryn hope to stand against something like that? What if she were discovered before she managed to reach the book? He could not complete the thought. Despite their differing personalities and ways, Jair and his sister were close. He loved her and he did not like the idea of anything happening to her. He wished more than ever that he had been allowed to go with her to the Anor. Abruptly he glanced westward to where the sun was slipping down into the treetops. The light was failing quickly now, and it was time to make his crossing and get on with the journey east. He cut a series of branches, using the long knife, and bound them together with pine bark strips to construct a small raft on which he could place his clothes. He had no desire to walk the chill autumn night in wet clothing, so he would swim the river naked and dress again on the far bank. When the raft was finished, he carried it down to the river's edge and suddenly recalled one of the lessons taught to him by the old tracker. They had been talking of ways to throw off a pursuit. Water was the best disguise of one's tracks, the old man had announced in his cryptic way. Couldn't follow tracks through water unless, of course, you were stupid enough to try losing a pursuer in water so shallow that your footprints left their mark in the mud. But deep water, that was the best. The current always took you downstream, and even if your pursuer tracked you to the water's edge and knew you'd gone across, didn't have to go across, of course, but that was another trick, he'd still have to find your trail on the other side. So, and here was glimmer of genius to the game, the very smartest quarry would wade upstream, then swim the deep water so that he would come out still above the point on the far bank where his tracks ended. Because the hunter knew you'd be carried downstream, too, didn't he? So where do you think he would be looking? He wouldn't think to look upstream right away. Jair had always been impressed with that bit of trickery and resolved now to put it to the test. Maybe he wasn't being followed, but on the other hand, he couldn't be sure. He was still 2 days from Leah. If someone had come after him, this device of the old tracker would give him a bigger head start yet. So he stripped off his boots, tucked them under one arm with the raft, then waded upstream several hundred yards to where the channel narrowed. Far enough, he decided. He took off the rest of his clothing, placed it on the raft and pushed off into the cold waters of the river. The current caught him almost at once, pulling him downstream at a rapid pace. He let it take him, swimming with it, the raft held firmly in his trailing hand, angling as he swam toward the far bank. Bits of deadwood and brush swirled past him, rough and chill to the touch, and the sounds of the forest faded into the churning rush of the water. Overhead, the night sky darkened as the sun slipped below the tree line. Jair kicked steadily on, the far bank drawing closer. Then at last his feet touched bottom, kicking into the soft mud, and he stood up, the night air chill against his skin. Snatching his clothes from the raft, he shoved it back into the river's current and watched it swirl away. A moment later he was back on dry land, brushing the water from his body and slipping back into his clothes. Insects buzzed past him, bits of sound in the dark. On the bank from which he had come, the forest trees were fading stalks of black in the night's deepening haze. Within those dark stalks, something suddenly moved. Jair froze, his eyes fixed on the spot from which the movement had come. But it was gone now, whatever it had been. He took a deep breath. It had looked just for a moment to be a man. Carefully, slowly, he backed into the shelter of the trees behind him, still watching the other bank, waiting for the movement to come again. It did not. He finished dressing hurriedly, checked to be certain that the elfstones were still tucked safely within his tunic, then turned and trotted soundlessly into the forest. He was probably mistaken, he told himself. He walked all night, relying again on the moon and stars visible in small patches of forest sky to point him in the right direction. He traveled at a slow trot where the forest thinned, less certain than before that no one had come after him. When he had been alone with the memory of those few moments in his home with that black thing behind him, he had felt secure.
But the idea that someone or something was back there, following him, brought back the sense of panic. Even in the cool autumn night, he was sweating, his senses sharp with fear. Time and again, his thoughts wandered back to Bryn, and he found himself imagining her to be as alone as he alone and hunted. He wished she were there with him. When sunrise came, he kept walking. He was not yet clear of the dawn, and the sense of uneasiness was still with him. He was tired, but not so tired that he felt the need to sleep just yet. He walked on while the sun rose before him in a golden haze, thin streamers of brightness slipping down into the forest gray, reflecting rainbow colors from the drying leaves and emerald moss. From time to time he found himself glancing back, watching. Several hours into morning, the forest ended and rolling grasslands appeared, a threshold to the distant blue screen of the highlands. It was warm and friendly here, less confining than the forest, and Jair felt immediately more at ease. As he walked further into the grasslands, he began to recognize the countryside about him. He had come this way before on a visit to Leah just a year ago when Roan had brought him to his hunting lodge at the foot of the highlands where they had stayed and fished the mist lakes. The lodge lay another 2 hours eastward, but it offered a soft bed and shelter for the remainder of the day so that he might set out again refreshed with nightfall. The idea of the bed decided him. Disregarding the weariness he felt, Jair continued to march east through the grasslands, the rise of the highlands broadening before him as he drew closer. Once or twice he looked back into the countryside through which he had come, but each time the land lay empty. It was midday when he reached the lodge, a timber and stone house set back within a tall stand of pine at the edge of the highland forests. The lodge sat upon a slope overlooking the grasslands, but was hidden by the trees until approached within hailing distance. Jair stumbled wearily up the stone steps to the lodge door, turned to locate the key that Roan kept concealed in a crevice in the stones, then saw that the lock was broken. Cautiously he lifted the latch and peered in. The building was empty. Of course it was empty, he grumbled to himself, eyes heavy with the need for sleep. Why wouldn't it be? He closed the door behind him, glanced briefly about at the immaculate interior wood and leather furniture, shelves of stores and cookingware, gale bar, and stone fireplace and moved gratefully down the short hallway at the rear of the main room that led to the bedrooms. He stopped at the first door he came to, released the latch, pushed his way in, and collapsed on the broad, feather-stuffed bed. In seconds, he was asleep. It was almost dark when he came awake, and the autumn sky was deep blue, laced with dying silver sunlight through the curtained bedroom window. A noise brought him awake, a small scuffling sound, boots passing over wooden planking. Without thinking, he was on his feet, still half asleep as he walked quickly to the bedroom door and peered out. The darkened room at the front of the lodge stood empty, bathed in shadow. Jair blinked and stared through the dusk. Then he saw something else. The front door stood open. He stepped out into the hallway in disbelief, sleep-filled eyes blinking. "Taking another walk, boy?" A familiar voice asked from behind. Frantically he whirled far too slowly. Something hammered into the side of his face, and lights exploded before his eyes. He fell to the floor and into blackness. 5. It was still summer where the Myrmidon flowed down out of Callahorn and emptied into the vast expanse of the Rainbow Lake. It was green and fresh, a mix of grassland and forest, foothill and mountain. Water from the river and its dozens of tributaries fed the earth and kept it moist. Mist from the lake drifted north with each sunrise, dissipated, and settled into the land, giving life beyond the summer season. Sweet, damp smells permeated the air, and autumn was yet a stranger. Bryn Olmsford sat alone on a rise overlooking the juncture of lake and river and was at peace. The day was almost gone, and the sun was a brilliant reddish-gold flare on the western horizon, its light staining crimson the silver waters that stretched away before her. No wind broke the calm of the coming evening, and the lake's surface was mirror-like and still. High overhead, its bands of color a sharper hue against the coming gray of night where the eastern sky darkened, the wondrous rainbow from which the lake took its name arched from shoreline to shoreline. Cranes and geese glided gracefully through the fading light, their cries haunting in the deep silence. Bryn's thoughts drifted. It had been 4 days since she had left her home and come eastward on a journey that would take her to the deep Anner, farther than she had ever gone before. It seemed odd that she knew so little about the journey, even now. For days had gone, and she was still little more than a child who gripped a mother's hand, trusting blindly. From Shady Vale they had gone north through the Daln, east along the banks of the Rappahalladran, north again, and then east, following the shoreline of the Rainbow Lake to where the Myrmidon emptied down. Never once had Allanon offered a word of explanation. Both Roan and she had asked the Druid to explain, of course. They had asked their questions time and again, but the Druid had brushed them aside. Later, he would tell them. "Your questions will be answered later. For now, simply follow after me." So they had followed as he had bidden them, wary and increasingly distrustful, promising themselves that they would have their explanations before the Eastland was reached. Yet the Druid gave them little cause to believe that their promise would be fulfilled. Enigmatic and withdrawn, he kept them from him. In the daytime, when they traveled, he rode before them, and it was clear that he preferred to ride alone. At night, when they camped, he left them and moved into the shadows. He neither ate nor slept, behavior that seemed to emphasize the differences between them and thereby widen the distance. He watched over them like a hawk over its prey, never leaving them alone to stray. Until now, she corrected. On this evening of the fourth day, Allanon unexpectedly had left them. They had encamped here, where the Myrmidon fed into the Rainbow Lake, and the Druid had stalked off into the woodlands bordering the river's waters and disappeared without a word of explanation. Vale Girl and Highlander had watched him go, staring after in disbelief. At last, when it became apparent that he had indeed left them for how long, they could only guess. They resolved to waste no further time worrying about him and turned their attention to preparing the evening meal. 3 days of eating fish pulled first from the waters of the Rappahalladran and then from the waters of the Rainbow Lake had blunted temporarily their enthusiasm for fish. So armed with ash bow and arrows, a weapon Menionlia had favored, Roan had gone in search of different fare. Bryn had taken a few minutes to gather wood for a cooking fire, then settled herself on this rise and let the solitude of the moment slip over her. Allanon. He was an enigma that defied resolution. Committed to the preservation of the land, he was a friend to her people, a benefactor to the races, and a protector against evil they could not alone withstand. Yet what friend used people as Allanon did? Why keep so carefully concealed the reasons for all he did? He seemed at times as much enemy, malefactor, and destroyer as that which he claimed to stand against. The Druid himself had told her father the story of the old world of fairy from which all the magic had come along with creatures who wielded it. Good or bad, black or white, the magic was the same in the sense that its power was rooted in the strength, wisdom, and purpose of the user. After all, what had been the true difference between Allanon and the Warlock Lord in their struggle to secure mastery over the Sword of Shannara? Each had been a druid, learning the magic from the books of the old world. The difference was in the character of the user, for where one had been corrupted by the power, the other had stayed pure. Perhaps. And perhaps not. Her father would argue the matter, she knew, maintaining that the druid had been corrupted by the power as surely as the Dark Lord, if only in a different way. For Allanon was also governed in his life by the power he wielded and by the secrets of its use. If his sense of responsibility was of a higher sort and his purpose less selfish, he was nevertheless as much its victim. Indeed, there was something strangely sad about Allanon, despite his harsh, almost threatening demeanor. She thought for a time about the sense of sadness that the druid invoked in her, a sadness her father had surely never felt, and she wondered how it was that she felt it so keenly. "I'm back." She turned, startled. But it was only Roan, calling up to her from the campsite in the pine grove below the rise. She climbed to her feet and started down. "I see that the druid hasn't returned yet," the Highlander said as she came up to him. He had a pair of wild hens slung over one shoulder and dropped them to the ground. "Maybe we'll get lucky and he won't come back at all." She stared at him. "Maybe that wouldn't be so lucky." He shrugged. "Depends on how you look at it." "Tell me how you look at it, Roan." He frowned. "All right. I don't trust him." "And why is it that you don't, Dot?" "Because of what he pretends to be, protector against the Warlock Lord and the Bearers of the Skull, protector against the demons released from the old world of fairy, and now protector against the Mord Wraiths. But always, it's with the aid of the Olmsford family and their friends, take note. I know the history, too, Bryn. It's always the same. He appears unexpectedly, warning of a danger that threatens the races, which only a member of the Olmsford family can help put an end to. Heirs to the Elven House of Shannara and to the magics that belong to it, those are the Olmsfords. First the Sword of Shannara, then the Elfstones, and now the Wishstone. But somehow things are never quite what they seem, are they?" Bryn shook her head slowly. "What are you saying, Roan?" "I'm saying that the druid comes out of nowhere with a story designed to secure Shay or Will Olmsford's aid, and now your aid, and each time it's the same. He tells only what he must. He gives away only as much as he needs give away. He keeps back the rest, he hides a part of the truth. I don't trust him. He plays games with people's lives." "And you believe that he's doing that with us?" Roan took a deep breath. "Don't you?" Bryn was silent a moment before answering. "I'm not sure." "Then you don't trust him either?" "I didn't say that." The Highlander stared at her a moment, then slowly settled himself on the ground across from her, folding his long legs before him. "Well, which way is it, Bryn? Do you trust him or don't you?" She sat down as well. "I guess I haven't really decided." "Then what are you doing here, for cat's sake?" She smiled at his obvious disgust. "I'm here, Roan, because he needs me. I believe that much of what I have been told. The rest I'm not sure about. The part he keeps hidden, I have to discover for myself." "If you can."
I'll find a way.
It's too dangerous, he said flatly. She smiled, rose, and came over to where he sat.
Gently she kissed his forehead. That's why I wanted you here with me, Roan Leah, to be my protector. Isn't that why you came?
He flushed bright scarlet and muttered something unintelligible, and she laughed in spite of herself. Why don't we leave this discussion until later and do something with those hens? I'm starved. She built a small cooking fire while Roan cleaned the hens. Then they cooked and ate the birds together with a small portion of cheese and ale. They ate their meal in silence, seated back atop the small rise, watching the night sky darken and the stars and gibbous moon cast their pale silver light on the waters of the lake. By the time they had finished, night had fallen and Allanon still had not returned.
Bryn, you remember what you said before, about my being here to protect you?
Roan asked her after they had returned to the fire.
She nodded. Well, it's true, I am here to protect you. I wouldn't let anything happen to you, not ever. I guess you know that, Edot.
He hesitated, and she smiled through the dark.
I know. Well.
He shifted about uneasily, his hands lifting the battered scabbard that housed the sword of Leah.
There's another reason I'm here, too. I hope you can understand this. I'm here to prove something to myself.
He hesitated again, groping for the words to explain.
I am a prince of Leah, but that's just a title.
I was born into it, just like my brothers, and they're all older.
And this sword, Bryn. He held up the scabbard and its weapon. It isn't really mine, it's my great-grandfather's. It's Menaion Leah's sword.
It always has been, ever since he carried it in search of the sword of Shannara. I carry it the Ashbal, too, because Menaion carried them and I'd like to be what he was.
But I'm not.
You don't know that, she said quickly. That's just the point, he continued.
I've never done anything to find out what I could be. And that's partly why I'm here. I want to know.
This is how Menaion found out, by going on a quest, as protector to Shea Omsford.
Maybe I can do it this way, too. Bryn smiled. Maybe you can. In any case, I'm glad you told me. She paused. Now I'll tell you a secret.
I came for the same reason.
I have something to prove to myself, too.
I don't know if I can do what Allanon expects of me. I don't know if I am strong enough.
I was born with the wish song, but I have never known what I was meant to do with it. I believe there is a reason for my having the magic. Maybe I will learn that reason from Allanon.
She put her hand on his arm.
So you see, we're not so different after all, are we, Roan?
They talked a while longer, growing drowsy as the evening lengthened and the weariness of the day's travel overcame them. Then at last their talk gave way to silence, and they spread their bedding. Clear and cool, the autumn night wrapped them in its solitude and peace as they stretched out next to the dark embers of the fire and pulled their blankets close.
They were asleep in moments.
Neither saw the tall, black-robed figure who stood in the shadow of the pines just beyond the fire's light. When they awoke the following morning, Allanon was there. He was seated only a few yards away from them on a hollow log, his tall, spare form wraith-like in the grey light of early dawn. He watched silently as they rose, washed, and ate a light breakfast, offering no explanation as to where he had been. More than once the Veil Girl and the Highlander glanced openly in his direction, but he seemed to take no notice. It was not until they had packed their bedrolls and cooking gear and brought the horses in to be saddled that he finally rose and came over to them. There has been a change of plans, he announced. They stared at him silently.
We are no longer going east. We are going north into the Dragon's Teeth. The Dragon's Teeth? Roan's jaw tightened. Why? Because it is necessary. Necessary for whom? Roan snapped. It will only be for a day or so.
Allanon turned his attention to Bryn now, ignoring the angry Highlander.
I have a visit to make. When it is finished, we will turn east again and complete our journey. Allanon.
Bryn spoke his name softly.
Tell us why we must go north.
The druid hesitated, his face darkening.
Then he nodded. Very well. Last night I received a summons from my father.
He bids me come to him, and I am bound to do so. In life, he was the druid Bremen. Now his shade surfaces from the netherworld through the waters of the Hadeshorn in the valley of Shale. In 3 days' time, before daybreak, he will speak with me there. Bremen the druid who had escaped the massacre of the council at Paranur when the warlock lord swept down out of the Northland in the Second War of the Races, and who had forged the sword of Shannara. So long ago, Bryn though, the legendary tale recalling itself in her memory. Then, 70-odd years ago, Shea Omsford had gone with Allanon into the valley of Shale and seen the shade of Bremen rise from the Hadeshorn to converse with his son, to warn of what lay ahead, to prophesy. He can see the future, can't he?
Bryn asked suddenly, remembering now how the shade had warned of Shay's fate. Will he speak of that? Alanon shook his head doubtfully. Perhaps. Even so, he would reveal only fragments of what is to be, for the future is not yet formed in its entirety and must of necessity remain in doubt. Only certain things can be known. Even they are not always clear to our understanding. He shrugged. In any case, he calls. He would not do so if it were not of grave importance. I don't like it, Roan announced. It's another 3 days or more gone time that could be spent getting into and out of the Anor. The wraiths are already searching for you. You told us that much yourself. We're just giving them that much more time to find you and Bryn. The druid's eyes fixed on him, cold and hard. I take no unnecessary risks with the girl's safety, Prince of Leah. Nor with your own. Roan flushed angrily, and Bryn stepped forward, seizing his hand. Wait, Roan. Perhaps going to the Hadeshorn is a good idea. Perhaps we will learn something of what the future holds that will aid us. The Highlander kept his gaze locked on Alanon. What would aid us most is a bit more of the truth of what we're about. He snapped. So? The word was a soft, quick whisper, and Alanon's tall form seemed to suddenly grow taller. What part of the truth would you have me reveal, Prince of Leah? Roan held his ground. This much, Druid. You tell Bryn that she must come with you into the Eastland because you lack the power necessary to penetrate the barrier that protects the Book of Dark Magic. You, who are the keeper of the secrets of the Druids, who possess power enough to destroy skull-bearers and demons alike. Yet you need her. And what does she have that you don't? The Wish Song. Nothing more, just that. It lacks even the power of the Elfstones. It is a magic toy that changes the colors of leaves and causes flowers to bloom. What kind of protection is that? Alanon stared at him silently for a moment and then smiled, a faint, sad smile. What kind of power, indeed? He murmured. He looked suddenly at Bryn. Do you, too, harbor these doubts? The Highlander voices? Do you seek a better understanding of the Wish Song? Shall I show you something of its use? It was cold the way he said it, but Bryn nodded. Yes. The Druid strode past her, seized the reins of his horse and mounted. Come then, and I will show you, Veil Girl, he said. They rode north in silence along the Myrmidon, winding their way through the rocky forest land, the light of the sunrise breaking through the trees on their left, the shadow of the Run Mountains a dark wall on their right. They rode for more than an hour, a grim, voiceless procession. Then at last the Druid signaled a halt, and they dismounted. Leave the horses, he instructed. They walked west into the forest, the Druid leading the Veil Girl and the Highlander across a ridge and down into a heavily wooded hollow. After several minutes of fighting their way through the tangled undergrowth, Alanon stopped and turned. Now then, Bryn. He pointed ahead into the brush. Pretend that this hollow is the barrier of dark magic through which you must pass. How would you use the Wish Song to gain passage? She glanced about uncertainly. I'm not sure. Not sure? He shook his head. Think of the uses to which you have put the magic. Have you used it as the Prince of Leah suggests to bring autumn color to the leaves of a tree? Have you used it to bring flowers to bloom, leaves to bud, plants to grow? She nodded. You have used it, then, to change color and shape and behavior. Do so here. Make the brush part for you. She looked at him a moment and then nodded. This was more than she had ever asked of herself, and she was not convinced she had the power. Moreover, it had been a long time since she had used the magic. But she would try. Softly, she began to sing. Her voice was low and even, the song blending with the sounds of the forest. Then slowly she changed its pitch, and it rose until all else had faded into stillness. Words came, unrehearsed, spontaneous and somehow intuitively felt as she reached out to the brush that blocked her passage. Slowly the tangle drew back, leaves and branches withdrawing in winding ribbons of sleek green. A moment later, the way forward lay open to the center of the hollow. Simple enough, don't you agree? But the Druid wasn't really asking. Let's see where your path takes us. He started ahead again, black robes drawn close. Bryn glanced quickly at Roan, who shrugged his lack of understanding. They followed after the Druid. Seconds later he stopped again, this time pointing to an elm, its trunk bent and stunted within the shadow of a taller, broader oak. The elm's limbs had grown into those of the oak, twisting upward in a futile effort to reach the sunlight. A bit harder task this time, Bryn, Alanon said suddenly. That elm would be much better off if the sun could reach it. I want you to straighten it, bring it upright, and disentangle it from the oak. Bryn looked at the two trees doubtfully. They seemed to closely entwine. I don't think I can do that, she told him quietly. Try. The magic is not strong enough. Try anyway, he cut her short. So she sang, the wish song enfolding the other sounds of the forest until there was nothing else, rising brightly into the morning air. The elm shuddered, limbs quaking in response. Bryn lifted the pitch of her song, sensing the tree's resistance, and the words formed a harder edge. The stunted trunk of the elm drew back from the oak, its limbs scraping and tearing and its leaves ripped violently from their stems. Then, with shocking suddenness, the entire tree seemed to heave upward and explode in a shower of fragmented limbs, twigs, and leaves that rained down across the length of the hollow. Astonished, Bryn stumbled back, shielding her face with her hands, the wish song dying into instant stillness. She would have fallen but for Al-Anon, who caught her in his arms, held her protectively until the shower had subsided, then turned her to face him. What happened? She began, but he quickly put a finger to her lips. Power, Veil Girl, he whispered. Power in your wish song far greater than what you have imagined. That elm could not disentangle itself from the oak. Its limbs were far too stiff, far too heavily entwined. Yet it could not refuse your song. It had no choice but to pull free even when the result meant destroying itself. Al-Anon. She shook her head in disbelief. You have that power, Bryn Olmsford. As with all things magic, there is a dark side as well as a light. The druid's face came closer. You have played with changing the colors of a tree's leaves. Think what would happen if you carried the seasonal change you wrought to its logical conclusion. The tree would pass from autumn into winter, from winter into spring, from seasonal change to seasonal change. At last it would have passed through the entire cycle of its life. It would die. Druid, Roan warned and started forward, but a single dark glance from the other's eyes froze him in his tracks. Stand, Prince of Leah. Let her hear the truth. The black eyes again found Bryn's. You have played with the wish song as you would a curious toy because that is all the use you saw for it. Yet you knew that it was more than that, Valagirl always, deep inside, you knew. Elven magic has always been more than that. Yours is the magic of the Elfstones, born into new form in its passage from your father's blood to your own. There is power in you of a sort that transcends any that has gone before latent perhaps, yet the potential is unmistakable. Consider for a moment the nature of this magic you wield. The wish song can change the behavior of any living thing. Can you not see what that means? Supple brush can be made to part for you, giving you access where there was none before. Unbending trees can be made to part as well, though they shatter with the effort. If you can bring color to leaves, you can also drain it away. If you can cause flowers to bloom, you can also cause them to wilt. If you can give life, Bryn, you can also take it away. She stared at him, horrified. What are you saying? She whispered harshly. That the wish song can kill? That I would use it to kill? Do you think? You asked to be shown something of its use, Al-Anon cut short her protestations. I have simply done as you wished. But I think now you will no longer doubt that the magic is much more than you thought it was. Bryn's dusky face burned with anger. I no longer doubt, Al-Anon. Nor should you doubt this that even so, I would never use the wish song to kill. Never. The druid held her gaze, yet the hard features softened slightly. Not even to save your own life? Or perhaps the life of the Highlander? Not even then? She did not look away. Never. The druid stared at the Veil Girl a moment longer as if to measure in some way the depth of her commitment. Then abruptly he wheeled away and started back toward the slope of the hollow. You have seen enough, Bryn. We have to get on with our journey. Think about what you have learned. His black form disappeared into the brush. Bryn stood where he had left her, aware suddenly that her hands were shaking. That tree. The way it had simply shattered, torn apart. Bryn. Roan was standing before her, and his hands came up to grip her shoulders. She winced at their touch. We can't go on with him not anymore. He plays games with us as he has done with all the others. Leave him in his foolish quest and come back with me now to the Vale. She stared at him a moment, then shook her head. No. It was necessary that I see this. None of this is necessary, for Cat's sake. His big hands drew back and fastened about the pommel of the sword of Leah. If he does something like that again, I'll not think twice. No, Roan. She put her hands over his. She was calm once more, realizing suddenly that she had missed something. What he did was not done simply to frighten or intimidate me. It was done to teach me, and it was done out of a need for haste. It was in his eyes. Could you not see it? He shook his head. I saw nothing. What need for haste? She looked to where the druid had gone. Something is wrong. Something. Then she thought again of the destruction of the tree, of the druid's words of warning, and of her vow. Never. She looked quickly back at Roan. Do you think I could use the wish song to kill? She asked softly. For just an instant he hesitated. No. Even to save your life? She thought. And what if it were not a tree that threatened, but a living creature? Would I destroy it to save you? Oh, Roan, what if it were a human being? Will you still come with me on this journey? She asked him. He gave her his most rakish smile. Right up to the moment when we take that confounded book and shred it. Then he bent to kiss her lightly on the mouth, and her arms came up to hold him close. We'll be all right, she heard him say. And she answered, I know. But she was no longer sure. 6. When Jair Omsford regained consciousness, he found himself trussed hand and foot and securely lashed against a tree trunk. He was no longer in the hunting lodge but in a clearing sheltered by closely grown fir that loomed over him like sentinels set to watch. A dozen feet in front of him, a small fire burned, casting its faint glow into the shadowed dark of the silent trees. Night lay over the land. Awake again, boy? The familiar, chiding voice came from out of the darkness to his left, and he turned his head slowly, searching. A squat, motionless figure crouched at the edge of the firelight. Jair started to reply, then realized that he was not only tied, he was gagged as well. Oh yes, sorry about that, the other spoke again. Had to put the gag in, of course. Couldn't have you using your magic on me a second time, could I? Do you have any idea how long it took me to get out of that would been, not? Jair sagged back against the tree, remembering. The gnome at the inn that was who had followed him, caught up with him at Roan's hunting lodge, and struck him from behind. He winced at the memory, finding that the side of his head still throbbed. Nice trick, that thing with the snakes. The gnome chuckled faintly. He rose and came into the firelight, seating himself cross-legged a few feet from his prisoner. Narrow green eyes studied Jair speculatively. I thought you harmless, boy, not some druid's whelp. Worse luck for me, eh? There I was, sure you'd be so scared that you'd tell me right off what I wanted to know, tell me anything just to get rid of me. Not you, though. Snakes on my arms and a 4-foot limb bashed up against my head, that's what you gave me. Lucky I'm alive. The blocky yellow face cocked slightly. Course, that was your mistake. A blunt finger came up sharply. You should have finished me. But you didn't, and that gave me another chance at you. Suppose that's the way you are, though, being from the Vale. Anyway, once I got free of that woodbin, I came after you like a fox after a rabbit. Too bad for you too, because I wasn't about to let you escape, after what you'd put me through. Not by a whiskers cut, I wasn't. Those other fools, they'd have let you outrun them. But not me. Tracked you 3 days. Almost had you at the river, but you were already across and I couldn't pick up your trail at night. Had to wait. But I caught you napping at that lodge, didn't I? He laughed cheerfully and Jair flushed with anger. Oh, don't be angry with me, I was just doing my job. Besides, it was a matter of pride. 20 years, and no one's ever gotten the best of me until now. And then it's some nothing boy. Couldn't live with that. Oh, knocking you senseless had to do that, too. Like I said, couldn't be taking chances with the magic. He got up and came a few steps closer, his rough face screwed up with obvious curiosity. It was magic, wasn't it? How'd you learn to do that? It's in the voice, right? You make the snakes come by using the voice. Quite a trick. Scared the wits out of me, and I thought there wasn't much left that could scare me. He paused. Except maybe the walkers. Jair's eyes glistened with fear at mention of the moored wraiths. The gnome saw it and nodded. Something to be scared of, they are. Black all through. Dark as midnight. Wouldn't want them hunting me. Don't know how you got past that one back at the house. He stopped suddenly and bent forward. Hungry, boy? Jair nodded. The gnome regarded him thoughtfully for a moment, then rose. Tell you what. I'll loosen the gag and feed you if you promise not to use the magic on me. Wouldn't do you much good anyway, trussed up to that tree knot unless those snakes of yours can chew through ropes. I'll feed you and we can talk a bit. The others won't catch up until morning. What about it, Dot? Jair thought it over a moment, then nodded his agreement. He was famished. Done, then. The gnome came over and slipped free the gag. One hand fastened tightly to Jair's chin. Your word, now let's have it. No magic. No magic, Jair repeated, wincing. Good. Good. The gnome let his hand drop. You're one who keeps his word, I'm betting. Man's only as good as his word, you know.
He reached down to his waist for a hard leather container, released the stopper and brought it up to the Veilman's lips.
Drink. Go on, take a swallow. Jair sipped at the unknown liquid, his throat dry and tight. It was an ale, harsh and bitter, and it burned all the way down. Jair choked and drew back, and the gnome recapped the container and returned it to his belt. Then he sat back on his haunches, grinning. I'm called Slanter. Jair Ohmsford. Jair was still trying to swallow. I guess you knew that. Slanter nodded. I did. Should have found out a bit more, it appears. Quite a chase you took me on. Jair frowned. How did you manage to catch up to me? I didn't think anyone could catch me. Oh, that. The gnome sniffed. Well, not just anyone could have caught you. But then I'm not just anyone. What do you mean? The gnome laughed. I mean, I'm a tracker, boy. It's what I do. Fact is, it's what I do better than just about anyone else alive. That's why they brought me, the others. That's why I'm here. I've been tracking. Me? Jair asked in astonishment. No, not you the druid, the one they call All-Anon. It was him I was tracking. You just happened to cross my path at the wrong time. A look of bewilderment crossed the Veilman's face. This gnome was a tracker? No wonder he hadn't been able to escape him as he would have another man. But tracking All-Anon. Slanter shook his head helplessly and climbed to his feet. Look, I'll explain it all to you, but first let's have something to eat. I had to carry you down from that hunting lodge 2 miles distant, and you may look small but you weigh better than your size. Worked up a pretty good appetite while you rested. Sit still, now I'll put something on the fire. Slanter retrieved a knapsack from the other side of the clearing, pulled clear some cooking utensils and within minutes had a beef and vegetable stew simmering over the fire. The smell of the cooking food wafted through the night air to Jair's nostrils, and his mouth began to water. He was beyond famished, he decided. He had not had a decent meal since he had left the inn. Besides, he needed to keep his strength up if he was to have any chance of escaping this fellow, and he had every intention of doing so at the first opportunity. When the stew was finished, Slanter brought it over to where he was tied and hand-fed him mouthfuls, sharing the meal with him. The food tasted wonderful, and they ate all that there was, together with an end of bread and some cheese. Slanter drank more of the ale, but gave Jair sips from a cup of water. Not a bad stew if I do say so myself, the gnome remarked afterward, bent next to the fire to scrape clean the pan. Learned a few useful things over the years. How long have you been a tracker? Jair asked him, intrigued. Most of my life. Began learning when I was your age. He finished with the cookware, stood up and came back over to the Veilman. What do you know about trackers? Briefly Jair told him about the old tracker who had boarded at the inn, of their conversations, and of the tracking games they'd played while the man's leg had healed. Slanter listened quietly, obvious interest reflected in his rough yellow features. When Jair had finished, the gnome sat back, a distant look in his sharp eyes. I was like you once, long time ago. Used to think about nothing but being a tracker. Left home with one finally an old borderman. I was younger than you. Left home, went right out of the Eastland into Callahorn and the Northland. Gone better than 15 years. Traveled all the lands at one time or another, you know. As much of them in me as Eastland gnome. Odd, but I'm kind of a homeless sort because of it. Gnomes don't really trust me, because I've been away too long, seen too much of what else there is ever to really be the same as them. A gnome who's not a gnome. I've learned more than they ever will, shut away in the Eastland forests like they are. They know it, too. They barely tolerate me. They respect me, though, because I'm the best that there is at what I do. He glanced sharply at Jair. That's why I'm here, because I'm the best. The druid Alanon, the fellow you don't know, remember, he came into the Ravenshorn and Greymark, tried to get down into the Maelmord. But nothing goes down into that pit, not druid nor devil. The wraiths knew he was there and went after him. One walker, a patrol of gnome hunters, and me to track. Tracked to your village, then waited for someone to show. Thought someone would, even though it was pretty clear that the druid had already gone elsewhere. And who should appear but you? Jair's mind was racing. How much does he know? Does he know the reason that All-Anon came to Shady Vale? Does he know about the... And suddenly he remembered the elfstones, tucked hastily within his tunic when he fled the Vale. Did he still have them? Or had Slanter found them? Oh, shades. I still fixed on those of the gnome. He shifted cautiously against the ropes that bound him,
trying to feel the pressure of the stones against his body. But it was hopeless. The ties knotted his clothing and gave him no sure feel for what he still had on him. He dared not look down, even for an instant.
Ropes cutting a bit? Slanter asked suddenly. He shook his head. I was just trying to get comfortable. He forced himself to sit back and relax. He changed the subject back. Why did you bother coming after me if you were supposed to be tracking all anon? Slanter cocked his head slightly. Because I was tracking the druid to find out where he went, and I've done that.
He went to your village, to your family.
Now he's gone back to the Eastland, isn't that right?
Oh, you needn't answer.
At least not to me. But you will have to answer to those who came with me when they get here in the morning.
A bit slow they are, but sure.
I had to leave them to be certain I caught you.
You see, they want to know something of Al-Anon's visit.
They want to know why he came. And unfortunately for you, they want to know one thing more.
He paused meaningfully, eyes boring into Jair.
The Veil Man took a deep breath. About the magic?
He whispered. Sharp fellow. Slanter's smile was hard.
What if I don't want to tell them? That would be foolish, the gnome said quietly.
They stared at each other wordlessly.
The Wraith would make me tell, wouldn't he? Jair asked finally. The Wraith is not your problem. Slanter snorted. The Wraith's gone north after the druid. The set is your problem. The Veil Man shook his head. Set? What is a set? A set is a gnome chieftain, in this case, Spilk.
He commands the patrol.
A rather unpleasant fellow. Not like me, you see. Very much an Eastland gnome.
He would just as soon cut your throat as look at you.
He's your problem. You'd better answer the questions he asks.
He shrugged. Besides, once you've told Spilk what he wants to know, I'll do what I can to see that you're released. After all, our fight's not with the Veil people. Our fight's with the dwarves.
Not to disappoint you, but you're really not all that important. That magic of yours is what's interesting.
No, you answer the questions and I think you'll be turned loose quick enough.
Jair eyed him suspiciously. I don't believe you. Slanter drew back. You don't? Well, here's my word on it, then. As good as your own. Heavy eyebrows arched. It means as much to me as yours does, boy. Now take it. Jair said nothing for a moment.
Strangely enough, he thought the gnome was telling him the truth.
If he promised he would seek Jair's release, he would do just that. If he thought Jair would be released on answering the questions asked, Jair probably would. Jair grimaced. On the other hand, why should he trust any gnome? I don't know, he muttered. You don't know? Slanter shook his head hopelessly. You'd think you had a choice, boy.
You don't answer, Spilk goes to work on you.
You still don't answer, he turns you over to the walkers. What do you think happens to you then? Jair went cold to the bone.
He didn't care to think about what would happen then. I thought you were smart, the gnome continued, wizened yellow features twisting into a grimace. Smart, the way you got past those others back there, even got past the walker.
So stay smart. What difference does it make now what you tell anyone? What difference if you tell the set why the druid came to see you?
The druid's gone by now anyway, won't likely catch up to him this side of the Eastland.
He wouldn't tell you anything all that important anyway, would he? The magic, well, all they want to know about the magic is how you learned it. The druid, maybe? Someone else?
He waited a moment, but Jair said nothing. Well, anyway, just tell how you learned it and how you use it, simple enough and no skin off your nose.
No games, just tell the truth. You do that, and that's the end of your use.
Again he waited for Jair to respond, and again the Veil Man stayed silent.
Slanter shrugged. Well, think on it. He stood up, stretched, and came over to Jair. Smiling cheerfully, he replaced the gag in the Veilman's mouth. Sorry about the sleeping accommodations, but I can't be taking many chances with you. You show me that much.
Still smiling, he retrieved a blanket from the far side of the clearing, brought it over to Jair and wrapped it about him, tucking in the corners where the ropes bound him to the tree so that it would stay fixed. Then he walked over to the fire and kicked it out.
In the faint glow of the embers, Jair could see his stocky form as it moved off into the dark.
Ah, me reduced to chasing down Veilman, the gnome muttered.
Waste of talent. Not even a dwarf.
At least they could give me a dwarf to track.
Or the druid again. Bah! Druid's gone back to help the dwarves and here I sit, watching this boy.
He muttered on a bit more, most of it unintelligible, and then his voice faded away entirely. Jair Ohmsford sat alone in the dark and wondered what he was going to do when morning came. He slept poorly that night, cramped and bruised by the ropes that bound him, haunted by the specter of what lay ahead. Considered from any point of view, his future appeared bleak. He could expect no help from his friends. After all, no one knew where he was. His parents and Bryn, Roan, and Allanon all thought him safely housed at the inn at Shady Vale. Nor could he reasonably anticipate much consideration from his captors. Slanter's reassurances notwithstanding, he did not expect to be released, no matter how many questions he answered. After all, how would he answer questions about the magic? Slanter clearly thought it something he had been taught. Once the gnomes learned it was not an acquired skill, but a talent he had been born with, they would want to know more. They would take him to the Eastland, to the moored wraiths. So the night hours passed. He dozed at times, his weariness overcoming his discomfort and his worry, yet never for very long. Then finally, toward morning, exhaustion overtook him, and at last he drifted off to sleep. It was not yet dawn when Slanter shook him roughly awake. "Get up," the gnome ordered. "The others are here." Jair's eyes blinked open, squinting into the pre-dawn gray that shrouded the highland forest. The air was chill and damp, even with the blanket still wrapped about his body, and a fine fall mist clung about the dark trunks of the fir. It was deathly still, the forest life not yet come awake. Slanter bent over him, loosing the ropes that bound him to the tree. There were no other gnomes in sight. "Where are they?" he asked as the gag was slipped from his mouth. "Close. 100 yards down the slope." Slanter gripped the Valeman's tunic front and hauled him to his feet. "No games now. Keep the magic to yourself. I've let you loose from the tree so that you might look the part of a man, but I'll strap you back again if you cross me. Understand?" Jair nodded quickly. Ropes still bound his hands and feet, and his limbs were so badly cramped he could barely manage to stand. He stood with his back against the fir, the muscles of his body aching and stiff. Even if he could manage to break free, he couldn't run far like this. His mind was dizzy with fatigue and sudden fear as he waited for his strength to return. "Answer the questions," Slanter had advised. "Don't be foolish." But what answers could he give? What answers would they accept? Then abruptly a line of shadowy figures materialized from out of the gloom, trudging heavily through the forest trees. 2, 3, half a dozen, 8. Jair watched as one by one they appeared through the mist, bulky forms wrapped in woolen forest cloaks. Gnomes' rugged yellow features glimpsed from within hoods drawn close, thick-fingered hands clasping spears and cudgels. Not a word passed their lips as they filed into the clearing, but sharp eyes fixed on the captive Valeman, and there was no friendliness in their gaze. "This him?" The speaker stood at the forefront of the others. He was powerfully built, his body corded with muscle, his chest massive. He thrust the butt of his cudgel into the forest earth, gripping it with scarred, gnarled fingers, twisting it slowly. "Well, is it?" The gnome glanced briefly at Slanter. Slanter nodded. The gnome let his gaze shift back to Jair. Slowly he pulled clear the hood of his forest cloak. Rough, broken features dominated his broad face. Cruel eyes studied the Valeman dispassionately, probing. "What's your name?" he asked quietly. "Jair Ohmsford," Jair answered at once. "What was the druid doing at your home?" Jair hesitated, trying to decide what he should say. Something unpleasant flickered in the gnome's eyes. With a sudden snap of his hands he brought the cudgel about, sweeping the Valeman's feet from beneath him. Jair fell hard, the breath knocked from his body. The gnome stood over him silently, then reached down, seized the front of his tunic and pulled him back to his feet. "What was the druid doing in your home?" Jair swallowed, trying to hide his fear. "He came to find my father," he lied. "Why?" "My father is the holder of elfstones. Allanon will use them as a weapon against the moored wraiths." There was an endless moment of silence. Jair did not even breathe. If Slanter had found the elfstones in his tunic, the lie was already discovered and he was finished. He waited, eaves fixed on the gnome. "Where are they now, the druid and your father?" The other said finally. Jair exhaled. "Gone east." He hesitated, then added, "My mother and sister are visiting in the villages south of the Vale. I was supposed to wait at the inn for their return." The gnome grunted noncommittally. "I've got to try to protect them," Jair thought. Spilk was watching him carefully. He did not look away. "You can't tell that I'm lying," he thought. "You can't." Then a gnarled finger lifted from the cudgel. "Do you do magic?" Jair glanced at the dark faces about him. The cudgel came up, a quick, sharp blow that caught Jair across the knees, throwing him to the earth once more. The gnome smiled, eyes hard.
He yanked Jair back to his feet. Answer me, do you do magic? Jair nodded wordlessly, mute with pain.
He could barely stand.
Show me, the gnome ordered.
Spilk.
Slanter's voice broke softly through the sudden silence. You might want to reconsider that request. Spilk glanced briefly at Slanter, then dismissed him.
His eyes returned to Jair.
Show me. Jair hesitated. Again the cudgel came up. Even though Jair was ready this time, he could not move fast enough to avoid the blow. It caught him alongside the face. Pain exploded in his head, and tears flooded his eyes. He dropped to his knees, but Spilk's thick hands knotted in his tunic and once more he was hauled to his feet. Show me. The gnome demanded. Then anger flooded through Jair, anger so intense that it burned. He gave no thought to what he did next, he simply acted. A quick, muted cry broke from his lips and turned abruptly to a frightening hiss. Instantly Spilk was covered with huge grey spiders. The gnome set shrieked in dismay, tearing frantically at the great hairy insects, falling back from Jair. The gnomes behind him scattered, spears and cudgels hammering downward as they sought to keep the spiders from their own bodies. The set went down under a flurry of blows, thrashing upon the forest earth, trying to dislodge the terrible things that clung so tenaciously to him, his cries filling the morning air. Jair sang a moment longer and then quit. Had he not been bound hand and foot, or had he not been dizzy still from the blows struck by Spilk, he would have taken advantage of the confusion the Wishsong's use had created to attempt an escape. But Slanter had made certain he could not run. As the anger left him, he grew silent. For a few seconds Spilk continued to roll upon the ground, tearing at himself. Then abruptly he realized that the spiders were gone. Slowly he came to his knees, his breathing harsh and ragged, his battered face twisting until his eyes found Jair. He surged to his feet with a howl and threw himself at the veil man, gnarled hands reaching. Jair stumbled back, his legs tangling in the ropes. In the next instant, the gnome was atop him, fists hammering wildly. Dozens of blows struck Jair's head and face, seemingly all at once. Pain and shock washed through him. Then everything went black. He came awake again only moments later. Slanter knelt next to him, dabbing at his face with a cloth soaked in cold water. The water stung, and he jerked sharply at its touch. You got more sand than brains, boy, the gnome whispered, bending close. You all right? Jair nodded, reaching up to touch his face experimentally. Slanter knocked his hand away. Leave it be. He dabbed a few more times with the cloth, then allowed a faint grin to cross his rough face. Scared old Spilk half to death, you did. Half to death. Jair glanced past Slanter to where the remainder of the patrol huddled at the far side of the clearing, eyes darting watchfully in his direction. Spilk stood apart from everyone, his face black with anger. Had to pull him off you myself, Slanter was saying. Would have killed you otherwise. Would have beat your head in. He asked me to show him the magic, Jair muttered, swallowing hard. So I did. The thought clearly amused the gnome, and he permitted himself another faint smile, carefully averting his face from the set. Then he put his arm about Jair's shoulders and raised him to a sitting position. Pouring a short ration of ale from the container at his waist, he gave the veil man a drink. Jair accepted the ale, swallowing and choking as it burned clear down to his stomach. Better? Better, Jair agreed. Then listen. The smile was gone. I've got to gag you again. You're in my care now, the others won't have anything to do with you. You're to be kept bound and gagged except for meals. So behave. It's a long journey. A long journey to where? Jair did not bother to conceal the alarm in his eyes. East. The Agar. You're to be taken to the moored wraiths. Spilks decided. He wants them to have a look at your magic. The gnome shook his head solemnly. Sorry, but there's no help for it. Not after what you did. Before Jair could say anything, Slanter shoved the gag back into his mouth. Then, loosing the ties that bound Jair's ankles, he pulled the veil man to his feet. Producing a short length of rope, he looped one end through Jair's belt and tied the other end to his own. Spilk, he called over to the other. The gnome set turned wordlessly, and started off into the forest. The remainder of the patrol followed after. Sorry, boy, Slanter repeated. Together, they walked from the clearing into the early morning mist. 7. All that day, the gnomes marched Jair north through the wooded hill country bordering the western perimeter of Leah. Embracing the shelter of the trees, forsaking the more accessible roadways that crisscrossed the highlands, they kept to themselves and to their purpose. It was a long, exhausting trek for the veilman, made no less difficult by the way in which he was secured,
for his bonds cut into and cramped his body with every step. His discomfort might not have gone unnoticed, but it went unrelieved. Nor did his captors evidence the slightest concern for the toll that the pace of their march was extracting from him. Rugged, hardened veterans of the border wars of the deep Eastland, they were accustomed to forced marches through the worst kind of country and under the least favorable of conditions, marches that at times lasted several days. Jair was fit, but he was no match for these men. By nightfall, when they at last arrived on the shores of the Rainbow Lake and made their way down to a secluded cove to set their camp, Jair could barely walk. Bound once again to a tree, given a quick meal and a few swallows of ale, he was asleep in minutes.
The following day passed in similar fashion.
Awake at sunrise, the gnomes took him east along the shores of the lake, skirting the northern highlands that they might reach the concealment of the black oaks. 3 times that day, the gnomes paused to rest, once at mid-morning, again at midday, and a final time at mid-afternoon. The remainder of the day, they walked, and Jair walked with them, his body aching, his feet blistered and raw. Pushed to the limit of his endurance, he refused to give them the satisfaction of seeing him falter, even for a moment.
Determination gave him strength, and he kept pace.
All the time they marched him through the highlands, he thought about escape. It never entered his mind that he wouldn't escape, it was only a question of when.
He even knew how he would manage it. That part was easy.
He would simply make himself invisible to them. That was something they wouldn't be looking for, not so long as they thought his magic limited to creating imaginary spiders and snakes. They didn't understand that he could do other things as well.
Sooner or later he would be given the opportunity.
They would free him just long enough so that he could make use of the magic one more time. Just a moment was all that he would need.
Like that, he would be gone.
The certainty of it burned bright within him. There was added incentive now for his need to escape. Slanter had told him that the walker that had come into the vale with the gnome patrol had gone east again in search of Allanon.
But how was Allanon to know that the Mord Wraith tracked him?
There was only Jair to warn him, and the Vale man knew he must find a way to do so. His plans for escape were still foremost in his thoughts when, later that afternoon, they passed into the black oaks. The great dark trunks rose about them like a wall.
In moments the sun was screened away.
They traveled deep into the forest, following a pathway that ran parallel to the shoreline of the lake, winding their way steadily eastward into dusk.
It was cooler here, deep and silent within these trees. Like a cave opening downward into the earth, the forest took them in and swallowed them up.
By sundown, the highlands were far behind. Camped within a small clearing sheltered by the oaks and a long ridgeline that dropped away northward to the water's edge, the Vale man sat back against a moss-grown trunk a dozen times his girth bound and gagged still and watched Slanter scoop meat stew from a kettle that simmered over a small cooking fire. Weary and discomfited, Jair nevertheless found himself studying the gnome, pondering the contradictions he saw in the cracker's character. For 2 days he had had ample opportunity to observe Slanter, and he was as puzzled by the gnome now as he had been when he had first conversed with him that night following his capture. What sort of fellow was he? True, he was a gnome, yet at the same time, he didn't seem like a gnome.
Certainly he wasn't an Eastland gnome.
He wasn't like these gnomes he traveled with.
Even they seemed to sense that much. Jair could see it in their behavior toward him. They tolerated him, but they also avoided him. And Slanter had acknowledged that to Jair. He was as much an outsider in his own way as the Vale man.
But it was more than that. There was something in the gnome's character that set him apart from the others, an attitude, perhaps, an intelligence. He was smarter than they. And that was due most probably to the fact that he had done what they had not. A skilled tracker, a traveler of the Four Lands, he was a gnome who had broken the traditions of his people and gone out of the homeland. He had seen things they had not. He understood things they could not. He had learned. Yet in spite of all that, he was here. Why? Slanter ambled over from the fire with a plate of stew in one hand and squatted down beside him. Loosing the gag so that his mouth was clear, the gnome began to feed him.
Doesn't taste too bad, does it?
The dark eyes watched him.
No, tastes good. You can have more if you want.
Slanter stirred the stew on the plate absently.
How do you feel?
Jair met his gaze squarely.
I hurt everywhere.
Feet?
Especially the feet.
The gnome set down the stew. Here, let me have a look. He pulled free the Valeman's boots and stockings and examined the blistered feet, shaking his head slowly. Then he reached over into his pack and pulled free a small tin. Loosening its cap, he dipped his fingers in and extracted a reddish salve. Slowly he began rubbing it into the open wounds.
The salve was cool and eased the pain.
Should take away some of the sting, help toughen the skin when you walk, he said. He rubbed on some more, glanced up momentarily, his rough yellow face creasing with a sad smile, and then looked down again.
Tough sort of nut, aren't you? Jair didn't say anything.
He watched the gnome finish applying the salve, then resumed his meal.
He was hungry and had 2 plates of the stew. Take a drink of this. Slanter held the ale container to his lips when the food was gone. He took several swallows, grimacing.
You don't know what's good for you, the gnome told him.
Not that stuff, Jair scowled. Slanter sat back on his heels.
I heard something a little while ago I think you ought to know.
It's not good news for you.
He paused, glancing casually over his shoulder.
We're to meet with a walker the other side of the oaks. There'll be one waiting for us. Spilk said so. Jair went cold. How does he know that? Slanter shrugged. Pre-arranged meet, I guess. Anyway, I thought you should know. We'll be through the oaks tomorrow. Tomorrow?
Jair felt his hopes fade instantly.
How could he escape by tomorrow? That wasn't enough time.
He had thought he would have at least a week and maybe more before they reached the Deep Anner and the Mordwraith's stronghold.
But tomorrow? What was he going to do? Slanter watched him as if reading his thoughts.
I'm sorry, boy. I don't care for it either. Jair's eyes shifted to meet his, and he tried to keep the desperation from his voice.
Then why don't you let me go? Let you go? Slanter laughed tonelessly. You're forgetting who's with whom, aren't you? He took a long swallow from the ale pouch and sighed. Jair leaned forward. Why are you with them, Slanter? You're not like them. You don't belong with them. You don't. Boy.
The gnome cut him off sharply.
Boy, you don't know anything at all about me. Nothing. So don't be telling me who I'm like and who I belong with. Just look after yourself.
There was a long silence. In the center of the clearing, the other gnomes were gathered about the fire, drinking ale from a heavy leather jug.
Jair could see the glitter of their sharp eyes
as they glanced in his direction from time to time. He could see the suspicion and fear mirrored there.
You're not like them, he repeated softly.
Maybe, Slanter agreed suddenly, staring off into the dark.
But I know enough not to cut against the grain. There's a change in the wind.
It shifted about and it's blowing straight out of the east, and everything in its path will be swept away.
Everything. You don't begin to see the half of it.
The Mordwraiths are power like nothing I'd ever imagined, and the whole of the Eastland belongs to them.
But that's only today.
Tomorrow, he shook his head slowly.
This is no time for a gnome to be anything other than a gnome. He drank again of the ale, then offered it to Jair. The Veilman shook his head.
His mind worked frantically.
Slanter, would you do me a favor? He asked. Depends. Would you take the ropes off my arms and hands for a few minutes? The gnome's black eyes narrowed. I just want to rub them a bit, try to get some feeling back. I've had the ropes on for 2 days now. I can barely feel my fingers. Please, I give you my word I won't try to escape. I won't use the magic.
Slanter studied him. Your word's been pretty good until now.
It's still good. You can leave my legs and feet bound if you like. Just give me a moment. Slanter kept looking at him for a few minutes longer, then nodded.
Moving forward, he knelt beside the Veilman, then loosened the knots that secured the ropes about his arms and wrists and let them fall slack. Gingerly Jair began to massage himself, rubbing first his hands, then his wrists, his arms, and finally his body. In the darkness before him, he saw the glint of a knife in Slanter's hand. He kept his eyes lowered and his thoughts hidden. Slowly he worked, all the while thinking, don't let him guess, don't let him see. That's enough, Slanter's voice was gruff and sudden, and he drew the ropes tight again. Jair sat quietly, offering no resistance. When the ropes had again been secured, Slanter moved back in front of him.
Better?
Better, he said quietly.
The gnome nodded. Time to get some sleep.
He drank one time more from the ale pouch, then bent forward to test the bonds.
Sorry about the way this thing's worked out, boy. I don't like it any better than you do.
Then help me escape, Jair pleaded, his voice a whisper.
Slanter stared at him wordlessly, blunt features expressionless. Gently he placed the gag back in Jair's mouth and rose.
Wish you and I had never met, he murmured.
Then he turned and walked away.
In the darkness, Jair let himself go limp against the oak.
Tomorrow. 1 day more, and then the Mordwraiths would have him. He shuddered. He had to escape before then. Somehow, he had to find a way.
He breathed the cool night air deeply. At least he knew one thing now that he hadn't known before, one very important thing.
Slanter hadn't suspected.
He had permitted Jair those few moments of freedom from the ropes, time to rub life back into his limbs and body, time to relieve them just a bit of the ache and discomfort. Time to discover that he still retained possession of the Elfstones. Too swift, it seemed, the morning came, dawn breaking grey and hard within the gloom of the black oaks. For the third day, the gnomes marched Jair east. The warming touch of the sun was screened away by banks of storm clouds that rolled down from out of the north. A wind blew harsh and quick through the trees, chill with the promise of winter's coming. Wrapped in their short cloaks, the gnomes bent their heads against the swirl of silt and leaves and trudged ahead. How can I escape? How? The question repeated itself over and over in the Veilman's mind as he worked to keep pace with his captors. Each step marked the passing of the seconds that remained, the minutes, the hours. Each step took him closer to the moored wraith. This one day was all the time he had left. Somehow during the day he must find an opportunity to get free of his restraints long enough to utilize the wish song. A single moment was all it would take. Yet that moment might never come. He had not doubted that it would until now. But the time slipped so fast from him. It was nearing mid-morning, and already they had been on the march for several hours. Silently he berated himself for not seizing the opportunity Slanter had presented him with the night before when he had agreed to free him from his bonds. There had been time enough then to escape his captors. A few seconds to freeze them where they stood, covered with something so loathsome they could think of nothing else as he worked loose the bindings about his ankles, then a few seconds more to shift the pitch of his voice to hide him from their sight, and he would have been gone. Dangerous, yes, but he could have done it except, of course, that he had given his word. What difference, if that word had been broken when it was given to a gnome? He sighed. It did make a difference somehow. Even with a gnome, his word was still his word, and it meant something when he gave it. One's word was a matter of honor. It was not a thing that could be bandied about when convenient or slipped on and off like clothing to match changes in the weather. If he went back on it even once, that opened the door to a flood of excuses for going back on it every time thereafter. Besides, he wasn't sure he could have done that to Slanter, gnome or not. It was strange, but he had developed a certain attachment for the fellow. He wouldn't have described it as affection exactly. Respect was more like it. Or maybe he just saw something of himself in the gnome because they were both rather different sorts. In any case, he didn't think he could have made himself trick Slanter like that, even to escape whatever it was that lay ahead. He kicked at the leaves that blew across his path as he walked onward through the dark autumn day. He supposed that Ronlia, were he there, would have had a plan for escape by now. Probably a good one. But Jair didn't have a clue as to what it might have been. Morning slipped away. The wind died with the coming of midday, but its chill lingered in the forest air. Ahead, the terrain grew rougher, the earth broken and rocky as the ridgeline slanted south and a series of ravines curved down across their pathway. Still the wall of oak stretched on, immutable giants blind to the ages that had passed them by. Heedless of a small life like mine, Jair thought as he glanced upward at the great towering black monsters. Shutting me away, so that I have nowhere that I might run. The path wound down a steep embankment, and the patrol followed its dark rut. Then the oaks gave way to a solitary stand of pine and fir, crowded close within the massive black trunks, hemmed like captives, stiff and frightened. The gnomes trudged into their midst, grunting irritably as sharp-tipped boughs nipped and cut at them. Jair ducked his head and followed, the long needles raking his face and hands with stinging swipes. A moment later he broke clear of the tangle and found himself in a broad clearing. A pool of water gathered at the base of the ravine, fed by a tiny stream that trickled down from out of the rocks. A man stood next to the pool. Page 81 picture. The gnomes came to an abrupt, startled halt. The man was drinking water from a tin cup, his head lowered. He was dressed all in black loose tunic and pants, forest cloak, and boots. A black leather pack lay beside him on the ground. Next to it rested a long wooden staff. Even the staff was black, of polished walnut. The man glanced up at them briefly. He looked to be an ordinary Southlander, a traveler, his face brown and creased by sun and wind, and his light hair turned almost silver. Flint-gray eyes blinked once, then he looked away. He might have been any one of 100 journeyers who passed through this part of the land daily. But from the moment he saw the man, Jair knew instinctively that he was not. Spilk also sensed something unusual about the man. The Set glanced quickly at the gnomes on either side as if to reassure himself that they were 9 to the man's 1, then turned his gaze on Jair. Clearly he was upset that the stranger had seen their captive. He hesitated a moment longer, then started forward. Jair and the others followed. Wordlessly, the patrol moved to the far end of the pool, their eyes never leaving the stranger. The stranger paid no attention. Stepping forward from his companions, Spilk filled his water pouch from the trickle that ran down off the rocks, then drank deeply. One by one, the other gnomes did the same, all but Slanter, who stood next to Jair, unmoving. The Veil Man glanced at the gnome and found him staring fixedly at the stranger. There was something odd reflected in his rough face, something.
Recognition? The stranger's eyes lifted suddenly and met Jair's. The eyes were flat and empty. For just an instant, they were locked upon his own, and then the stranger was facing Spilk. Traveling far? He asked. Spilk spit the water from his mouth. Keep your nose to yourself.
The stranger shrugged. He finished his water in his cup, then bent down to tuck the cup back into his pack. When he straightened again, the black staff was in his hand.
Is the Veil Man really so dangerous?
The gnomes stared at him sullenly. Spilk tossed aside his water pouch, took a firm grip on his cudgel and came around the edge of the pool until he stood at the forefront of his men.
Who are you? He snapped. Again the stranger shrugged. No one you want to know.
Spilk smiled coldly.
Then walk away from here while you still can. This doesn't concern you. The stranger didn't move.
He seemed to be thinking the matter through. Spilk took a step toward him.
I said this doesn't concern you. 9 gnome hunters traveling through the Southland with a Veil Man they bound and gagged like a trussed pig?
A faint smile crossed the stranger's weathered face.
Maybe you're right. Maybe it doesn't concern me.
He bent down to retrieve his pack, slipped it across one shoulder and started away from the pool, passing in front of the gnomes. Jair felt his hopes, momentarily lifted, fade again. For just a moment, he had thought the stranger meant to aid him. He started to turn toward the pool again, thirsty for a drink of the water, but Slanter blocked his way. The gnome's eyes were still on the stranger, and now his hand came up slowly to grip Jair's shoulder, guiding him back several paces from the others in the patrol. The stranger had stopped again.
On the other hand, maybe you're wrong.
He stood no more than a half-dozen feet from Spilk. Maybe this does concern me after all. The stranger's pack slid from his shoulder to the ground, and the flint-gray eyes fixed on Spilk. The set stared at him, disbelief and anger twisting the blunt features of his face. Behind him, the other gnomes glanced at one another uneasily.
Stay behind me.
Slanter's voice was a soft hiss in his ear, and the gnome stepped in front of him. The stranger moved closer to Spilk.
Why don't you let the Veil Man go? He suggested softly. Spilk swung the heavy cudgel at the stranger's head.
Quick as he was, the stranger was quicker, blocking the blow with his staff. The stranger stepped forward then, a smooth, effortless movement.
Up came the staff, striking once, twice.
The first blow caught the set in the pit of his stomach, bending him double. The second caught him squarely across the head and dropped him like a stone.
For an instant, no one moved.
Then, with a howl of dismay, the other gnomes attacked, swords ripped from their sheaths and axes and spears lifting. 7 strong, they converged on the lone black figure. Jair bit into the gag that held him speechless when he saw what happened next.
Catquick, the stranger blocked the assault, the black staff whirling.
2 more gnomes dropped in their tracks with shattered skulls.
The remainder thrust and cut blindly as the stranger danced away.
A glint of metal appeared from beneath the black cloak, and a short sword was gripped in the stranger's hand. Seconds later, 3 more of the attackers lay stretched upon the earth, their life blood seeping from their bodies. Now there were but 2 of the 7 still standing. The stranger crouched before them, feinting with the short sword.
The gnomes glanced hurriedly at each other and backed away. Then one caught sight of Jair, half hidden behind Slanter. Abandoning his companion, he leaped for the Veil Man.
But to Jair's surprise, Slanter blocked the way, a long knife in his hand. The attacker howled in rage at the betrayal, his own weapon sweeping up.
From 20 feet away, the stranger was a blur of motion.
Uncoiling with the suddenness of a snake, he whipped one arm forward, and the attacker went rigid in mid-stride, a long knife buried in his throat.
Soundlessly, he collapsed. That was enough for the remaining gnome.
Heedless of everything else, he bolted from the clearing and disappeared into the forest. Only Jair, Slanter, and the stranger remained. The gnome and the stranger faced each other wordlessly for a moment, weapons poised. The forest had gone silent about them.
You, also? The stranger asked quietly. Slanter shook his head. Not me.
The hand with the long knife dropped to his side.
I know who you are.
The stranger did not seem surprised, but merely nodded. With his sword, he gestured at the gnomes who lay stretched between them.
What about your friends? Slanter glanced down. Friends? Not this lot.
The misfortunes of war brought us together, and we traveled too far, already the same road.
Stupid bunch, they were.
His dark eyes found the stranger's. The journey's done for me.
Time to choose another way.
He reached back with the long knife and severed the ropes that bound Jair. Then he sheathed the knife and slipped loose the gag. "Looks like you've got the luck this day, boy," he growled. "You've just been rescued by Garrett Jacks." 8. Even in a tiny Southland village like Shady Vale, they had heard of Garrett Jacks. He was the man they called the weapons master, a man whose skill in single combat was so finely developed that it was said he had no equal. Choose whatever weapon you might, or choose no other weapon than hands, feet, and body, and he was better than any man alive. Some said more than that, he was the best who had ever lived. The stories were legend. Told in taverns when the drinks were passed about in the hours after work was finished, in village inns by travelers come from far, or about campfires and hearths when the night settled down. About those gathered in the dark formed a bond that seemed strengthened somehow by the sharing of words. The stories of Garrett Jacks were always there. No one knew where he had come from, that part of his life was shrouded in speculation and rumor. But everyone knew at least one place that he had been and had a story to go with it. Most of the stories were true, verified by more than one who had been witness to its happening. Several were common knowledge, told and retold the length and breadth of the Southland and parts of the other lands as well. Jair Olmsford knew them all by heart. One tale, the earliest perhaps, was of known raiders preying on the outlying villages of Calahorn in the eastern borderlands. Smashed once by the Border Legion, the raiders had broken into small groups, remnants of fewer than a dozen men each in most cases, who continued to plague the less protected homesteads and hamlets. Legion patrols scouted the lands at regular intervals, but the raiders stayed hidden until they were gone. Then one day a band of 10 struck a farmer's home just south of the Myrmidon's jointer with the rab. There was no one there but the farmer's wife, small children, and a stranger little more than a boy himself, who had stopped to share a brief meal and a night's sleep in exchange for chores that needed doing. Barricading the family in a storm cellar, he met the raiders as they tried to force their way in. He killed 8 before the 2 remaining fled. After that, the raids slowed somewhat, it was said. And everyone began to talk about the stranger named Garrett Jacks. Other tales were equally well known. In Arbor Lawn, he had trained a special unit of the Home Guard to act as defenders of the Elven King Andor Ilesidil. In Tursus, he had trained special units of the Border Legion, and others in Kern and Barfleet. He had fought for a time in the border wars between the dwarves and gnomes, instructing the dwarves on weapons use. He had traveled for a time the deep Southland, engaged in the civil wars that raged between member states of the Federation. He had killed a lot of men there, it was said. He had made a great many enemies. He could not go back into the deep Southland anymore. Jair cut short his thinking, aware suddenly that the man was staring at him, almost as if reading his thoughts. He flushed. "Thanks," he managed. Garrett Jacks said nothing. Flint gray eyes regarded him without expression a moment longer, then turned away. The short sword disappeared back within the shadows of the cloak, and the man in black began checking the bodies of the gnomes who lay scattered about him. Jair watched a moment, then glanced furtively at Slanter. "Is that really Garrett Jacks?" he whispered. Slanter gave him a black look. "I said so, didn't I? You don't forget someone like that. Knew him 5 years ago when he was training Legion soldiers in Varfleet. I was tracking for the Legion then, passing time. Like iron I was, but next to him," he shrugged. "I remember once, there were some hard sorts, mad about being passed over in training or something. Went after Jacks with pikes when his back was turned. He didn't even have a weapon. 4 of them, all bigger than he was." The gnome shook his head, eyes distant. "He killed 2 of them, broke up the other 2. So quick you could barely follow. I was there." Jair looked back again at the black-garbed figure. "A legend, they said. But they called him other things, too. They called him an assassin, mercenary with no loyalties, no responsibilities except to those who paid him. He had no companions. Garrett Jacks always traveled alone. No friends, either. Too dangerous, too hard for that. So why had he helped Jair? This one's still alive." The weapons master was bending over Spilk. Slanter and Jair glanced at each other, then stepped over to have a look. "Thick skull," Garrett Jacks muttered. He looked up as they joined him. "Help me pick him up, Dot." Together, they hauled the unconscious Spilk from the center of the clearing to its far side, then propped him against a pine. Retrieving the ropes that had been used to secure Jair, the weapons master now bound the set hand and foot. Satisfied, he stepped back from the gnome and turned to the 2 watching him. "What's your name, Valeman?" he asked Jair. "Jair Olmsford," Jair told him, uneasy under the gaze of those strange gray eyes. "And you?" he asked Slanter. "I'm called Slanter," the tracker replied. There was a flicker of displeasure in the hard face. "Suppose you tell me what 9 gnome hunters were doing with this Valeman?" Slanter grimaced, but then proceeded to relate to the weapons master all that had befallen since the time he had first encountered Jair in Shady Vale. Much to the Valeman's surprise, he even told the other what Jair had done to him to escape.
Garrett Jax listened without comment.
When the tale was finished, he turned again to Jair.
Is what he says right? Jair hesitated, then nodded. It wasn't, of course not entirely.
A part of it was the fabricated story he had told to Spilk. But there was no reason to change that story now. Better that they both thought his father in Alanon's company with the Elfstones at least until Jair knew whom he should trust. A long pause followed as the weapons master thought the situation through. Well, I don't think I should leave you alone in this country, Jair Ohmsford. Nor do I think it a good idea to leave you in the company of this gnome. Slanter flushed darkly, but held his tongue. I think you had better come with me. That way I'll know you're safe. Jair stared at him uncertainly. Come with you where? To Cullhaven. I have an appointment there, and you shall keep it with me. If this druid and your father have gone into the Eastland, then quite possibly we shall find them there, or if not, at least we shall find someone who can take you to them.
But I can't.
Jair started to say, then caught himself.
He couldn't tell them about Bryn.
He had to be careful not to do that. But he couldn't go east either. I can't do that, he finished. I have a mother and sister in the villages south of the Vale who know nothing of what's happened.
I have to go back to warn them. Garrett Jax shook his head. Too far. I haven't time. We'll go east, then send word back when we get the chance. Besides, if what you've told me is right, it's more dangerous going back than going ahead. The gnomes and the wraiths know about you now, they know where you live. Once it's discovered you've escaped, they'll come looking for you there again. I didn't rescue you just to have you caught again the moment I'm gone. But... The flat gray eyes froze him. It's decided. You go east. He glanced briefly at Slanter. You go where you wish. He strode back across the clearing to retrieve his pack and staff. Jair stood looking after him, trapped by indecision. Should he tell the man the truth or go east? But then, even if he told Garrett Jax the truth, what difference would that make? The weapons master wasn't likely to take him back in either case. Well, luck to you, boy. Slanter was standing before him looking less than happy. No hard feelings, I hope. Jair stared at him. Where are you going? What difference does it make? The gnome shot a venomous glance at Garrett Jax. Then he shrugged. Look, you're better off with him than me. I should have gone my own way long ago. I haven't forgotten that you helped me, Slanter, all during the journey, Jair said quickly. And I think you would have helped me again if I needed it. Well, you're wrong. The gnome cut him short. Just because I felt sorry for you doesn't. Look, I'd have turned you over to the walkers just as quick as Spilk, because that would have been the smart thing to do. You and this weapons master don't begin to see what you're up against, Nut. I saw you stand there with that knife when the other gnome came at me. Jair insisted. What about that? Slanter snorted, turning away angrily. If I'd had any brains at all, I'd have let him have you. Do you know what I've done to myself? I can't even go back to the Eastland now. That gnome who ran off will tell them everything I did. Or Spilk, once he gets free. He threw up his hands. Well, who cares? Not really my country anyway. Don't belong there, haven't for years. Wraiths can't be worried about tracking one poor gnome. I'll go north for a time, or maybe south into the cities, and let this whole thing take its own course. Slanter. The gnome wheeled suddenly, his voice a hiss. But that one he isn't any better than me. He gestured angrily at Garrett Jax, who was drinking again from the pool. Treats me as if this was all my doing, as if I was the one responsible. I didn't even know about you, boy. I came here hunting the druid. I didn't like chasing after you, taking you off to the wraiths. Slanter, wait a minute. Mention of the moored wraiths reminded the Valeman of something he had almost forgotten in his relief at being freed. What about the walker we were supposed to meet on the other side of the oaks? Slanter was annoyed at having his tirade cut short. What about him? He'll still be there, won't he? Jair asked quietly. The gnome hesitated, then nodded. I see your point. Yes, he'll be there. He frowned. Just go another way, go around him. Jair stepped close. Suppose he decides to go through him? He motioned faintly toward Garrett Jax. Slanter shrugged. Then there'll be one less weapons master. And one less of me. They stared at each other in silence. What do you want from me, boy? the gnome asked finally. Come with us. What, Dot? You're a tracker, Slanter. You can get us past the walker. Please, come with us. Slanter shook his head emphatically. No. That's the Eastland. I can't go back there. Not now. Besides, you want me to take you to Cullhaven. Me. The dwarves would love that. Just to the border, Slanter, Jair pressed. Then go your own way. I won't ask for any more than that. I'm greatly appreciative of that. The gnome snapped. Garrett Jax was coming back over to join them. Look, what's the point of all this? That one wouldn't want me along anyway. You don't know that, Jair insisted. He turned as the weapons master came up to them. You said that Slanter could go where he wished. Tell him then that he can come with us. Garrett Jax looked at the gnome. Then he looked back at Jair. He's a tracker, Jair pointed out. He might be able to help us avoid the walkers. He might be able to find a safe route east. The weapons master shrugged. The choice is his, Dot. There was a long, awkward silence. Slanter, if you do this, I'll show you a little of how the magic works, Jair said finally. Sudden interest filled the gnome's dark eyes. Well now, that's worth a chance or, then he stopped. No. What are you trying to do to me? Do you think you can bribe me? Is that what you think? No, Jair answered hastily. Well, you can't. The other cut him short. I don't take bribes. I'm not some. He sputtered off into silence, unable to find the words to express what it was that he wasn't. Then he straightened. If it means this much to you, if it's this important, then all right, I'll come. If you want me to come, I'll come, but not for a bribe. I'll come because I want to come. My idea, understand? And just to the border, not a step further. I want nothing to do with the dwarves. Jair stared at him in astonishment for a moment, then quickly stuck out his hand. Solemnly, Slanter shook it. It was decided that Spilk would be left just as he was. It would take him considerable time to free himself, but eventually he would do so. If worse came to worst, he could always chew his way through the ropes, Slanter suggested blackly. If he yelled for help, perhaps someone would hear him. He would have to be careful though. The Black Oaks were populated by a particularly vicious species of timberwolf, and the calls were likely to draw their attention. On the other hand, the wolves might drift in for water anyway. Spilk heard the last of this, stirring awake as Jair and his companions were preparing to set out. Dazed and angered, the burly gnome threatened that they would all meet a most unpleasant end when he caught up with them again, and catch up with them he would. They ignored the threats, though Slanter appeared somewhat uneasy at hearing them, and minutes later the set was left behind. It was strange company in which Jair found himself now, a gnome who had tracked him down, taken him prisoner, and kept him so for 3 days, and a legendary adventurer who had killed dozens more men than he had seen years on this earth. Here they were, the three of them, and Jair found the alliance thoroughly baffling. What were these two doing with him? Garrett Jax might have gone his way without troubling himself about Jair, yet he had not done so. At risk to his own life, he had rescued the Veilman and then chosen to make himself temporary guardian. Why would a man like Garrett Jax do such a thing? And Slanter might have rebuffed his request for help in avoiding whatever lay between them and the Anner, knowing the danger to himself and knowing that Garrett Jax clearly didn't trust him and would watch his every move. Yet quite unexpectedly, almost perversely, he had chosen to come anyway. Again, why? But it was his own motives that surprised him most of all when he began to consider them. After all, if their decision to be with him was baffling, what of his to be with them? Slanter, until just moments ago, had been his jailer. And he was genuinely frightened of Garrett Jax, his rescuer. Over and over again, he thought of the weapons master facing those gnomes, quick, deadly, terrifying, as black as the death he dealt. For an instant, the picture hung suspended in the Veilman's mind, then quickly he thrust it aside. Well, strangers on the road became companions for safety's sake, and Jair supposed that that was the way to view what had happened here. He must keep his wits. After all, he was free now and in no real danger. In an instant's time he could disappear. A single note of the wish song, sung with the whisper of the wind, and he could be gone. Thinking about that gave him some sense of comfort. If he hadn't been so deep within the Black Oaks, if it weren't for the fact that the Mord Wraiths were searching for him, and if it weren't for his desperate need to find help somewhere. He tightened his mouth against the words. Speculation on what might have been was pointless. He had enough with which to concern himself. Above all, he had to remember to say nothing about Bryn or the Elfstones. They had walked less than an hour through the oaks when they came to a clearing in which half a dozen trails merged.
Slanter, leading the way through the darkened forest, drew to a halt and pointed to a trail leading south.
"This way," he announced. Garrett Jax looked at him curiously. "South?" Slanter's heavy brows knitted. "South.
The walker will come down out of the Silver River country through the Mist Marsh. It is the quickest and easiest way, at least for those devils.
They're not afraid of anything that lives in the marsh.
If we want to take as few chances as possible, we'll go south around the marsh through the oaks, then turn north above the lowlands."
"A long way, gnome," the weapons master murmured. "At least that way you'll get where you're going." The other snapped. "Perhaps we could slip by him."
Slanter put his hands on his hips and squared his stocky frame about.
"Perhaps we could fly, too." "Ha! You haven't any idea at all what you're talking about."
Garrett Jax said nothing, his eyes fixing on the gnome.
Slanter seemed to sense suddenly that perhaps he had gone too far.
Glancing hurriedly at Jair, he cleared his throat nervously and shrugged.
"Well, you don't know the Mord wraiths like I do. You haven't lived among them. You haven't seen what they can do." He took a deep breath.
"They're like something stolen from the dark, as if each were a bit of night broken off.
When they pass, you never see them. You never hear them. You just sense them, you feel they're coming."
Jair shivered, remembering his encounter at Shady Vale and the invisible presence just beyond the wall. "They leave no trail when they pass," Slanter went on.
"They appear and disappear just as their name would suggest. Mord wraiths. Black walkers." He trailed off, shaking his head. Garrett Jax looked over at Jair.
All the Vale man could think about was what he had felt when he had come back to his home that night in the Vale and found one of them waiting. "I don't want to take the chance that we might stumble onto one of them," he said quietly. The weapons master readjusted the pack across his shoulders. "Then we go south." All afternoon they wound southward through the black oaks, following the pathway as it snaked ahead through the trees.
Dusk fell over the forest, the gray light of midday fading rapidly into night.
A faint mist began to seep through the trees, damp and clinging.
It thickened steadily.
The trail became more difficult to follow, disappearing at regular intervals as the mist settled in. Night sounds came out of the growing dark, and the sounds were not pleasant.
Slanter called a halt. Should they stop for the night? He wanted to know. Both men looked to Jair. Stiff and tired, the Vale man glanced quickly about. Giant oaks rose about them, glistening black trunks hemming them in like a massive keep.
Mist and shadows lay all around, and somewhere within them a black walker hunted. Jair Olmsford gritted his teeth against the aches and the weariness and shook his head.
The little company went on. Night also came to the clearing where Spelk sat bound to the great oak.
All afternoon he had worked at his bonds, loosening the knots that held them and forcing them slack. Nothing else had passed through the clearing that day, no travelers had stopped to water, no wolves had come to drink. The crumpled bodies of his patrol lay where they had fallen, shapeless forms in the dusk.
His cruel features tightened as he strained against the ropes. Another hour or so and he would be free to hunt the ones who had done this to him. And he would hunt them to the very ends. A shadow passed over him, and his head jerked up. A tall black form stood before him, cloaked and hooded, a thing of death straight from the night. Spilk went cold to the bone. "Master!" he whispered harshly. The black figure gave no response. It simply stood there, looking down on him. Frantically the Set began to speak, the words tumbling over one another in his haste to get them out. He revealed all that had befallen him, the stranger in black, the betrayal by Slanter, and the escape of the Vale man with the magic voice. His muscled body thrashed against the bonds that held him fast, words inadequate to halt the fear that tightened about his throat. "I tried. Master, I tried. Free me. Please, free me." His voice broke, and the flood of words died away into stillness. His head drooped downward, and sobs racked his body. For a moment, the figure above him remained motionless. Then one lean, black-gloved hand reached down to fasten on the gnome's head, and red fire exploded forth. Spilk shrieked, a single, terrible cry. The black-robed figure withdrew his hand, turned, and disappeared back into the night. No sound marked its passing. In the empty clearing, Spilk's lifeless form lay slumped within its bonds, eyes open and staring. 9. Across the towering, jagged ridge of the dragon's teeth, the night sky had gone from deepest blue to gray, the moon and stars were beginning to fade in brilliance, and the eastern sky began to glimmer faintly with the coming dawn. Alanon's dark eyes swept the impassable wall of the mountains that stood about him, across cliffs and peaks of monstrous, aged rock, barren and ravaged by wind and time. Then his gaze dropped quickly, almost anxiously, to where the stone split apart before him. Below lay the Valley of Shale, doorstep to the Forbidden Hall of Kings, the home of the spirits of the ages.
He stood upon its rim, his black robes wrapped close about his tall, spare frame. There was a sudden wistfulness on his face. A mass of black rock, glistening like opaque glass, crushed and strewn blindly, stretched downward to the valley floor, forming a broken walk. At the center of the rock stood a lake, its murky waters colored a dull, greenish-black, the surface swirling sluggishly in the empty, windless silence, swirling like a kettle of brew that some invisible hand stirred with slow, mechanical purpose. "Father," he whispered soundlessly. A sudden scraping of booted feet on the loose rock caused him to glance quickly about, reminded of the two who traveled with him. They emerged now from the shadow of the rocks below to stand beside him. Silently, they stared downward into the barren valley. "Is this it?" Ronlia asked shortly. Alanan nodded. Suspicion cloaked the Highlander's words and lingered in his eyes. It was always evident. There was no attempt to hide it. "The Valley of Shale," the Druid said quietly. He started forward, winding his way down the rock-strewn slope. "We must hurry." Suspicion and mistrust were in the eyes of the Veil Girl as well, though she sought to keep them from her face. There was always suspicion in those who shared his travel. It had been there with Shay Olmsford and Flick when he had taken them in search of the Sword of Shannara, and with Will Olmsford and the elven girl Amberl when he had taken them in search of the Bloodfire. Perhaps it was deserved. Trust was something to be earned, not blindly given, and to earn it, one must first be open and honest. He was never that, could never be that. He was a keeper of secrets that could be shared with no other, and he must always veil the truth, for the truth could not be told, but must be learned. It was difficult to keep close what he knew, yet to do otherwise would be to tamper with the trust that had been given to him and which he had worked hard to earn. His gaze flickered back briefly to be certain that the Veil Girl and the Highlander followed him, then he turned his attention again to the scattered rock at his feet, picking his way in studied silence. It would be easy to forego the trust he kept, to reveal all that he knew of the fate of those he counseled, to lay bare the secrets he kept, and to let events transpire in a fashion different from that which he had ordered. Yet he knew that he could never do that. He answered to a higher code of being and of duty. It was his life and purpose. If it meant that he must endure their suspicion, then so it must be. Harsh though it was, the price was a necessary one. "But I am so tired," he thought. "Father, I am so tired." At the floor of the valley, he came to a halt. Veil Girl and Highlander stopped beside him, and he turned to face them. One arm lifted from within the black robes and pointed to the waters of the lake. "The Hadeshorn," he whispered. "My father waits there, and I must go to him. You will stand here until I call. Do not move from this place. Whatever happens, do not move. Except for you and me, only the dead live here." Neither replied. They nodded their assent, eyes darting uneasily to where the waters of the Hadeshorn swirled soundlessly. He studied their faces a moment longer, then turned and walked away. A strange sense of expectation swept through him as he approached the lake, almost as if he were at the end of a long journey. It was always that way, he supposed, thinking back. There was that strange sense of coming home. Once Paranor had been the home of the Druids. But the other Druids were gone now, and this valley felt more like home than the keep. All things began and ended here. It was here that he returned to find the sleep that renewed his life each time his journeys through the Four Lands were finished, with his mortal shell hung half within this world and half within the world of death. Here both worlds touched, a small crossing point that gave him some brief access to all that had been and all that would ever be. Most important of all, he would find his father here. Trapped, exiled, and waiting to be delivered. He blocked the thought from his mind. Dark eyes lifted briefly to the faint lightening of the eastern sky, then dropped again to the lake. Shay Olmsford had come here once, many years ago, with his half-brother Flick and the others of the small company who had gone in search of the Sword of Shannara. It had been prophesied that one of their number would be lost, and so it had happened. Shay had been swept over the falls below the Dragon's Crease. The Druid remembered the mistrust and suspicion the others had exhibited toward him. Yet he had been fond of Shay, of Flick, and of Will Olmsford. Shay had been almost like a son to him, would have been, perhaps, had he been permitted to have a son. Will Olmsford had been more a comrade in arms, sharing the responsibility for the search that would restore the Ellcrys and save the elves. His dark face creased thoughtfully. Now there was Bryn, a girl with power that surpassed anything that her forebears had possessed in their time. What would she be to him? He had reached the edge of the lake, and he came to a halt. He stood for a moment looking down into the depthless water, wishing, then slowly he lifted his arms skyward, power radiating out from his body, and the Hadeshorn began to churn restlessly. The waters swirled faster, beginning to boil and hiss, and spray rose skyward. All about the Druid, the empty valley shuddered and rumbled as if awakened from a long, dreamless sleep. Then the cries rose, low and terrible, from out of the depths of the lake. "Come to me," the Druid called soundlessly. "Be free. The cries rose higher, shrill and less than human, imprisoned souls calling out in their bondage, straining to be free. The whole of the darkened valley filled with their wail, and the spray of the Hadeshorn's murky waters hissed with sharp relief. "Come!" From out of the roiling dark waters the shade of Bremen lifted, its thin, skeletal body a transparent grey against the night, shrouded and bent with age. Out of the waters, the terrible form rose to stand upon the surface with all anon. Slowly the druid lowered his arms, black robes wrapping tight as if for warmth. Within his cowl, his dark face lifted to find the empty, sightless eyes of his father.
"I am here."
The arms of the shade lifted then. Though they did not touch him, All-Anon felt their cold embrace wrap about him like death. Slow and anguished, his father's voice reached out to him.
"The age ends. The circle is closed. The chill within him deepened, froze him as ice."
The words ran on together as one, and though he heard them all, each in painful detail, they were strung and tightened like knots upon a line. He listened to them all in silent desperation, afraid as he had never been afraid, understanding at last what was meant to be, must be, and would be. In his hard, black eyes, there were tears. In frightened silence, Bryn Olmsford and Roan Leah stood where the druid had left them and watched the emergence of the shade of Bremen from the depths of the Hadeshorn. Cold sliced through them, borne not on some errant wind, for there was none, but by the coming of the shade. Together they faced it, watched it stand before All-Anon, tattered and skeletal, and saw its arms lift as if to embrace and draw the druid's black form downward. They could hear nothing of its words, the air about them filled with the shrill cries let free from the lake. The rock shuddered and groaned beneath their feet. If they had been able, they would have fled and not looked back. At that moment, they were certain that death had been set loose to walk among them. Then abruptly it was ended. The shade of Bremen turned, sinking slowly back into the murky waters.
The cry surged higher, a frantic wail of anguish, then died into silence.
The lake churned and boiled anew for a brief instant, then settled back, the waters swirling once again with placid calm. In the east, the crest of the sun broke over the ragged edge of the dragon's teeth, silver-gray light spilling down through the dying night shadows. Bryn heard Roan exhale sharply, and her hand reached over to grip his. At the edge of the Hadeshorn, All-Anon dropped to his knees, head bowed.
"Roan!"
she whispered harshly and started forward. The Highlander seized her arm in warning, remembering what the druid had told them, but she pulled free, racing for the lake.
Instantly he was after her.
Together they rushed to the druid, slid to a halt on the loose rock, and bent down beside him. His eyes were closed, and his dark face was pale.
Bryn reached for one great hand and found it as cold as ice.
The druid seemed to be in a trance.
The Veil Girl glanced hesitantly at Roan.
The Highlander shrugged. Ignoring him, she put her hands on the big man's shoulders and gently shook him.
"All-Anon," she said softly. The dark eyes flickered open, met hers. For an instant she saw clear through him.
There was a terrible heedless anguish in his eyes.
There was fear.
And there was disbelief. It shocked her so that she moved back from him quickly. Then all that she had seen disappeared, in its place there was anger.
"I told you not to move."
He pushed himself roughly to his feet. His anger meant nothing, and she ignored it.
"What happened, All-Anon? What did you see?"
He said nothing for a moment, his eyes straying back across the murky green waters of the lake. His head shook slowly.
"Father," he whispered. Bryn glanced hurriedly at Roan. The Highlander frowned.
She tried again, one hand touching lightly the druid's sleeve.
"What has he told you?" Depthless black eyes fixed upon her own.
"That time slips away from us, Veil Girl. That we are hunted on all sides, and that it shall be thus until the end. That end is determined, but he will not tell me what it is. He will only tell me this, that it will come, that you will see it, and that for our cause you are both savior and destroyer." Bryn stared at him.
"What does that mean, All-Anon?"
He shook his head.
"I don't know." "Very helpful."
Roan straightened and looked away into the mountains. Bryn kept her eyes on the druid.
"There was something more." "What else did he say, All-Anon?"
But again the druid shook his head.
"Nothing more. That was all." He was lying. Bryn knew it instantly.
Something more had passed between them, something dark and terrible that he was not prepared to reveal. The thought frightened her, the certainty of it an omen that, like her father and her great-grandfather before her, she was to be used to a purpose she did not comprehend. Her thoughts snapped back to what he had said before. Savior and destroyer to their cause she would be both, the shade had said. But how could that be? "One other thing he told me," All-Anon said suddenly, but Bryn sensed at once it was not the thing he kept hidden.
"Piranha is in the hands of the Mord Wraiths.
They have penetrated its locks and broken through the magic that guards its passages.
2 nights earlier it fell. Now they search its halls for the druid histories and the secrets of the ancients. What they find will be used to enhance the power they already possess. He faced them each in turn. And they will find them, sooner or later, if they are not stopped. That must not be allowed to happen. You don't expect us to stop them, do you? Roan asked quickly. The black eyes narrowed. There is no one else. The Highlander flushed. Just how many of them are there? 12 wraiths. A company of gnomes.
Roan was incredulous.
And we're going to stop them? You and me and Bryn? Just the three of us? Exactly how are we supposed to do that?
There was a sudden, terrible anger in the druid's eyes. Roan Leah sensed that he had gone a step too far, but there was no help for it now. He stood his ground as the big man came up against him.
Prince of Leah, you have doubted me from the first, Allanon said.
I let that pass because you care for the Veil Girl and came as her protector.
But no more.
Your constant questioning of my purpose and of the need I see has reached its end.
There is little sense to it when your mind is already decided against me.
Roan kept his voice steady.
I am not decided against you. I am decided for Bryn.
Where the two conflict, I stand with her, druid, but. Then stand with her you shall. The other thundered and wrenched the sword of Leah from its scabbard where it lay strapped across the Highlander's back.
Roan went white, certain that the big man meant to kill him.
Bryn darted forward, crying out, but the druid's hand lifted quickly to stop her.
Stay, Veil Girl. This lies between me and the Prince of Leah.
His eyes fixed on Roan, harsh and penetrating.
Would you protect her, Highlander, as I might myself? If it were possible, would stand as my equal? Roan's face hardened with determination across a mask of fear. I would. Allanon nodded. Then I shall give you the power to do so.
One great hand fastened securely on Roan's arm, and he propelled the Highlander effortlessly to the edge of the Hadeshorn. There he returned the sword of Leah and pointed to the murky green waters. Dip the blade of the sword into the waters, Prince of Leah, he commanded.
But keep your hand and the pommel clear.
Even the smallest touch of the Hadeshorn to mortal flesh is death. Roan Leah stated at him uncertainly.
Do as I say. The druid snapped. Roan's jaw tightened.
Slowly he dropped the blade of the sword of Leah until it was completely submerged within the swirling waters of the lake. It passed downward without effort as if there were no bottom to the lake and the shoreline marked the edge of a sheer drop. As the metal touched the lake, the waters about it began to boil softly, hissing and gurgling as if acid ate the metal clean. Frightened, Roan nevertheless forced himself to hold the blade steady within the waters.
Enough, the druid told him. Draw it out.
Slowly Roan lifted the sword clear of the lake. The blade, once polished iron, had gone black. The waters of the Hadeshorn clung to its surface, swirling about it as if alive.
Roan!
Bryn whispered in horror. The Highlander held the sword steady before him, blade extended away from his body, eyes fixed on the water that spun and wove across the metal surface.
Now stand fast. Allanon ordered, one arm lifting free of the black robes. Stand fast, Prince of Leah.
Blue fire spurted out from the fingers of his hand in a thin, dazzling line. It ran all along the blade, searing, burning, igniting water and metal, and fusing them as one. Blue fire flared in a burst of incandescent light, yet no heat passed from the blade into the handle. While Roan Leah averted his eyes, he held the sword firm. An instant later it was done, the fire was gone, and the druid's arm lowered once more.
Roan Leah looked down at his sword.
The blade was clean, a polished and glistening black, the edges hard and true. Look closely, Prince of Leah, Allanon told him. He did as he was asked, and Bryn bent close beside him. Together they stared into the black, mirrored surface. Deep within the metal, murky green pools of light swirled lazily.
Allanon stepped close.
It is the magic of life and death mixed as one.
It is power that now belongs to you, Highlander, it becomes your responsibility. You are to be as much Bryn Omsford's protector as I.
You are to have power such as I. This sword shall give it to you.
How? Roan asked softly.
As with all swords, this one both cuts and parries not flesh and blood or iron and stone, but magic. The evil magic of the moored wraiths. Cut through or blocked away, such magic shall not pass. Thus you have committed yourself. You are to be the shield that stands before this girl now and until this journey ends. You would be her protector, and I have made you so.
But why would you give me? Roan stammered. But the druid simply turned and began to walk away.
Roan stared after him, a stunned look on his face.
This is unfair, Allanon.
Bryn shouted at the retreating figure, angered suddenly by what he had done to Roan.
She started after him. What right have you? She never finished. There was a sudden, terrifying explosion and she was lifted off her feet and thrown to the valley floor. A whirling mass of red fire engulfed Allanon and he disappeared. Miles to the south, his body fatigued and aching, Jair Omsford stumbled from night's shadows into a dawn of eerie mist and half-light. Trees and blackness seemed to fall away, pushed aside like a great curtain, and the new day was there. It was vast and empty, a monstrous vault of heavy mist that shut away all the world within its depthless walls. 50 yards from where he stood, the mist began and all else ended. Sleep-filled eyes stared blankly, seeing the path of mottled deadwood and greenish water that stretched that short distance into the mist, yet not understanding what it was that had happened. "Where are we?" he murmured. "Mist Marsh," Slanter muttered at his elbow. Jair glanced over at the gnome dumbly, and the gnome stared back at him with eyes as tired as his own. "We've cut its border too close, wandered into a pocket. We'll have to backtrack around it." Jair nodded, trying to organize his scattered thoughts. Garrett Jax appeared suddenly beside him, black and silent. The hard, empty eyes passed briefly across his own, then out into the swamp. Wordlessly, the weapons master nodded to Slanter, and the gnome turned back. Jair trailed after. There was no sign of weariness in the eyes of Garrett Jax. They had walked all night, an endless tiring march through the maze of the black oaks. It was little more than a distant, clouded memory now in the Valeman's mind, a fragmented bit of time lost in exhaustion. Only his determination kept him on his feet. Even fear had lost its hold over him after a time, the threat of pursuit no longer a thing of immediacy. It seemed that he must have slept even while walking, for he could remember nothing of what had passed. Yet there had been no sleep, he knew. There had been only the march. A hand yanked him back from the swamp's edge as he strayed too close. "Watch where you walk, Valeman." It was Garrett Jax next to him. He mumbled something in response and stumbled on. "He's dead on his feet," he heard Slanter growl, but there was no response. He rubbed his eyes. Slanter was right. His strength was almost gone. He could not go on much longer. Yet he did. He went on for hours, it seemed, trudging through the mist and the grey half-light, stumbling blindly after Slanter's blocky form, vaguely aware of the silent presence of Garrett Jax at his elbow. All sense of time slipped from him. He was conscious only of the fact that he was still on his feet and that he was still walking. One step followed the next, one foot the other, and each time it was a separate and distinct effort. Still the path wore on. Until... Confounded muck! Slanter was muttering, and suddenly the entire swamp seemed to explode upward. Water and slime geysered into the air, raining down on the startled Valeman. A roar shattered the dawn silence, harsh and piercing, and something huge rose up almost on top of Jair. "Log dweller!" he heard Slanter shriek. Jair stumbled back, confused and frightened, aware of the massive thing that lifted before him, of a body scaled and dripping with the swamp, of a head that seemed all snout and teeth gaping open, and of clawed limbs reaching. He stumbled back, frantic now, but his legs would not carry him, too numb with fatigue to respond as they should. The huge thing was atop him, its shadow blocking away even the half-light, its breath fetid and raw. Then something hurtled into him from one side, bowling him over, propelling him clear of the monster's claws. In a daze, he saw Slanter standing where he had stood, short sword drawn, swinging wildly at the massive creature that reached down for him. But the sword was a pitifully inadequate weapon. The monster blocked it away and sent it spinning from the gnome's grasp. In the next instant one great, clawed hand fastened about Slanter's body. "Slanter!" Jair screamed, struggling to regain his feet. Garrett Jax was already moving. He sprang forward, a blurred shadow, thrusting the black staff into the creature's gaping jaws and ramming it deep into the soft tissue of the throat. The log dweller roared in pain, jaws snapping shut upon the staff and breaking it apart. The clawed hands reached for the fragments caught in its throat, dropping Slanter back to the earth. Again Garrett Jax leaped up against the creature, his short sword drawn. So quickly that Jair could scarcely follow, he was upon the monster's shoulder and past the grasping claws. He buried the sword deep in the log dweller's underthroat. Dark blood spurted forth. Then swiftly he sprang clear. The log dweller was hurt now, pain evident in its wounded bellow. It turned with a lurch and stumbled blindly back into the mist and the dark. Slanter was struggling back up again, dazed and shaken, but Garrett Jax came instead. To Jair, hauling him quickly to his feet. The Valeman's eyes were wide, and he stared at the weapons master in awe. I never saw anyone move so fast," he stammered. Garrett Jax ignored him. With one hand fastened securely on his collar, he pulled the Valeman into the trees, and Slanter followed hurriedly after. In seconds, the clearing was behind them.
Red fire burned all about the druid, wrapping him in crimson coils and flaring out wickedly against the grey light of dawn. Dazed and half-blinded by the explosion, Bryn struggled to her knees and shielded her eyes. Within the fire, the druid hunched down against the shimmering black rock of the valley floor, a faint blue aura holding back the flames that had engulfed him. A shield, Bryn realized his protection against the horror that would destroy him. Desperately she sought the maker of that horror and found it not 20 yards away. There, stark against the sun's faint gold as it slipped from beneath the horizon, a tall black form stood silhouetted, arms raised and leveled, with the red fire spurting forth. A moored wraith. She knew immediately what it was. It had come upon them without a sound, caught them unawares, and struck down the druid. With no chance to defend himself, Allanon was alive now only through instinct. Bryn surged to her feet. She screamed frantically at the black thing that attacked him, but it did not move, nor did the fire waver. In a steady, ceaseless stream, the fire spurted forth from the outstretched hands to where the druid crouched, whirling all about his folded body and hammering down against the faint blue shield that yet held it back. Crimson light flared and reflected skyward from the mirror surface of the valley rock, and the whole of the world contained within turned to blood. Then Leah rushed forward, springing past Bryn to stand before her like a crouched beast. "Devil!" he howled in fury. He swept up the black metal blade of the sword of Leah, giving no thought in that moment to who it was he chose to aid or for whose sake he so willingly placed his own life in danger. He was in that moment the great-grandson of Menaion Leah, as quick and reckless as his ancestor had ever thought to be, and instinct ruled his reason. Crying out the battle cry of his forebears for centuries gone, he attacked. "Leah! Leah!" He leaped into the fire, and the sword swept down, severing the ring that bound Allanon. Instantly, the flames shattered as if made of glass, falling from the druid's crouched form in shards. The fire still flew from the moored wraith's hands, but like iron to a magnet, it was now drawn to the blade wielded by the red-haired Highlander. It rushed in a sweep to the black metal and burned downward. Yet no fire touched Roan's hands, it was as if the sword absorbed it. The Prince of Leah stood squared away between wraith and druid, the sword of Leah held vertically before him, crimson fire dancing off the blade. Allanon rose up, as black and forbidding as the thing that had stalked him, free now of the flames that had held him bound. Lean arms lifted from beneath the robes, and blue fire exploded outward. It caught the moored wraith, lifted it clear of its feet, and threw it backward as if struck by a ram. Black robes flew wide, and a terrible, soundless shriek reverberated in Bryn's mind. Once more the druid fire flared outward, and an instant later the black thing it sought had been turned to dust. Fire died into trailing wisps of smoke and scattered ash, and silence filled the valley of shale. The sword of Leah sank, black iron clanging sharply against the rock as it dropped. Roan Leah's head lowered, a stunned look was in his eyes as they sought out Bryn. She came to him, wrapped her arms about him and held him. "Bryn," he whispered softly. "This sword, the power." He could not finish. Allanon's lean hand fastened gently on his shoulder. "Do not be frightened, Prince of Leah." The druid's voice was tired, but reassuring. "The power truly belongs to you. You have shown that here. You are indeed the Valley Girl's protector and for this one time at least, mine as well." The hand lingered a moment longer, then the big man was moving back along the path that had brought them in. "There was only the one," he called back to them. "Had there been others, we would have seen them by now. Come. Our business here is finished." Allanon, Bryn started to call after him. "Come, Veil Girl. Time slips from us. Piranha needs whatever aid we can offer. We must go there at once." Without a backward glance, he began to climb from the valley. Bryn and Roan Leah followed in silent resignation. 10. It was mid-morning before Jair and his companions finally broke clear of the black oaks. Before them, rolling countryside stretched away, hill country to the north, lowlands to the south. They took little time admiring either. Exhausted almost to the point of collapse, they took just enough time to locate a sheltering clump of broadleaf maple turned brilliant crimson by autumn's touch. In seconds they were asleep. Jair had no idea whether either of his companions thought to keep watch during the time he slept, but it was Garrett Jacks who shook him awake as dusk began to settle in. Wary of being so close yet to the mist marsh and the oaks, the weapons master wanted to find a safer place to spend the coming night. The Battlemom lowlands were fraught with dangers all their own, so the little company turned north into the hills. Somewhat refreshed by their half-day sleep, they walked on almost to midnight before settling in to sleep until dawn within a grove of wild fruit trees partially overgrown with brush. This time Jair insisted at the outset that the three share the watch. The following day, they traveled north again. By late afternoon, they had reached the Silver River. Clear and sparkling in the fading sunlight, it wound its way west through tree-lined banks and rocky shoals. For several hours after, the three travelers followed the river east toward the Yanner, and by nightfall they were well away from the marsh and the oaks. They had encountered no other journeyers during their march, and there had been no sign of either gnomes or black walkers. It appeared that for the moment, at least, they were safe from any pursuit. It was night again by the time they found a small pocket sheltered by maple and walnut trees on a ridge above the river and made their camp. They decided to risk a fire, built one that was small and smokeless, ate a hot meal, and settled back to watch the coals die into ash. The night was clear and warm. Overhead, stars began to wink into view, clustering in brilliant patterns across the dark backdrop of the sky. All about them, night birds sang, insects hummed, and the faint rush of the river's swift waters murmured in the distance. Drying leaves and brush gave a sweet and musty smell to the cool dark. "Think I'll gather up some wood," Slanter announced suddenly after being silent for a time. He pushed himself heavily to his feet. "I'll help," Jair offered. The gnome shot him a look of annoyance. "Did I ask for any help? I can gather wood by myself, boy." Scowling, he trudged off into the dark. Jair leaned back again, folding his arms across his chest. That typified the way things had been ever since the three of them had started out, no one saying much of anything and saying what they did without a great deal of warmth. With Garrett Jacks, it didn't matter. He was taciturn by nature, so his refusal to contribute anything in the way of conversation was not surprising. But Slanter was a garrulous fellow, and his uncommunicative posture was disquieting. Jair much preferred Slanter the way he had been before, brash, talkative, almost like a rough uncle. He wasn't like that now. He seemed to have withdrawn into himself and shut himself away from the Valeman, as if traveling with Jair had become almost distasteful. Well, in a way it was, Jair supposed, reflecting on the matter. After all, Slanter hadn't wanted to come in the first place. He had only come because Jair had shamed him into it. Here he was, a gnome traveling with one fellow who had been his prisoner before and another who didn't trust him a wink, all for the sole purpose of seeing to it that they safely reached a people who were at war with his own. And he wouldn't have been doing that, except that, in helping Jair, he had compromised his loyalties so that he was now little better than an outcast. Then, too, there was the matter of the log dweller. Slanter had come to Jair's aid in an act of bravery that the Valeman still found mystifying, an act not at all in character for a fellow as opportunistic and self-centered as Slanter, and look what had happened. Slanter had failed to stave off the log dweller, had himself become a victim, and had been forced to rely on Garrett Jacks to save him. That must rankle. Slanter was a tracker, and trackers were a proud breed. Trackers were supposed to protect the people they guided, not the other way around. Sparks shot out suddenly from the little fire, drawing his attention. A dozen feet away, stretched out against an old log, Garrett Jacks stirred and glanced over. Those strange eyes sought his, and Jair found himself wondering once more about the character of the weapons master. "Guess I should thank you again," he said, drawing his knees up to his chest, "for saving me from that thing in the marsh." The other man looked back at the fire. Jair watched for a moment, trying to decide if he should say anything else. "Can I ask you something?" he said finally. The weapons master shrugged his indifference. "Why did you save me, not just from the thing in the marsh, but back there in the oaks when the gnomes had me prisoner?" The hard eyes suddenly fixed on him again, and he hurried his words before he had time to think better of them. "It's just that I don't quite understand what made you do it. After all, you didn't know me. You could have just gone your own way at it." Garrett Jacks shrugged again. "I did go my own way." "What do you mean?" "My way happened to be your way." "That's what I mean." Jair frowned slightly. "But you didn't know where I was being taken." "East? Where else would a gnome patrol with a prisoner be going?" Jair's frown deepened. He couldn't argue with that. Still, none of what the weapons master had said did much to explain why he had bothered to rescue Jair in the first place. "I still don't see why you helped me," he pressed. A faint smile crossed the other's face. "I don't appear to you to possess a particularly humanitarian nature, is that it?" "I didn't say that." "You didn't have to." "Anyway, you're right, I don't." Jair hesitated, staring at him. "I said I don't," Garrett Jacks repeated. The smile was gone. "I wouldn't stay alive very long if I did. And staying alive is what I do best." There was a long silence. Jair didn't know where else to go with the conversation. The weapons master pushed himself forward, leaning into the fire's warmth. "But you interest me," he said slowly. His gaze shifted to Jair. "I suppose that's why I rescued you. You interest me, and not many things do that anymore." He trailed off, a distant look in his eyes. But an instant later it was gone, and he was studying Jair once more. "There you were, bound and gagged and under guard by an entire gnome patrol armed to the teeth. Very odd. They were frightened of you."
That intrigued me. I wanted to know what it was about you that frightened them so. He shrugged. So I thought it was worth the trouble to set you free. Jair stared at him. Curiosity? Was that why Garrett Jax had come to his aid, out of curiosity? No, he thought at once, it was more than that. They were frightened of the magic, he said suddenly. Would you like to see how it works? Garrett Jax looked back at the fire. Later, maybe. The journey's not done yet. He seemed totally without interest. Is that why you're taking me with you to Cullhaven? Jair pressed. In part. He let the words hang. Jair glanced over at him uneasily. What's the rest? The weapons master did not respond. He did not even look at the Veil Man. He just leaned back against the fallen log, wrapped himself in the black travel cloak and watched the fire. Jair tried a different approach. What about Slanter? Why did you help him? You could have left him to the log dweller. Garrett Jax sighed. I could have. Would that have made you any happier? Of course not. What do you mean? You seem to have formed an opinion of me as a man who does nothing for anyone without some personal benefit. You shouldn't believe everything you hear. You're young, not stupid. Jair flushed. Well, you don't like Slanter very much, do you? I don't know him well enough to like or dislike him, the other replied. I admit that for the most part I'm not particularly fond of gnomes. But this one twice was willing to place himself in danger for your sake. That makes him worth saving. He glanced over suddenly. Besides, you like him and you don't want anything to happen to him. Am I right? You're right. Well, that in itself seems rather curious, don't you think? As I said before, you interest me. Jair nodded thoughtfully. You interest me, too. Garrett Jax turned away. Good. We'll both have something to think about on our way to Cullhaven. He let the matter drop and Jair did the same. The Veilman was by no means satisfied that he understood what it was that had persuaded the weapons master to aid either Slanter or himself, but it was obvious he would learn nothing more this night. Garrett Jax was an enigma that would not easily be solved. The fire had almost died away by now, causing Jair to remember that Slanter had gone in search of wood and not yet returned. He pondered for a moment whether or not he should do anything about it, then turned once more to Garrett Jax. You don't think anything could have happened to Slanter, do you? He asked. He's been gone quite a while. The weapons master shook his head. He can look after himself. He rose and kicked at the fire, scattering the wood embers so that the flames died. We don't need the fire any longer, anyway. Returning to his spot next to the fallen log, he rolled himself in his travel cloak and was asleep in seconds. Jair lay silently for a time, listening to the man's heavy breathing and staring out into the dark. Finally he, too, rolled into his cloak and settled back. He was still a bit worried about Slanter, but he guessed that Garrett Jax was right when he said the gnome could look out for himself. Besides, Jair had grown suddenly sleepy. Breathing the warm night air deeply, he let his eyes close. For a moment, his mind wandered free and he found himself thinking of Bryn, Roan, and Allanan, wondering where they were by now. Then the thoughts scattered and he was asleep. On a rise that overlooked the Silver River, lost in the shadows of an old willow, Slanter was thinking, too. He was thinking that it was time to move on. He had come this far because that confounded boy had shamed him into it. Imagine offering him a bribe, that boy, as if he would stoop to accepting bribes from boys. Still, it was well meant, he supposed. The boy's desire to have his company had been genuine enough. And he did rather like the boy. There was a lot of toughness in the youngster. The gnome pulled his knees up to his chest and wrapped his arms about them thoughtfully. Nevertheless, this was a fool's mission. He was walking right into the camp of his enemy. Oh, the dwarves weren't a personal enemy, of course. He didn't care a whit about dwarves one way or the other. But just at the moment, they were at war with the gnome tribes, and he doubted that it made a whole lot of difference what his feelings were about them. Seeing that he was a gnome would be enough. He shook his head. The risk was just too great. And it was all for that boy, who probably didn't know what he wanted from one day to the next, anyway. Besides, he had said he would take the boy as far as the border of the Yanner, and they were almost there now. By nightfall of the coming day, they would probably reach the forests. He had kept his part of the bargain. So, he took a deep breath and hauled himself to his feet. Time to be moving on. That was the way he had always lived his life, the way trackers were. The boy might be upset at first, but he would get over it. And Slanter doubted the boy would be in much danger with Garrett Jax looking after him. Fact was, the boy would probably be better off that way. He shook his head irritably. No reason to be calling Jair a boy, either. He was older than the gnome had been when he first left home. Jair could look after himself if he had to. Didn't really need Slanter or the weapons master or anyone else. Not so long as he had that magic to protect him. Slanter hesitated a moment longer, thinking it through once more. He wouldn't find out anything about the magic, of course that was too bad. The magic intrigued him, the way the boy's voice could, no, his mind was made up. A gnome in the Eastland had no business being anywhere near dwarves. He was best off sticking to his own people. And now he could no longer do even that. Best thing for it was to slip back to the camp, pick up his gear, cross the river, and head north into the borderlands. He frowned. Maybe it was just that the Veilman seemed like a boy. Slanter, get on with it. Quickly he turned about and disappeared into the night. Dreams flooded Jair Ohmsford's sleep. He rode on horseback over hills, across grasslands, and through deep and shadowed forests, with the wind screaming in his ears. Bryn rode at his side, her midnight hair impossibly long and flying. They spoke no words as they rode, yet each knew the other's thoughts and lived within the other's mind. On and on they raced, passing through lands they had never seen, vibrant and sprawling and wild. Danger lurked all about them, a log dweller, massive and reeking of the swamp, gnomes, their twisted yellow faces leering their evil intentions, moored wraiths, no more than ghostly forms, featureless and eerie as they stretched from the dark. There were others, too shapeless, monstrous things that could not be seen, but only felt, the sense of their presence somehow more terrible than any face could ever be. These beings of evil reached for them, claws and teeth ripping the air, eyes gleaming like coals in blackest night. The beings sought to pull Jair and his sister from their mounts and to tear the life from them. Yet always the things were too slow, an instant too late to achieve their purpose, as the swift horses carried Jair and Bryn beyond their reach. Yet the chase wore on. It did not end as a chase should end. It simply went on, an endless run through countryside that swept to the horizon. Though the creatures hunting them never quite managed to catch up to them, still there were always others lying in wait ahead. Exhilaration filled the pair at first. They were wild and free and nothing could touch them, brother and sister a match for all that sought to drag them down. But after a time, something changed. The change crept over them gradually, an insidious thing, until at last it lodged itself fully within them and they knew it for what it was. It had no name. It whispered to them of what must be, the race they ran could not be won, for the things they ran from were a part of themselves, no horse, however swift, could carry them to safety. Look at what they were, the voice whispered, and they would see the truth. Fly. Jair howled in fury, and urged his horse to run faster. But the voice whispered on, and about them the sky went steadily darker, the color faded from the land, and everything turned gray and dead. Fly. He screamed. He turned then to find Bryn, sensing somehow that all was not well with her. The horror sprang to life before him and Bryn was no longer there, she had been overtaken and consumed, swallowed by the dark monster that reached. Jair's eyes snapped open. Sweat bathed his face, and his clothing was damp beneath the cloak in which he lay wrapped. Stars twinkled softly overhead, and the night was still and at peace. Yet the dream lingered in his mind, a vivid, living thing. Then he realized that the fire was burning brightly once more, its flames crackling on new wood in the dark. Someone had rebuilt it. Slanter. Hurriedly he threw off the cloak and sat up, his eyes searching. Slanter was nowhere to be seen. A dozen feet away, Garrett Jack slept undisturbed. Nothing had changed, nothing save the fire. Then a figure stepped from the night, a thin and frail old man, his bent and aged frame clothed in white robes. Silver white hair and beard framed a weathered, gentle face, and a walking stick guided his way. Smiling warmly, he came into the light and stopped. "Hello, Jair," he greeted. The Veilman stared. "Hello. Dreams can be visions of what is to come, you know. And dreams can be warnings of what we must beware." Jair was speechless. The old man turned and came about the fire, picking his way with care until at last he stood before the Veilman. Then he lowered himself gingerly to the ground, a wisp of life that a strong wind might blow from the earth. "Do you know me, Jair?" the old man asked, his voice a soft murmur in the silence. "Let your memory tell you." "I don't," Jair started to say and then stopped. As if the suggestion had triggered something deep within him, Jair knew at once who it was that sat across from him. "Speak my name." The other smiled. Jair swallowed. "You are the king of the Silver River." The old man nodded. "I am what you name me. I am also your friend, just as I once was friend to your father and to your great-grandfather before him, and with lives intertwined in purpose, given over to the land and her needs." Jair stared at him wordlessly, then suddenly remembered the sleeping Garrett Jacks. Would not the weapons master waken?
He will sleep while we talk. His unspoken question was answered.
No one comes to disturb us this night, child of life. Child? Jair stiffened.
But in the next instant his anger was gone, melted by what he saw in the other's face, the warmth, the gentleness, the love. With this old man there could be no anger or harsh feelings.
There could be only respect. Hear me now, the aged voice whispered. I have need of you, Jair. Let your thoughts have ears and eyes that you may understand.
Then everything about the veil man seemed to dissolve away, and within his mind images began to form. He could hear the old man's voice speaking to him, the words strangely hushed and sad, giving life to what he saw. The forests of the Anner lay before him, and there was the Raven's Horn, a vast and sprawling mountain range that rose black and stark against a crimson sun. The silver river wound through its peaks, a thin, bright ribbon of light against the dark rock. He followed its course upriver far into the mountains until at last he had traced it to its source, high within a single, towering peak. There stood a well, its water spring-fed from deep within the earth, rising through the rock to spill over and begin the long journey west. But there was something more, something beyond the well and its keep. Below the peak, lost in mist and darkness, was a great pit hemmed all about by jagged rock walls. From pit to peak a long and winding stairway rose, a slender thread of stone spiraling upward. Moored wraiths walked that causeway, dark and furtive in their purpose. One by one they came, at last gaining the peak. There they stood in a row and looked down upon the waters of the well. Then they advanced as one upon it and touched the waters with their hands. Instantly the water went foul, poisoned, and turned from clearest crystal to an ugly black. It ran down out of the mountains, filtering west through the great forests of the Anner where the dwarves dwelt, then on to the land of the king of the Silver River and to Jair. Poisoned. The word screamed suddenly in the Veilman's mind. The Silver River had been poisoned, and the land was dying. The images were gone in a rush. Jair blinked. The old man was before him again, his weathered face smiling gently. From the bowels of the Maelmord the moored wraiths climbed the walk they call the Crove to Heaven's Well, the life source of the Silver River, he whispered. Bit by bit, the poison has grown worse. Now the waters threaten to go bad altogether. When that happens, Jair Omsford, all of the life they serve and sustain, from the deep Anner west to the Rainbow Lake, will begin to die.
But can't you stop it?
The Veilman demanded angrily, wincing with pain from the memory of what he had been shown.
Can't you go to them and stop them before it is too late?
Surely your power is greater than theirs. The king of the Silver River sighed.
Within my own land, I am the way and the life. But only there.
Beyond, I am without strength. I do what I can to keep the waters clean within the Silver River country, but I can do nothing for the lands beyond.
Nor do I have power enough to withstand forever the poison that seeps steadily down. Sooner or later, I will fail.
There was a moment's silence as the two faced each other in the flickering light of the campfire.
Jair's mind raced. What about Bryn? He exclaimed suddenly. She and Al-Anon are going to the source of the moored wraith's power to destroy it. When they have done that, won't the poisoning stop?
The old man's eyes found his. I have seen your sister and the druid in my dreams, child. They will fail.
They are leaves in the wind. Both will be lost. Jair went cold.
He faced the old man in stunned silence. Lost Bryn, gone forever. No, he murmured harshly.
No, you're wrong.
She can be saved, the gentle voice reached out to him suddenly.
You can save her. How? Jair whispered.
You must go to her.
But I don't know where she is, Dot.
You must go to where you know she will be.
I have chosen you to go in my place as savior to the land and its life.
There are threads that bind us all, you see, but they are knotted.
The thread you hold is the one that will pull the rest free. Jair didn't know what the old man was saying and he didn't care. He just wanted to help Bryn. Tell me what I have to do.
The old man nodded.
You must begin by giving to me the Elfstones. The Elfstones. Again Jair had forgotten he had them.
Their magic was the power he needed to break apart the moored wraith magic and any evil they might conjure up to stop him.
Can you make them work for me? The Veilman asked hurriedly, drawing them from his tunic. Can you show me how to unlock the power?
But the king shook his head.
I cannot.
Their power does not belong to you. It belongs only to one to whom the magic has been freely given, and the magic was not given to you.
Jair slumped back dejectedly. Then what am I to do?
What use are the stones if?
Of much use, Jair, the other interrupted gently.
But you must first give them to me.
For good.
Jair stared at him.
For the first time since the old man had appeared, the Veilman hesitated to believe.
He had salvaged the elfstones from his home at the risk of his life. Time and again, he had protected them, all for the sole purpose of finding a way to use them to aid his family against the Mord wraiths. Now he was being asked to give up the only real weapon he possessed. How could he do such a thing? "Give them to me," the soft voice repeated. Jair hesitated a moment longer, wrestling with his indecision. Then slowly he passed them to the king of the Silver River. "Well done," the old man commended. "You show character and judgment worthy of your forebears. It was for these qualities that I chose you. And these qualities will sustain you." He slipped the elfstones within his robes and brought forth a different pouch. "This pouch contains silver dust life restorer to the waters of the Silver River. You must carry it to Heaven's well and scatter it into the poisoned waters. Do that, and the river will be clean again. Then you will find a way to give your sister back to herself." "Give Bryn back to herself?" Jair shook his head slowly. What did the old man mean by that? "She will lose herself." The king of the Silver River again seemed able to read his thoughts. "Yours is the voice that will help her to find the pathway back." Jair still did not understand. He started to ask the questions that would clear away his confusion, but the old man shook his head slowly. "Listen to what I say." One thin arm reached out to him and the pouch with the silver dust was placed in his hands. "Now we are bound. Trust has been exchanged. So now it can be with magics. Your magic is useless to you, mine equally to me. I keep yours therefore and give you mine." Again he reached into the robes. The Elfstones are 3 in number, 1 each for the mind and body and heart magics that entwine and form the power of the stones. 3 magics, then, shall you be given. First, this. In his hand was a brilliant crystal on a silver chain. He passed it to Jair. For the mind, a vision crystal. Sing to it, and it will show you the face of your sister, wherever she may be. Use it when you have need of knowing what she is about. And you will have need of knowing, for you must reach Heaven's well before she reaches the Maelmord. His hand lifted to Jair's shoulder. For the body, strength to see you through on your journey east and to stand against the dangers that will beset you. That strength you shall find in those who will travel with you, for you shall not make this journey alone. A touch of the magic, then, to each. It begins and ends here. He pointed to the sleeping Garrett Jacks. When your need is greatest, he shall always come. He shall be protector to you until you stand at last at Heaven's well. Once more he turned back to Jair. And for the heart, child, the final magic a wish that shall serve you best. One time only you may call upon the wish song and it shall give you not illusion, but reality. It is the magic that will save your sister. Use it when you stand at Heaven's well. Jair shook his head slowly. But how am I to use it? What am I to do? I cannot tell you what you must decide for yourself, the king of the Silver River replied. When you have thrown the silver dust into the basin at Heaven's well and the waters are clear once more, throw the vision crystal after. You must find your answer there. He bent forward then, his frail hand lifting. But be cautioned. You must reach the well before your sister enters into the Maelmord. It is written that she shall do so, since the Druid's faith in her magic is well placed. You must be there when that happens. I will, Jair whispered and clutched the vision crystal tightly. The old man nodded. I have placed much trust in you. The lands and the races depend now on you, and you must not fail them. But you have courage. You shall be true. Speak the words, Jair. I shall be true, the Veilman repeated. Gingerly the king of the Silver River rose again, a ghost in the night. A great weariness stole suddenly over Jair, pulling him down into his travel cloak. Warmth and comfort seeped slowly through his body. You, most of all, are a part of me, he heard the old man say, the words faint and distant. Child of life, the magic makes you so. All things change, but the past carries forward and becomes what is to be. Thus it was with your great-grandfather and your father. Thus it is with you. He was fading, dissipating like smoke into the firelight. Jair peered after him, but his eyes were so clouded with sleep that he could not seem to make them focus. When you awake, all will be as it was save for this I have come. Sleep now, child. Be at peace. Jair's eyes closed obediently, and he slept. 11. When Jair awoke, dawn had already broken. Sunshine spilled down out of a cloudless blue sky and warmed an earth still damp with morning dew. He stretched lazily and breathed in the smell of bread and meat cooking. Kneeling next to the campfire, his back turned to the Veilman, Garrett Jacks was preparing breakfast. Jair glanced about. Slanter was nowhere to be seen. All will be as it was. Abruptly he remembered everything that had happened the night gone past and sat up with a start. The king of the Silver River, or had it all been just a dream? He looked down at his hands. There was no vision crystal. When he had fallen back asleep, the crystal, if there really were one, had been clutched in his hands. He felt about the ground for it, then through the travel cloak. Still no crystal. Then it had been a dream. He felt hurriedly for the pockets of his tunic. A bulge in one pocket revealed the presence of the elfstones, or was it the pouch that contained the silver dust? Quickly his hands flew over the rest of his body. Looking for something? Jair's head jerked up and he found Garrett Jax staring at him. He shook his head hurriedly. "No, I was just," he stammered. Then his eyes detected a gleam of metal against his chest where the tunic opened in front. He looked down, tucking his chin back. It was a silver chain. "Do you want something to eat?" the other man asked. Jair didn't hear him. It hadn't been a dream after all, he was thinking. It had been real. It had all happened just as he remembered it. One hand felt down the front of his tunic past the length of the silver chain, touching upon the orb of the crystal fastened at its end. "Do you want something to eat or not?" Garrett Jax repeated, a touch of annoyance in his voice. Yes, I do," Jair mumbled, rising and coming over to kneel beside the other. A plate was passed to him, filled with food from the kettle. Masking his excitement, he began to eat. "Where's Slanter?" he asked after a moment, recalling once more the absent gnome. Garrett Jax shrugged. "He never came back. I scouted around for him before breakfast. His tracks led down to the river and then turned west." "West?" Jair stopped eating. "But that's not the way to the Anner." The weapons master nodded. "I'm afraid your friend decided he had come far enough with us. That's the trouble with gnomes, they're not very reliable." Jair felt a twinge of disappointment. Slanter must indeed have decided to go his own way. But why did he have to sneak off like that? Why couldn't he at least have said something? Jair thought about it a moment longer, then forced himself to resume eating, pushing the disappointment from his mind. He had more immediate problems to concern himself with this morning. He thought back over everything the king of the Silver River had told him last night. He had a mission to perform. He had to go into the Deep Anner, into the Raven's Horn and the lair of the moored wraiths to the peak called Heaven's Well. It would be a long, dangerous journey even for a trained hunter. Jair stared hard at the ground. He was going, of course. There was no question about that. But as game and determined as he might be, he had to admit nevertheless that he was far from being a trained hunter or a trained anything. He was going to need help with this. But where was he going to find it? He glanced curiously at Garrett Jax. "This man shall be your protector," the king of the Silver River had promised. "I give to him strength to withstand the dangers that will beset you on your journey. When you have need of him, he shall be there." Jair frowned. Did Garrett Jax know all this? It certainly didn't appear that way. Obviously the old man hadn't come to the weapons master last night as he had come to Jair. Otherwise the man would have said something by now. That meant it was up to Jair to explain it to him. But how was the Veilman supposed to convince the weapons master to come with him into the Deep Anner? For that matter, how was he supposed to convince him that he hadn't simply been dreaming? He was still mulling the problem over when, to his complete astonishment, Slanter stalked out of the trees. "Anything left in the kettle?" Slanter asked, scowling at them both. Wordlessly, Garrett Jax handed him a plate. The gnome dropped the pack he was carrying, sat down next to the fire, and helped himself to a generous portion of the bread and meat. Jair stared at him. He looked haggard and irritable, as if he hadn't slept all night. The gnome caught him staring. "What's bothering you?" he snapped. "Nothing." Jair looked away quickly, then looked back again. "I was just wondering where you'd been, but..." Slanter stayed bent over his plate. "I decided to sleep down by the river. Cooler there. Too hot by the fire." Jair's eyes strayed down to the discarded pack, and the gnome's head jerked up. "Took the pack so I could scout upriver a bit just in case. Thought I'd be certain that nothing..." He broke off. "I don't have to account to you, boy. What's the difference what I was doing? I'm here now, aren't I? Let me be." He went back to his breakfast, attacking it with a vengeance. Jair glanced furtively at Garrett Jax, but the weapons master seemed to take no notice. The Veilman turned again to Slanter. He was lying, of course, his tracks led down river. Garrett Jax had said so. Why had he decided to come back? Unless... Jair caught himself.
The idea was so wild that he could barely conceive of it. But just perhaps the king of the Silver River had used his magic to bring the gnome back again. He could have done that, Jair thought, and Slanter would never have been the wiser or realized what was being done to him. The old man could have seen that Jair would have need for the Trackere gnome who knew the whole of the Eastland. Then suddenly it occurred to Jair that perhaps the king of the Silver River had brought Garrett Jax to him as well, that the weapons master had come to his aid in the Black Oaks because the old man had wanted it so. Was that possible? Was that the reason that Garrett Jax had freed him all without realizing it? Jair sat there in stunned silence, his food forgotten. That would explain the reluctance of both Tracker and Soldier of Fortune to discuss the reasons for their actions. They didn't understand it fully themselves. But if that were true, then Jair, too, might have been brought here by similar manipulation. How much of what had happened to him had been the work of the old man? Garrett Jax finished his breakfast and was kicking out the fire. Slanter, too, was on his feet, wordlessly pulling on the discarded pack. Jair stared at them in turn, wondering what he should do. He knew that he couldn't just stay silent. Time to go, Garrett Jax called over, motioning him up. Slanter was already at the edge of the clearing. Wait just a minute. They turned to stare at him as he climbed slowly to his feet. I've got something to tell you first. He told them everything. He had not intended it to happen that way, but telling one thing led to telling another by way of explanation. Before he knew it, the whole story was out. He told them of Alanon's visit to the Vale and of his story of the Ildach, of how Bryn and Roan Lea had gone east with the Druid to gain entry into the Maelmord, and lastly of the appearance of the king of the Silver River and of the mission he had given to Jair. When he had finished, there was a long silence. Garrett Jax walked back to the fallen log and sat down, gray eyes intense. I am to be your protector? He asked quietly. Jair nodded. He said you would be. What if I were to decide otherwise? Jair shook his head. I don't know. I have heard some wild tales, but this is the wildest it has ever been my misfortune to suffer through. Slanter exclaimed suddenly. What are you up to with all this nonsense? What's the purpose of it? You don't think for a minute anyone sitting here believes a word of it, do you? Believe what you want. It's the truth, Jair insisted, refusing to back away as the gnome advanced on him. The truth. What do you know about the truth? Slanter was incredulous. You spoke with the king of the Silver River, did you? He gave you magic, did he? And now we're supposed to go traipsing off into the Deep Anner, are we? And not just into the Anner, but right into the teeth of the Black Walkers. Into the Maelmord. You're mad, boy. That's the only truth there is in any of this, thought. Jair reached into his tunic and brought forth the pouch containing the silver dust. This is the dust he gave me, Slanter. And here. He pulled the vision crystal on its silver chain free of his neck. You see? I have the things he gave me, just as I said. Look for yourself. Slanter threw up his hands. I don't want to look. I don't want anything to do with any of this. I don't even know what I'm doing here. He wheeled about suddenly. But I'll tell you this, I am not going into the Anner, not with 1,000 crystals or a whole mountain of silver dust. Find someone else who's tired of living and leave me be. Garrett Jax was back on his feet. He came over to Jair, took the pouch from the Valeman's hand, slipped the drawstrings open, and peered inside. Then he looked up again at Jair. Looks like sand to me, he said. Jair glanced down hurriedly. Sure enough, the contents of the pouch looked exactly like sand. There was not a sparkle of silver to be seen in the supposed silver dust. Of course, the color might be a guise to protect against theft, the weapons master mused thoughtfully, a distant look in his eyes. Slanter was aghast. You don't really believe. Garrett Jax cut him short. I don't believe much of anything, gnome. His eyes were hard again as they shifted to Jair. Let's put this magic to the test. Take out the vision crystal and sing to it. Jair hesitated. I don't know how. You don't know how? Slanter sneered. Shades. Garrett Jax didn't move. This seems like a good time to learn, doesn't it? Jair flushed and looked down at the crystal. Neither of them believed a word he had told them. He couldn't really blame them, though. He wouldn't have believed it himself if it hadn't happened to him. But it had, and it had been all too convincing not to be real. He took a deep breath. I'll try. He began to sing softly to the crystal. He held it cupped within his hands like a fragile thing, the silver chain dangling down through his fingers. He sang without knowing what it was he should sing or how he could bring the crystal to life. Low and gentle, his voice called to it and asked that it show him Bryn. It responded almost instantly.
Light flared within his palms, startling him so that he nearly dropped the crystal. A living thing, the light shimmered a brilliant white, expanding until it was the size of a child's ball. Garrett Jax bent close, his lean face intense. Slanter edged his way back from across the clearing. Then abruptly Bryn Olmsford's face appeared within the light, dark and beautiful, framed by mountains whose slopes were stark and towering against a dawn less friendly than their own.
"Bryn!" Jair whispered.
He thought for a moment she might reply, so real was her face within the light. Yet her eyes were far distant in their vision, and her ears were close to his voice. Then the vision faded. In his excitement, Jair had ceased to sing, and the crystal's magic was spent.
The light was gone in the same moment. Jair's hands cupped the crystal once more. "Where was she?" he asked hurriedly. Garrett Jax shook his head. "I'm not sure."
"Perhaps," but he did not finish.
Jair turned to Slanter, but the gnome was shaking his head as well. "I don't know. It happened too fast." "How did you do that, boy?" "It's that song, isn't it? It's that magic you have."
"And the magic of the King of the Silver River," Jair added quickly.
"Now do you believe me?" Slanter shook his head glumly. "I'm not going into the Anner," he muttered. "I need you, Slanter." "You don't need me. With magic like that, you don't need anyone." The gnome turned away. "Just sing your way into the Maelmord like your sister." Jair forced down the anger building within him.
He shoved the crystal and the pouch with the silver dust back into his tunic. "Then I'll go alone," he declared heatedly. "No need for that quite yet." Garrett Jax swung his pack over his shoulder and started across the clearing once more.
"First we'll see you safely to Cullhaven, the gnome and me.
Then you can tell the dwarves this story of yours. The druid and your sister should have passed that way by now, or word of their passing reached the dwarves. In any case, let's find out if anyone there understands anything of what you've been telling us." Jair stalked after him hurriedly. "What you're saying is that you think I made this all up?"
"Listen to me a minute."
"Why would I do that?
What possible reason could I have?" "Go on, tell me."
Garrett Jax snatched up the Veilman's cloak and blanket and shoved them at him as they went. "Don't waste your time telling me what I think," he replied calmly. "I'll tell you what I think when I'm ready." Together they disappeared into the trees, following the trail that led east along the banks of the Silver River. Slanter watched them until they were out of sight, his rough yellow face twisting with displeasure. Then, picking up his own pack, he hastened after, muttering as he went. 12. For the better part of 3 days, Bryn Olmsford and Roan Leah rode north with Allanon toward the keep of Paranor. The path chosen by the druid was long and circuitous, a slow hard journey through country made rugged by steep slides, narrow passes, and choking forest wilderness. But at the same time the path was free of the presence of gnomes, moored wraiths, and other evils that might beset the unwary traveler, and it was for this reason that Allanon had made his choice. Whatever else must be endured on their journey north, he was determined that in the making of that journey he would take no further chances with the life of the Veil Girl. So he did not take them through the Hall of Kings as he had once done with Shay Olmsford, a match that would have forced him to leave their horses and proceed afoot through the underground caverns that interred the kings of old, where traps could be triggered with every step forward and monsters guarded against all who trespassed. Nor did he take them across the Rab to the Janison Pass, a ride through open country where they might be easily seen and which would take them much too close to the forests of the Eastland and the enemy they sought to avoid. Instead, he took them west along the Myrmidon through the deep forests that blanketed the lower slopes of the Dragon's Teeth from the Valley of Shale to the mountain forests of Tursus. They rode west until at last they reached the Kennan Pass, a high mountain trail that led them far into the Dragon's Teeth to emerge miles further north within the forests that bound the castle of Paranor. It was at dawn of the 3rd day that they came down from the Kennan into the valley beyond, a dawn grey and hard as iron, clouded over and cold with winter's chill. They rode in a line, traversing the narrow pass through mountains bare and stark as they loomed against the morning sky, and it was as if all life had ceased to be. Wind swept the empty rock with fierce gusts, and they bent their heads against its force. Below, the forested valley that sheltered the castle of the Druids stretched dark and forbidding before them. A faint, swirling mist hid the distant pinnacle of the keep from their eyes. As they rode, Bryn Olmsford struggled with an unshakable sense of impending disaster. It was a premonition really, and it had been with her since they had left the Valley of Shale. It tracked her with insidious purpose, a shadow as murky and cold as the land she rode through, an elusive thing that lurked within the rocks and crags, flitting from one place of hiding to another, watching with sly and evil intent. Hunched down within her riding cloak, drawing what warmth she could from the bulky folds, she let her mount choose its path on the narrow trail and felt the weight of the presence as it followed after. It had been the wraith mostly, she thought, that fostered that premonition. More than the harshness of the day, the dark intent of the druid she followed, or the newfound fear she felt for the power of her wish song, it was the wraith. The druid had assured her that there were no others. Yet such a dark and evil thing, silent in its coming, swift and terrible in its attack, then gone as quickly as it had appeared, with nothing left but its ashes. It was as if it were a being come from death into life, then gone back again, faceless, formless, a thing without identity, yet above all, frightening. There would be others. How many others she did not know nor care to know. Many, certainly all searching for her. She sensed it instinctively. Moored wraiths wherever they might be, whatever their other dark purposes, all would be looking for her. One only, the druid had said. Yet that one had found them, and if one had found them, others could. How was it that that one had found them? Allanan had brushed aside her question when she asked it. Chance, he had answered. Somehow it had crossed their trail and followed after, choosing its moment to strike when it thought the druid weakened. But Bryn thought it equally possible that the thing had tracked the druid since his flight from the Eastland. If that were so, it would have gone first to Shady Vale. And to Jair. Odd, but there had been a moment earlier, a brief, fleeting moment as she wound her way down through the grayness of the dawn, alone with her thoughts, wrapped in the solitude of wind and cold, when she had felt her brother's touch. It was as if he had been looking at her, his vision somehow reaching past the distance that separated them to find her as she made her way out of the great cliffs of the Dragon's Teeth. But then the touch had faded, and Jair was as distant once more as the home she had left him to keep watch over. This morning she was worried for Jair's safety. The wraith might have gone first to Shady Vale and found Jair, despite what Allanan said. The druid had dismissed the idea, but he was not to be trusted completely. Allanan was a keeper of secrets, and what he revealed was what he wished know nothing more. It had always been that way with the Olmsfords, ever since the druid had first come to Shay. She thought again of his meeting with the Shade of Bremen in the Valley of Shale. Something had passed between them that the druid had chosen to keep hidden, something terrible. Despite his assurances to the contrary, he had learned something that had disturbed him greatly, had even frightened him. Could it be that what he had learned involved Jair? The thought haunted her. Were anything to happen to her brother and the druid to learn of it, she felt he would keep it from her. Nothing would be allowed to interfere with the mission he had set for her. He was as dark and terrible in his determination as the enemy they sought to overcome, and in that he frightened her as much as they. She was still troubled by what he had done to Roan. Roan Leah loved her, it was unspoken between them perhaps, but it was there. He had come with her because of that love, to make certain that she had someone with her whom she could always trust. He did not feel Allanan was that person. But the druid had subverted Roan's intentions and at the same time silenced his criticism. He had challenged Roan's self-designated role as protector. When the challenge was accepted, he had turned the Highlander into a lesser version of himself by the giving of magic to the sword of Leah. An old and battered relic, the sword had been little more than a symbol Roan bore to remind himself of the legacy of courage and strength of heart attributed to the house of Leah. But the druid had made it a weapon with which the Highlander might seek to attain his own oft-imagined feats at arms. In so doing, Allanan had mandated that Roan's role as protector be something far more awesome than either she or the Highlander had envisioned. And what the druid had made of Roan Leah might well destroy him. It was like nothing I could ever have imagined, he had confided to her when they were alone that first night after leaving the Valley of Shale. He had been hesitant in his speech, yet excited. It had taken him that long just to bring himself to speak of it to her. The power just seemed to explode within me. Bryn, I don't even know what made me do it, I just acted. I saw Allanan trapped within the fire and I just acted. When the sword cut into the fire, I could feel its power. I was part of it. At that moment, I felt as if there were nothing I could not do, nothing. His face had flushed with the memory. Bryn, not even the druid frightens me anymore. Bryn's eyes lifted to scan the dark spread of the forests below, still misted in the half-light of the harsh autumn day. Her premonition slipped through the rocks and across the twist of the pass, cat-quick and certain. It will show no face until it is upon us, she thought. And then we will be destroyed. Somehow I know it to be so. The voice whispers in my thoughts of Jair, of Roan, of Allanan, and of the moored wraiths most of all. It whispers in secrets kept from me, in the grey oppression of this day, and in the misty dark of what lies ahead. We will be destroyed. All of us. They were within the forests by midday. All afternoon they rode, winding their way through mist and gloom, threading needles of passage through massive trees and choking brush. This was an empty woods, devoid of life and color, hard as iron in autumn's grey, with leaves gone dusty brown and curled against the cold like frightened things. Wolves had once prowled these woods, great grey monsters that protected against all who dared to trespass in the land of the Druids. But the wolves were gone, their time long past, and now there was only the stillness and the emptiness. All about, there was a sense of something dying. Dusk had begun to fall when Allanon at last bade them halt, weary and aching from the long day's ride. They tied their horses within a gathering of giant oaks, giving them only a small ration of water and feed so that they might not cramp. Then they went ahead on foot. The gloom about them deepened with night's coming, and the stillness gave way to a low, distant rumble that seemed to hang in the air. Steady and sure, the Druid led them on, picking his way with the sense of one familiar with the region. There was no hesitation in his step as he found the path. As silent as the shadows about them, the three slipped through the trees and brush and melted into the night.
"What is it that we go to do?"
Bryn whispered within her mind.
"What dark purpose of the Druids do we serve this night?"
Then the trees broke before them. Out of the grey dusk rose the cliffs of Paranor, steep and towering, and at their rim was the ancient castle of the Druids, called the Keep. It rose high within the darkness, a monstrous stone and iron giant rooted in the earth. From within the keep and the mountain upon which it rested sounded the rumble they had heard earlier, and which had grown steadily louder as they approached, the deep thrum of machinery grinding in ceaseless cadence against the silence that lifted all about. Torches burned like devil's eyes within narrow, iron-barred windows, crimson and lurid against the night sky, and smoke trailed into mist. Once Druids had walked the halls beyond, and it was a time of enlightenment and great promise for the races of man.
But that time was gone.
Now only gnomes and moored wraiths walked in Paranor. "Hear me," Allanon whispered suddenly, and they bent close to listen.
"Hear what I tell you and do not question. The shade of Bremen has given warning. Paranor has fallen to the moored wraiths.
They seek within its walls the hidden histories of the Druids so that their own power may be strengthened. Other times, the keep has fallen to an enemy and it has always been regained. But this time that cannot be. This marks the end of all that has been. The age closes, and Paranor must pass from the land."
Highlander and Veil Girl stared at the Druid. "What are you saying, Allanon?" Bryn demanded fiercely.
The Druid's eyes gleamed in the dark. "That in my lifetime and yours in the lifetime of your children and perhaps your children's children no man shall set foot within the walls of the Druids' keep after this night.
We are to be the last.
We shall go into the keep through its lower passages that are yet unknown to the wraiths and gnomes who search within. We shall go to where the power of the Druids has for centuries been seated and with that power close away the keep from mankind. We must pass quickly though, for all found within the keep this night shall die even we, if we prove too slow. Once the needed magic is brought forth, there will be little time left to escape its sweep." Bryn shook her head slowly.
"I don't understand. Why must this be done? Why can no one again enter Paranor after tonight? What of the work that you do?"
The Druid's hand touched her cheek softly. "It is finished, Bryn Olmsford.
But the Maelmord the Ildach.
Nothing we do here can help us in our quest."
Allanon's voice was almost lost to her.
"What we do here serves another purpose."
"What if we're seen?" Roan broke in suddenly.
"We shall fight our way free," Allanon answered at once.
"We must. Remember first to protect Bryn. Do not stop, whatever happens.
Once the magic has been called forth, do not look back and do not slow." He bent forward, his lean face close to that of the Highlander.
"Remember, too, that you now possess the power of Druid magic in your sword. Nothing can stop you, Prince of Leah. Nothing."
Roan Leah nodded solemnly, and this time did not question what he was told. Bryn shook her head slowly, and the premonition danced before her eyes. "Veil Girl." The Druid was speaking to her, and her eyes lifted to find his.
"Stay close to the Prince of Leah and to me. Let us shield you from whatever danger we may encounter.
Do nothing to risk your own life. You, most of all, must be kept safe, for you are the key to the destruction of the Ildach.
That quest lies ahead of you and it must be completed." Both hands came up to grip her shoulders. "Understand. I cannot leave you here safely or I would do so. The danger is greater than it will be if you go with us into the keep. Death flies all through these woods on this night, and it must be kept from you."
He paused, waiting for her response.
Slowly she nodded.
"I'm not afraid," she lied.
Allanon stepped back. "Then let us begin. Silently, now. Speak no more until this is done."
They disappeared into the night like shadows.
13. Allanon, Bryn, and Roan Leah crept through the forest.
Stealthy and swift, they traversed a maze of trees that jutted skyward like the blackened spikes of some pit trap. All around them, the night had gone still. Between boughs half shorn of their leaves by autumn's coming, bits and pieces of a clouded flight sky rolled into view, low and threatening. The flames of torches high within the towers of the keep flickered angrily with crimson light. Bryn Olmsford was afraid. The premonition whispered in her mind and she screamed back at it in soundless despair. Trees and limbs and brush flashed all about her as she hurried on.
Escape, she thought.
Escape this thing that threatens. But no, not until we are done, not until. Her breath came in quick gasps, and the heat of her exertions turned quickly to chill against the skin. She felt empty and impossibly alone. Then they were up against the great cliffs upon which the keep stood. Allanon's hands flitted across the stone before him, his tall form bent close in concentration. He moved right perhaps a half-dozen feet, and again his hands touched. Bryn and Roan went with him, watching. A second later he straightened and his hands withdrew. Something in the stone gave way, and a portion of the wall swung clear to reveal a darkened hole beyond. At once Allanon motioned them through. They groped their way forward, and the stone portal closed behind them. They waited sightlessly for a moment within the dark, listening to the faint sounds of the druid as he moved about close beside them. Then a light flared sharply and flames licked at the pitch-coated head of a torch. Allanon passed the torch to Bryn, then lighted another for Roan and a third for himself. They stood within a small, sealed chamber from which a single stairway wound upward into the rock. With a quick glance back at them, Allanon began to climb. They went deep into the mountains, one step after the other, hundreds of steps becoming thousands as the stairway went on. Tunnels bisected the passage they followed and split their path in two, yet they did not depart from the steps they were on, following the long twist and turn upward into the blackness. It was warm and dry within the rock. From somewhere further ahead the steady churning of furnace machinery rumbled through the stillness. Bryn fought down the panic she could feel building slowly within her. The mountain felt as if it were alive. Long minutes later, the stairway came to an end at a great iron-bound door whose hinges were seated in the stone of the mountain. There they halted, their breathing harsh in the stillness. Allanon bent close to the door, touched briefly the studs of the iron bindings, and the door swung back. Sound burst in on them, the pumping and thrusting of pistons and levers rolling through their small passageway like the roar of some giant breaking free. Heat seared their faces, dry and raw as it sucked away the cool air. Allanon peered past the open portal momentarily, then slipped through. Shielding their faces, Bryn and Roan followed. They stood within the furnace chamber, its great black pit opening down into the earth. Within the pit the furnace machinery churned in steady cadence, stoking the natural fires of the earth and pumping their heat upward into the chambers of the keep. Dormant since the time of the warlock lord, the furnace had been brought to life once more by the enemy that waited above, and the sense of intrusion was vibrant and oppressive. Quickly Allanon led them along the narrow metal catwalk that encircled the pit to one of a number of doors leading out from the chamber. A touch of its bindings and it swung inward into blackness. Clutching their torches before them, they stumbled from the terrible heat and pushed the small door shut behind them. Again a passageway opened before them, and they followed it for a short time to where a stairway branched off to one side. Allanon turned onto the stairway, and they began their ascent. Slowly now, more carefully, for there was the unmistakable feel of others close at hand. The three wound upward through the dark, listening. Behind them, below somewhere, a door slammed shut with a crash, and they froze motionlessly on the steps. The echo reverberated into stillness. There was nothing more. They went on cautiously. At the head of the stairs, there was another door where they paused and listened. Allanon touched a hidden lock to slip the door open, passed through, and went on. Beyond was another passage with another door at its end, then another passage, a stair, a door, and another passage. Hidden corridors honeycombed the aged fortress and ran empty and black through the walls of the keep. Must and cobwebs filled the air with the smell and feel of age. Rats scurried ahead through the blackness, small sentinels warning of their approach. Yet in the castle of the druids, no one heard. Then voices sounded from somewhere within the halls of the keep that ran where the intruders crouched, furtive and hidden. The voices were deep and low, a muted mutter that rose and faded, but much too close. Bryn's mouth was dry and she could not swallow. The smoke from the torches stung her eyes, and she felt the weight of the rock close down about her. She felt trapped. All about her, hidden in hazy half-light and shadow, the premonition danced. And finally this newest tunnel ended. The gloom gave way suddenly before the light of their torches, and a stone wall blocked their passage. No portals opened to either side, and no corridors led away. Allanon did not hesitate. He went at once to the wall, bent close to its surface for a moment as if listening, then turned to Bryn and Roan. A finger lifted to touch his lips, and his head inclined slightly. Bryn took a deep breath to steady herself. The druid's meaning was clear, they were about to pass into the keep. Allanon turned back to the faceless wall. At touch upon the stone, a small doorway hidden within swung silently back. In a line, the three passed through. They stood within a small, windowless study filled with dust and smelling of age. The contents of the room lay scattered about in complete disarray. Books had been pulled from the shelves that lined the study's walls and strewn about the floor, their bindings broken and pages torn. Stuffed armchairs had been cut apart, and a reed table and high-backed chairs had been thrown over. Even pieces of the plank flooring had been ripped from their seatings. Allanon surveyed the ruin through the smoky light of the torches, his dark face filled with rage. Then he moved wordlessly to the far wall, reached within the empty shelves and touched something he found there. Silently the bookcase swung back to reveal a darkened vault beyond. Motioning for them to wait without, the druid stepped through the entryway, slipped his torch into an iron bracket fastened to a support, and moved to the wall on the right. The wall was constructed all of granite blocks, smooth and tightly sealed against air and dust. Lightly, the druid began to run his fingers over the stone. Still within the study, Bryn and Roan watched for a moment as the druid worked, then glanced suddenly away. A thin seam of light outlined a door in the blackness of the room, a door that led from the study into the halls of the keep. From somewhere beyond the door came the sound of voices. Within the vault, Allanon's fingers bridged against the granite wall and his head lowered in concentration. Abruptly a deep blue glow began to spread outward through the stone from where his fingers touched. The glow turned to fire that erupted soundlessly through the granite, flared and was gone. Where the wall had been, shelves of massive, leather-bound books stood revealed, the druid histories. In the corridor beyond the study, the voices were coming closer. Swiftly Allanon lifted one of the massive volumes from its place upon the shelves and carried it to an empty wooden table that occupied the center of the chamber. Placing the book upon the table, he opened it. Still standing, he began to page through it quickly. He found what he was looking for almost at once and bent close to read. Page 137 picture. Muted and rough, the voices without were joined by the sound of booted feet. There were at least half a dozen gnomes beyond the door. Bryn mouthed Roan's name wordlessly, her eyes frightened in the glare of the torches. The Highlander hesitated, then quickly passed her his torch and drew forth the sword of Leah. 2 steps carried him to the door, where he slipped tight the latchlock. The voices and the thudding feet passed and went on all but one. A hand worked the latch, trying to open the door. Bryn backed further into the shadows of the study, praying that whoever paused without could not see the light of her torch or smell its smoke, praying that the door would not open. The latch jiggled a moment longer. Then whoever was out there began to force it. Abruptly Leah drew back the latch, threw open the door, and dragged a startled gnome inside. The gnome managed a single yelp of surprise before the Highlander's sword pommel hammered against his head and knocked him unconscious to the floor. Hurriedly, Roan closed the open study door, locked it again and stepped back. Bryn hurried to join him. In the vault, Allanon was returning the tome he had been reading to its place on the shelf. With quick circular motion of his hand before the druid histories, the granite wall was restored. Snatching his torch from its bracket, he hastened from the vault, pushed back into place the shelving that hid its entry, and motioned both Veilgirl and Highlander to follow as he slipped again into the passageway that had brought them. A moment later, the study was left behind. They went back through the maze of tunnels, sweating now with fear and exertion. All about them was as before, bits and pieces of voices appearing and fading in small snatches, and the deep thrum of the furnace rising up from somewhere far below like distant thunder. Then again Allanon brought them to a halt. Another door stood before them, sealed with dust and cobwebs. Wordlessly the druid motioned for them to extinguish their torches in the dust of the passageway. They were going into the keep once more. They stepped from the blackness of their passage into a hallway bright with torchlight and gleaming with brass and polished wood. Though dust lay over everything within the ancient keep, still the trappings shone through its covering, small bits of fire in the dappled shadows. A great hallway disappeared into the dark, walls of oak hung thick with tapestries and paintings, fronted in tall niches by the ornaments of another age. Flattened against their small entry, Veilgirl and Highlander peered quickly about. The hall was empty. Hurriedly Allanon led them left along the darkened corridor, slipping from one set of shadows to the next, past small pools of smoky torchlight and past glimmerings of night that shone deep gray through tall, latticed windows that arched skyward above the battlements without. A strange quiet hung across the halls of the ancient fortress, as if suddenly all life save their own had been stripped from the keep. Only the constant hum of the machinery below broke the quiet. Bryn's eyes darted from the darkened hall to the torchlit entry, searching. Where were the moored wraiths and the gnomes they commanded? A hand gripped her shoulder and she jumped. It was Allanon, drawing her back into the shadows of an alcove that sheltered a tall set of iron doors. Then suddenly, as if to answer Bryn's unspoken question, a cry of alarm rang out, shrill and harsh in the silence of the keep. The Veilgirl whirled at the sound. It came from the study behind them. The gnome that Roan had knocked unconscious had come awake. There were footsteps everywhere then, thudding against the stone flooring and pounding through the stillness. There were cries all about them. Roan Leah's sword flashed darkly in the half-light, and the Highlander pushed Bryn behind him. But Allanon had the iron doors open now, and with a yank he pulled Bryn and Roan from sight, slamming the doors behind them.
They stood upon a narrow landing, squinting through a haze of smoky torchlight given off by brands that burned along the length of a stairway coiling upward like a snake about the stone block walls of the massive tower that rose about them. Huge and black, the tower seemed to lift to impossible heights, yet at their feet, beneath the tiny landing that supported them, it dropped into the earth, a bottomless pit. Save for the landing and the stairway, there was nothing to break the smooth surface of the walls as they stretched away into impenetrable shadow with neither beginning nor end. Bryn shrank back against the iron doors. This was the tower of the keep that guarded the sanctuary of the Druids. Those who had once come with Shay Omsford from Cullhaven had believed it contained the sword of Shannara. A monstrous thing, it had the feel of a giant's well made to bore through the whole of the earth. Ronlia took a step toward the edge of the landing, but Allanan pulled him back instantly. "Stand away, Highlander," he whispered darkly. Without, the shouts and cries rose louder, and the running of feet scattered all about. Allanan started up the narrow stairs, his back to the tower wall. "Stay clear of me," he whispered down at them. After a dozen steps, he moved to the stairway's edge. Lean hands lifted from within the black robes, fingers curling. Words slipped from his lips that Veilgirl and Highlander could not understand, low and muted with rage. From within the pit of the tower, a sharp hiss sounded in response. The Druid's hands lowered slowly, his fingers crooked like claws and his palms downward. Steam leaked from the corners of the hard mouth, from eyes and ears, and from the stone on which he stood. Bryn and Roan stared in horror. Below, the pit hissed again. Then the blue fire exploded from Allanon's hands, a huge burst of flame that flew downward into the blackness. Trailing sparks, it flared sharply far below, turned a sudden wicked green in color, and died. The tower went suddenly still. Beyond the iron doors, the shouts of alarm and the thudding of feet sounded, faint and chaotic, but within the tower there were no sounds. Allanan sagged backward against the wall, his arms clutched tightly about his body and his head lowered as if in pain. The steam that had come from within him was gone, but the stone on which he stood and against which he leaned looked charred. Then once more the pit hissed, and this time the tower itself shuddered with the sound. "Look into its throat." Allanon's voice was harsh. Highlander and Veilgirl peered downward from the edge of the landing into the pit. Deep within, a roiling green mist was stirring like liquid fire against the walls of the tower. The hiss it gave forth was like a voice, eerie and filled with hate. Slowly the mist fastened to the walls, weaving through the stone as if it were water. Slowly the mist began to climb. "It's coming out," Roan whispered. The mist began to claw its way up the stone block walls like a thing alive. Foot by foot, it hauled itself closer to where they stood. Now Allanan was beside them once more, pulling them away from the edge of the landing, drawing their faces close to his own. His dark eyes glinted like fire. "Flee, now," he ordered. "Don't look back. Don't turn aside. Flee from the keep and from this mountain." Then he threw open the tower doors with a mighty thrust and stepped out into the halls of the keep. There were gnome hunters everywhere, and they turned at his appearance, their rough yellow faces frozen with surprise. Blue fire burst from the Druid's outstretched hands and burned into them, flinging them back like leaves caught in a sudden wind. Screams rose from their throats as the fire caught them, and they scattered in terror from this dark avenger. One of the moored wraiths appeared, a black and faceless thing within its robes. Blue fire swept into it with stunning force as the Druid wheeled on it, and an instant later it was ash. "Run!" Allanan called back to where Bryn and Roan stood frozen within the empty doorway. Quickly they followed after him, sprinting past the gnomes that lay fallen across their path, racing through the smoky torchlight toward the passages that had brought them. The halls stayed empty for only a moment. Then the gnomes reappeared, counterattacking, a solid wedge of armored yellow forms howling in anger, spears and short swords bristling from their midst. Allanan broke apart the assault with a single burst of the Druid fire, clearing the way. A second group surged at them from across corridor as they tried to push past, and Roan turned, the sword of Leah lifted. Sounding the battle cry of his homeland as the gnomes came at him, he launched himself into their midst. Behind them, another wraith appeared, and ahead still another. Red fire burst from their black hands, arcing toward Allanan, but the Druid blocked the assault with fire of his own. Flames scattered everywhere in a wild shower, and walls and tapestries began to burn. Bryn shrank back against one wall, shielding her eyes, Roan and Allanan on either side of where she crouched. Gnomes came at them from every direction, and now there were more wraiths as well, silent black monsters that lifted out of the dark and struck at them. Roan Leah broke off the battle with the gnomes and sprang at one who had ventured too close. Down came the ebony blade of the sword of Leah and shattered the wraith into fragments of ash. Flames burned his own body from attacks all about him, but he shrugged them aside, the black blade absorbing the brunt of their force. With a howl of anger, he fought his way back to where Bryn hunched down beside the wall. A fierce exhilaration lit his face, and lines of mist green swirled wildly within the black metal of the sword. Seizing her arm, he brought her to her feet and propelled her ahead. Their Al-Anon battled to gain the door they had come through from the catacombs, his black form towering out of smoke, fire, and struggling bodies like death's shadow come to life. Through the door, Highlander! The druid roared, flinging his attackers from his side as they fought to pull him down. A sudden explosion of red fire engulfed them all, stunning them with its force. Al-Anon turned, and the druid fire thrust from his own hands, a solid blue wall that shielded them momentarily from those who came after. Somehow they were through the Mord Wraith's fire then, racing past a few scattered gnomes who sought vainly to prevent their escape. Cries and screams echoed through the druid's keep as they reached the door they sought. They had it open an instant later and were safely through. Sudden darkness closed about them like a shroud. The howls of their attackers faded momentarily behind the door through which they had come. Snatching up the discarded torches, Al-Anon quickly relight them and the three companions began a race back through the catacombs. Down through passageways and stairwells they sped. Behind them, the cries of the pursuit grew strident once more, but the way ahead was clear now. They rushed downward into the furnace room once more, past Earth's fire and the rumble of machinery, to where the stairs took them deep into the mountain's core. Still no one barred their way. Then abruptly a new sound reached their ears, distant yet, but shrill with terror. It came to them in a single, endless wail, alive with horror. "It begins!" Al-Anon called back to them. "Quickly now, run, .. They ran frantically as the wail grew more frenzied behind them. Something unspeakable was happening to those yet within the keep. "Ah, the mist!" Bryn cried silently. They fled down the stairs that led to the mountain's base, following the twists and turns of the passageway, hearing all the while the shrieks of those trapped behind them. Stairs came and went in countless number, and still they ran on. Then finally the stairs ended, and the entry hidden in the rock of the cliff face loomed before them once more. Pushing through hurriedly, Al-Anon led them from the mountain into the cool dark of the forest beyond. Still the screams followed after. Night slipped away. It was nearing dawn when at last they walked their horses clear of the valley of Paranur. Weary and ragged, they paused on an outcropping of rock on high ground east of the pinnacle of the keep and looked back to where green mist swirled wickedly about the aged fortress and hid it from their view. The sky lightened, and the mist burned away a little at a time, a shroud lifting. Silently they watched as it dissipated into air. Then the dawn broke, and the mist was gone. "It is finished," Al-Anon whispered in the stillness. Bryn and Ronlia stared. Below, the pinnacle the druid's keep had once rested upon rose high into the light of the morning sun, barren and empty save for a scattering of crumbling outbuildings. The castle of the druids had vanished. Thus was it written within the histories, thus was it foretold, Al-Anon continued quietly. Bremen's shade knew the truth. Older than the time of the keep was the magic conceived to close her away. Now she is gone, drawn back into the stone of the mountain, and with her all those she trapped within. There was a terrible sadness in the dark face. So it ends. Paranur is lost. But they were alive. Bryn felt a fierce determination rushing through her, brushing aside the druid's somber tone. The premonition had been wrong and they were alive, all of them. So it ends, Al-Anon repeated softly. His eyes found those of the Veil girl then, and it was as if they shared some unspoken secret that neither quite fully understood. Then slowly Al-Anon turned his horse about. With Bryn and Roan trailing after, he rode east toward the forests of the Anner. 14. Late in the afternoon, Jair Omsford and his companions reached the dwarf community of Cullhaven. It was a journey just as well over and done with in the Veilman's opinion. Leaden skies and a chill wind had followed them east through the Silver River country, and even the changing colors of the great Eastland forests had a gray and wintry cast to them. Geese flew southward over the land through threatening autumn skies, and the flow of the river whose course they followed was rough and unfriendly. The Silver River had begun to show signs of the poisoning foretold by its king. Blackish scum laced its waters, and its clear silver color had turned murky. Dying fish, small rodents, and fallen birds floated past, and the river was choked with deadwood and scrub. Even its smell was bad, the fresh cleanness become a rank and fetid odor that assailed their nostrils with each change in the wind. Jair remembered his father's tales of the Silver River, tales told since the time of Shay Omsford, and what he saw now made him sick at heart. Garrett Jackson's slanter did little to improve his mood. Even without the constant reminder of the river's ill and the harsh cast of the day, Jair would have found it difficult to keep a smile on his face or cheerfulness in his voice with the weapons master and the gnome for traveling companions. Withdrawn and taciturn, they trudged beside him with all of the enthusiasm of mourners at a death watch. Not a dozen words had been exchanged since the march had resumed early that morning, and not a smile had crossed either face. Eyes riveted on the path ahead, they went forward with a single-minded determination that bordered on fanaticism. Once or twice, Jair had ventured to speak, and the response each time had been little more than a muted grunt.
The noontime meal had been a strained and awkward ritual of necessity, and even the silent march east had been preferable to that. Thus their approach into Cullhaven was more than a little welcome to the Veilman, if for no other reason than that it meant he would soon have a chance to talk to someone civil for a change, although there was some reason to doubt even that. Dwarves had sighted them as far west as the border of the Yanner, silent watchers who had made no effort to make them feel welcome. All along the trail leading in, there had been patrols of dwarf hunters, hardened men wrapped in leather waistcoats and forest cloaks, armed and purposeful in their walk. None of these had given greeting, or paused for even the briefest that. All had passed and gone their way without inquiry. Only their eyes had strayed over to view these visitors, and their eyes had not been friendly. By the time Jair and his fellow travelers reached the edge of the dwarf village, they were being studied openly by every dwarf they passed, and there was more than a hint of suspicion in those looks. Still in the lead, Garrett Jack seemed oblivious to the eyes that followed after them, but Slanter was growing increasingly edgy and Jair was almost as uncomfortable as the gnome. Garrett Jacks led along the roadway that crisscrossed the village, clearly familiar with the community and certain of what he was about. Neatly kept homes and shops lined the pathways they walked, sturdily built structures fronted by immaculate lawns and hedgerows, and brightened by lines of flower banks and carefully tended gardens. Families and shop owners looked up as they passed, hands gripping tools and wares as they paused in their day's work. But there were armed men even here, dwarf hunters with hard eyes and belted weapons. This might be a community of families and homes, Jair thought to himself, but just at the moment it has more the look of an armed camp. Finally, as they entered the central part of the village, they were brought to a halt by a foot patrol. Garrett Jack spoke briefly with one of the sentries and the dwarf disappeared on the run. The weapons master stepped back with Jair and Slanter. Together they faced the remaining members of the patrol in studied silence and waited. Dwarf children came to stand about them curiously, eyes fixed on Slanter. The gnome ignored them for a time, then tired of the game and gave a sudden growl that sent the entire bunch scurrying for cover. The gnome glowered after them, glanced irritably at Jair, and withdrew into a determined funk. A few minutes later, the sentry dispatched by Garrett Jacks returned. With him was a rugged-looking dwarf with a great curling black beard and mustache and a bald head. Without slowing, he went directly to the weapons master, his hand extended in welcome. "Took your sweet time getting here," he growled as the other clasped the calloused hand in his own. Sharp brown eyes peered out from beneath heavy brows, and the look of the man was hard and fierce. His stout, compact body was clothed in loose-fitting forest garb, belted and booted in soft leather, and he wore a brace of long knives at his waist. In one ear, a large gold earring dangled. "Eld Farrakher," Garrett Jacks introduced the dwarf to Jair and Slanter. Farrakher studied them wordlessly for a moment, then turned back to the weapons master. "Strange company you're keeping, Garrett." "Strange times." The other shrugged. "How about a place to sit and something to eat?" Farrakher nodded. "This way, Dot." He led them past the patrol to where the roadway branched right in from there into a building that housed a large eating hall filled with benches and tables. A handful of the tables were occupied by dwarf hunters absorbed in their evening meal. A few glanced up and nodded to Farrakher, but no one this time showed any particular interest in the dwarf's companions. Apparently it made a difference whom you were with, Jair thought. Farrakher chose a table for them well back against one wall and signaled for food to be brought. "What am I supposed to do with these two?" the dwarf asked when they had seated themselves. Garrett Jacks turned to his companions. "Direct sort of fellow, isn't he? He was with me 10 years ago when I was training dwarf hunters for a border skirmish along the Wolf's Tag. He was with me again in Callahorn a few years back. That's why I'm here now. He asked me to come, and he doesn't take no for an answer." He looked back at Farrakher. "The Veilman is Jair Omsford. He's looking for his sister and a druid." Farrakher leaned back frowning. "A druid? What druid? There aren't any druids anymore. Haven't been any druids since." "I know since Al-Anon," Jair interjected, unable to keep still any longer. "That's the druid I'm looking for." Farrakher stared at him. "That right? What makes you think you'll find him here?" "He told me that he would be going into the Eastland. He took my sister with him." "Your sister?" The dwarf's brows were fiercely knit. "Al-Anon and your sister? And they're supposed to be here somewhere?" Jair nodded slowly, a sinking feeling in his stomach. Farrakher looked at him as if he were crazy. Then he looked at Garrett Jacks. "Where did you find this Veilman?" "On the way," the other replied vaguely. "What do you know about the druid?" Farrakher shrugged. "I know that no one has seen Al-Anon in the Eastland for more than 20 years with or without anybody's sister." "Well, you don't know much, then," Slanter spoke up suddenly, the faintest hint of a sneer in his voice. "The druid's come and gone right under your nose."
Farrakhar's fierce countenance swung around on the speaker. I'd watch my mouth if I were you, gnome.
This one supposedly tracked the druid out of the Eastland, Garrett Jax offered, grey eyes wandering off casually about the empty hall. Tracked him from the Mailmord right to the Valeman's doorstep.
Farrakhar stared at him. I'll ask again, what exactly am I supposed to do with these two? Garrett Jax looked back at him. I've been thinking about that. Does the council meet tonight?
Every night, these days. Then let the Valeman speak to them.
Farrakhar frowned. Why should I do that? Because he has something to tell them that I think they're going to want to hear. And not just about the druid. Dwarf and weapons master eyed each other in silence.
I'll have to make a request, Farrakhar said at last, his lack of enthusiasm evident.
Now seems like a good time to do it. Garrett Jax rose to his feet. Farrakhar sighed and stood up with him, glancing down at Jair and Slanter as he did so. You two can eat your meal and stay put. Don't try wandering off. He hesitated.
I don't know anything about a druid passing through, but I'll look into it for you, Omsford.
He shook his head. Come along, Garrett.
The dwarf and the weapons master left the eating hall. Jair and Slanter sat alone at the table, lost in thought.
Where was Allanan?
Jair asked himself in silent desperation, head lowered to study his hands as he clasped them before him.
The druid had said he was going into the Eastland. Wouldn't he come through Cullhaven? If he hadn't, then where had he gone? Where had he taken Bryn?
A dwarf in a white bib apron brought them plates of hot food and cups of ale, and they began to eat.
No one said anything.
The minutes slipped past as they consumed the meal, and Jair felt his hopes fading with each bite he took, as if somehow he were consuming the answers his questions demanded. Pushing the plate back from where he sat, he scuffed one boot against the plank flooring nervously and tried to decide what he would do if Eld Farrakhar were right and Allanan and Bryn had indeed not come this way.
Stop that? Slanter growled suddenly. Jair glanced up. Stop what? Stop rubbing your boot against the floor. It's annoying. Sorry. And quit looking like you'd lost your best friend. Your sister will turn up. Jair shook his head slowly, still distracted. Maybe.
Humph, the gnome muttered.
I'm the one who should be worrying, not you.
I don't know how I ever let you talk me into this fool's errand. Jair propped his elbows on the table and cupped his chin in his hands.
There was determination in his voice. Even if Bryn didn't come through Cullhaven, even if Allanan went another way, we've still got to go into the Yanner, Slanter.
And we've got to persuade the dwarves to help us. Slanter stared at him.
We? Us? You'd better take a moment and rethink that we and us nonsense.
I'm not going anywhere but back to where I came from before I got involved in this whole mess.
You're a tracker, Slanter, Jair said quietly. I need you.
Too bad, the gnome snapped, his rough yellow face suddenly dark.
I'm also a gnome, in case you hadn't noticed. Did you see the way they looked at me out there? Did you see those children looking at me like I was some sort of wild animal brought in from the forest? Use your head.
There's a war going on between gnomes and dwarves, and the dwarves aren't likely to listen to anything you have to say so long as you persist in making me your ally.
Which I'm not, in any case. Jair bent forward. Slanter, I have to reach Heaven's Well before Bryn reaches the Mailmord. How am I going to do that without someone to guide me in? You'll find a way, knowing you.
The gnome brushed the matter aside.
Besides, I can't go back there anymore. Spilk will have told them what I did. Or if not him, then that other gnome that ran off. They'll be looking for me. If I go back, someone will recognize me.
When I'm caught, the walkers, he stopped abruptly and threw up his hands.
I'm not going, and that's that.
He went back to eating his food, his head lowered to his plate. Jair regarded him silently, wondering if perhaps he were making a mistake in seeking Slanter's help in the first place. Perhaps the king of the Silver River hadn't intended him as an ally after all.
Slanter didn't really seem like much of an ally when you thought about it.
He was altogether too clever, too opportunistic, and his loyalty changed as often as the wind.
He wasn't one to be depended on, was he?
Yet despite all that, there was still something about the gnome that Jair liked.
Maybe it was his toughness.
Like Garrett Jax, Slanter was a survivor, and that was the sort of companion Fair needed if he were to reach the Deep Anner. He watched as the gnome drank down the last of the ale in noisy gulps, then said quietly,
I thought you wanted to learn about the magic. Slanter shook his head. Not anymore. I've learned all I care to know about you, boy. Jair frowned in annoyance.
I think you're just scared.
Think what you like. I'm not going. What about your people? Don't you care what the Mord wraiths are doing to them? Slanter's eyes snapped up. I don't have a people anymore, thanks to you.
Then he shrugged.
Doesn't matter, though. I haven't really had a people since I left the Eastland. I'm my own people. That's not true. The gnomes are your people. You went back to help them, didn't you? Times change. I went back because it was the smart thing to do. Now I'm not going back because that's the smart thing to do. Slanter was growing angry. Why don't you just give it up, boy? I've done enough for you already. I don't feel obliged to do anything further. After all, the king of the Silver River didn't give me any silver dust to help clean up his river. That's fortunate, isn't it? Jair flushed, a bit angry now himself. A fat lot of good you'd be, changing sides every 5 minutes when things got a little rough. I thought you helped me back in the Oaks because you'd made a choice. I thought you cared what happened to me. Well, maybe I was wrong. What do you care about, Slanter?
The gnome was nonplussed.
I care about staying alive.
That's what you'd care about, too, if you had any brains.
Jair went rigid with indignation. He came halfway out of his seat, arms braced on the table. Staying alive? Well, just exactly how are you going to do that when the Mord wraiths poison the Eastland and then move west into the other lands? That's what's going to happen, isn't it? That's what you said. Where will you run to then? Plan on changing sides one time more, become a gnome again long enough to fool the walkers? Slanter reached up and shoved Jair back. You have a big mouth for someone who understands so little about life. Maybe if you'd been out in the world looking after yourself instead of having someone do it for you, you'd not be so quick to point the finger at others. Now, shut up. Jair lapsed into immediate silence. There was nothing to be gained by pushing the matter any further. Slanter had made up his mind not to help, so that was the end of it. He was probably better off without the gnome anyway.
The two were still glowering at each other when Garrett Jax returned a few moments later. He was alone, and he came directly to where they sat. If he noticed the tension between them, he gave no indication of it. He took a seat next to Jair. You're to go before the Council of Elders, he said quietly. Jair shook his head slowly. I don't know about this. I don't know if this is the right thing to do. The weapons master pinned him with his eyes. You don't have a choice. What about Bryn? And Alanon? There is no news of them. Farakar checked, and they haven't been to Cullhaven. No one knows anything about them. The gray eyes studied the Veilman intently. Whatever help you're to find in this quest of yours, you'll have to find it on your own. Jair glanced quickly at Slanter, but the gnome refused to meet his gaze. He turned back to Garrett Jax. When do I go before the council? The weapons master stood up. Now. The Dwarf Council of Elders had convened in the assembly, a large and cavernous hall settled within the bowels of a squarish building that housed all of the offices governing the affairs of the village of Cullhaven. 12 strong, the members of the council sat behind a long table on a dais at the head of the chamber and looked down upon rows of benches separated by aisles that ran back to a pair of wide double doors leading in. It was through these doors that Garrett Jax brought Jair and Slanter. Shadows cloaked all but the very forefront of the assembly, where oil lamps cast their harsh yellow light across the dais. The three who entered made their way to the edge of the light and stopped. A gathering of others occupied seats on the benches closest to the dais, and heads lifted and turned at their approach. A haze of pipe smoke hung over the men gathered, and the pungent smell of burning tobacco filled the air. Come forward, a voice called. They proceeded until they stood even with the foremost line of benches. Jair glanced around uneasily. The faces that stared back at him were not simply the faces of dwarves. A handful of elves sat immediately to his right, and half a dozen bordermen from Callahorn far to his left. Farakar was there as well, black-bearded, face dour and set as he leaned against the far wall. Welcome to Cullhaven, the voice spoke again. The speaker rose from behind the table on the dais. He was a gray-bearded dwarf of some years, rough-faced and bluff, skin browned and lined in the harsh light of the lamps. He stood centermost among the elders at the council. My name is Browork, elder and citizen of Cullhaven, first at this council, he informed them. His hand lifted and beckoned to Jair. Come forward, Veilman. Jair came toward him a step or two and stopped, glancing at the line of faces that looked down at him. All were aged and weathered, yet with eyes still quick and alert as they studied him. Your name? Browork asked him. Jair Omsford, he replied. Of Shady Vale. The dwarf nodded. What would you say to us, Jair Omsford? Jair glanced about. The faces all about him waited expectantly, faces he did not know.
Should he reveal what he knew to them? He looked back at the elder. You may speak freely,
Browork assured him, sensing his concern. All gathered here are to be trusted, all are leaders in the fight against the Mord Wraiths.
He sat down again slowly and waited. Jair looked about once more, then took a deep breath and began to speak.
Step by step, he revealed all that had happened since the arrival of Allanan in Shady Vale those many nights past. He told of the Druid's coming, of his warning of the Mord Wraiths, of his need for Bryn, and of their departure east. He described his subsequent flight, the adventures that had befallen him in the Highlands and the Black Oaks, his meeting with the King of the Silver River, and the prophecy foretold by the legendary king. It took him some time to tell it all. While he spoke, the men gathered about him stayed silent. He could not bring himself to look at them, he was frightened of what he might see in their faces. Instead, he kept his eyes fixed on the seams and hollows that molded Browork's weathered countenance and the deep-set blue eyes that stared fixedly back at him. When at last he was finished, the dwarf elder leaned forward slowly, his rough hands folding on the table before him, his gaze still holding Jair's. 20 years ago, I fought with Allanan to keep the demon hordes from the elven city of Arborlan. It was a terrible battle. Young Adani Lesadil he indicated with his hand a blonde-haired elf barely older than Bryn.
Was not even born then.
His grandfather, the great Aventine, was king of the elves. That was when Allanan last walked the Four Lands. Not since that time has the druid been seen, Valeman.
He has not come to Cullhaven. He has not come to the Eastland. What say you to that? Jair shook his head. I don't know why he didn't come this way. I don't know where he has gone. I only know where it is that he goes and my sister with him. And I know, too, that he has indeed been within the Eastland. He turned toward Slanter. This hunter tracked him from the Maelmord west to my home. He waited for confirmation, but Slanter said nothing. No one has seen Allanan for 20 years, another elder of the council repeated quietly.
And no one has ever spoken with the king of the Silver River, a third said. I spoke with him, Jair said. And my father also spoke with him. He helped my father and an elf girl flee the demons to Arborlan.
Browork continued to study him.
I know of your father, youngster. He did come to Arborlan to aid the elves in their fight against the demons. It was rumored that he was the possessor of elfstones, just as you have said.
But you say that you took the elfstones from your home and then gave them up to the king of the Silver River? In exchange for magic I could use, Jair affirmed quickly. For a wish I could use to save Bryn.
For a vision crystal to find her. And for strength for those who would help me.
Browork glanced now at Garrett Jax. The weapons master nodded. I have seen the crystal of which he speaks. It is magic.
It did show to us the face of a girl one he says is his sister.
The elf identified as Adani Lesadil came suddenly to his feet.
He was tall and fair-skinned, his blonde hair reaching to his shoulders.
My father has spoken to me of Wilomsford many times. He has said that he is an honorable man.
I do not think a son of his would speak anything but the truth. Unless he mistook fantasy for truth, one of the council suggested.
This tale is difficult to swallow.
But the waters of the river are indeed fouled, another pointed out.
We all know that in some way the Mord Wraiths poison them in an effort to destroy us.
As you say, common knowledge, replied the first.
Hardly proof of anything.
Other voices rose now, arguing the merits of Jair's tale.
Browork raised his hands sharply. Peace, elders. Give thought to what we are about. He turned back to Jair. Your quest, if it be true, requires that we give you aid.
You cannot succeed without that aid, Valeman. Armies of gnomes lie between you and the thing you seek, this place you call Heaven's Well. Understand, too, that none among us have ever been where you would go or seen the source of the waters of the Silver River. He glanced about for confirmation, heads nodded and no one spoke in contradiction.
For us to help you then, we must first be certain of what we do. We must believe. How are we to believe a thing of which we have no personal knowledge? How are we to know what you tell us is the truth?
I would not lie, Jair insisted, flushing.
Not knowingly, perhaps, the elder mused. Yet all lies are not intended.
Sometimes what we believe to be truth is but a falsehood which deceives us. Perhaps that is what has happened here. Perhaps. Perhaps if we waste enough time talking about it, it will be too late to do anything to help Bryn.
Jair lost his temper completely.
I have not been deceived in anything.
What I spoke of happened.
The voices murmured in dissatisfaction, but immediately Browork signaled for quiet. Show to us this pouch of silver dust that we might gain some measure of belief in what you say, he ordered. The Veilman stared at him helplessly.
It will not aid you.
The dust appears as common sand.
Sand?
One of the council members shook his head in disgust.
We are wasting our time, Browork. Let us at least see the crystal, then, Browork sighed.
Or prove to us in some other way that what you say is true, another demanded. Jair felt his chance of convincing the dwarves of anything slipping rapidly away. Few, if any, of the council believed what he was telling them. They had seen nothing of Alanan or Bryn, none of them had ever heard of anyone speaking with the king of the Silver River. For all he knew, they didn't even believe that such a being existed. Now he was telling them he had given away elfstones for magics they could not even see.
We waste time, Browork, the first elder muttered once more.
Let the Veilman be questioned by others while we get on with our business, another said. Again the voices rose, and this time they drowned out Browork's pleas for silence. Almost to a man, the dwarves of the council and those gathered with them called for the matter to be disposed of without further delay. I could have told you this would happen, Slanter whispered suddenly from behind him.
Jair went crimson with anger.
He had come too far and endured too much to be shoved aside now. Give us proof, they were telling him.
Make us believe. Well, he knew how to make them believe.
Stepping forward suddenly, he lifted his hands high, then pointed into the shadows of the aisle leading back from where he stood. So dramatic was the gesture that the voices went abruptly still, and all heads turned to look.
There was nothing there, nothing but darkness.
Then Jair sang, the wish song quick and strident, and a tall, black figure wrapped in cloak and cowl emerged from out of the nothingness of the air. The figure was Alanan. There was a sharp gasp from those assembled. Swords and long knives slipped from their sheaths, and men bounded from their seats to defend against this shade that had emerged from the dark. Within the cowl, a dark lean face lifted to the light, eyes fixing on the men of the council.
Then Jair's song faded and the druid was gone. Jair turned once more to Browork.
The dwarf's eyes were wide.
Now do you believe me? The Veilman asked quietly. You said you knew him, you said you fought with him at Arborlawn. Was that the druid?
Slowly Browork nodded.
That was Alanan.
Then you know that I have seen him, Jair said. All assembled turned back now to stare at the Veilman, uneasy and shaken by what had happened. Behind him, Jair heard Slanter chuckle, a low nervous laugh. He caught a glimpse of Garrett Jax from the corner of his eye. The weapons master had a curious, almost surprised look on his face. I have told you the truth, Jair said to Browork. I must go into the Deep Anor and find Heaven's Well.
Alanan will be there with my sister. Now tell me, will you help me or not? Browork glanced at the other elders. What say you?
I believe what he says, one old man ventured quietly. But it could yet be a trick.
Another said.
It could be the work of the Mord Wraiths.
Jair glanced quickly about.
A few heads were nodding in agreement. In the smoky light of the oil lamps, suspicion and fear clouded many eyes. The risk is too great, I think, yet another elder said. Browork rose. We are pledged to give aid to any who seek the destruction of the Wraiths, he said, blue eyes quick and hard. This Veilman has told us he is allied with others of like mind and purpose.
I believe him.
I believe we should do what we can to aid him in his quest. I call for a vote, elders.
Give me your hands in support if you agree. Browork's hand lifted high. Half a dozen more from the council lifted with it.
But the dissenters were not to be silenced so easily.
This is madness. One shouted. Who will go with him? Are we to send men from the village, Browork? Who is to go on this quest to which you have so unwisely given your blessing?
I call for volunteers if this is to be done. A scattering of voices muttered in support.
Browork nodded. So be it.
He looked about the chamber silently, his eyes shifting from one face to the next, searching, waiting for someone to accept the challenge.
I will go.
Jair looked around slowly. Garrett Jax had come forward a single step, gray eyes expressionless as he faced the council. The king of the Silver River promised the Veilman that I would be his protector, he said softly.
Very well. The promise shall be kept. Browork nodded, then looked about the room once more. Who else among you will go? He called out.
Eld Farakar pushed away from the wall against which he was leaning and walked over to stand with his friend. Again Browork looked out among those gathered. A moment later there was a stirring from among the men of Callahorn. A giant borderman rose to his feet, black hair and beard close-cropped about his long, strangely gentle face. I'll go, he rumbled and came forward to stand with the others.
Jair took a step back in spite of himself. The borderman was almost as big as Alanan.
Helt, Browork greeted him. The men of Callahorn need not make this quest their own.
The big man shrugged. We fight the same enemy, Elder.
The quest appeals to me, and I would go. Then suddenly Edain Ellcrys came to his feet.
I would go as well, Elder. Browork frowned.
You are a prince of the elves, young Edain. You are here with your elven hunters to repay a debt your father feels he owes from the time the dwarves stood with him at Arberlon.
Well and good. But you carry the price of the debt too far. Your father would not approve of this. Reconsider. The elven prince smiled.
There is nothing to reconsider, Browork. The debt owed in this matter is not to the dwarves but to the Veilman and his father.
20 years ago, Wilomsford went with an elven chosen in search of a talisman that would destroy the demons who had broken free of the forbidding.
He risked his life for my father and for my people. Now I have a chance to do the same for Wilomsford, to go with his son, to see to it that he finds the thing he quests for.
I am as able as any man here and I would go. Still Browork frowned. Garrett Jax glanced at Farakar.
The dwarf merely shrugged. The weapons master looked over at the elven prince for a moment as if measuring the depth of his commitment or perhaps simply his chance of surviving, then slowly nodded.
Very well, Browork acquiesced. 5, then. 6, Garrett Jax said quietly. An even half-dozen for luck. Browork looked puzzled. Who is the 6th? Garrett Jax turned slowly about and pointed to Slanter. The gnome. What? Slanter's jaw dropped. You can't choose me, Dot.
I have already done so, the other replied.
You are the only one here who has been where we want to go. You know the way, gnome, and you are going to show it to us. I'll show you nothing. Slanter was livid, his face contorted with rage. This boy, this devil, he put you up to this. Well, you have no power over me.
I'll throw you all to the wolves if you try to make me go. Garrett Jax came up against him, the terrible grey eyes as cold as winter.
That would be most unfortunate for you, gnome, for the wolves would reach you first. Take a moment and think it through.
The assembly went deathly still. Weapons master and gnome faced each other without moving, eyes locked. In the eyes of the man in black, there was death, in the eyes of Slanter, hesitation. But the gnome did not back away. He stood where he was, seething with anger, trapped in a snare of his own making. Slowly his gaze shifted to find Jair, and in that instant the Veilman actually found himself feeling sorry for the gnome. Slanter's nod was barely perceptible.
I've no choice, it seems, he muttered. I'll take you. Garrett Jax turned back once more to Browork. 6. The dwarf elder hesitated, then sighed in resignation.
6 it is, he declared softly.
Fortune go with you. 15.
Late the following morning, their preparations completed, the little company departed Cullhaven for the Deep Anor. Jair, Slanter, Garrett Jax, Farakar, Edain Ellcrys and the borderman Helt, armed and provisioned, slipped quietly from the village and were gone almost without notice. Only Browork was there to see them off, his aged countenance reflecting a mix of conviction and misgiving. To Jair, he gave his promise that warning of the Mord wraiths would be sent to the elder Olmsfords before their return to the Vale. To each of the others, he gave a firm handshake and a word of encouragement. Slanter alone evidenced an understandable lack of appreciation for the good wishes. No other fanfare accompanied their departure. The Council of Elders and the other leaders, both dwarf and outlander, who had participated in last night's gathering remained divided in their feelings as to the wisdom of this undertaking. More than not, were the truth to be made known, felt the entire venture doomed from the start. Yet the decision had been made, and so the company went. It went alone, without escort, despite strenuous objection from the elven hunters who had accompanied Edain Ellcrys from the home city of Arberlon and who felt more than a little responsible for the safety of their prince. Theirs was but a token force, after all, dispatched hurriedly by Ander Ellcrys upon his receiving a call for aid from Browork and, until a larger force could be mobilized, dispatched in recognition of an obligation owed the dwarves for their aid in the demon-elf struggle of 20 years earlier. Edain Ellcrys had been sent in his father's place, but without any real expectation that he would see battle unless the gnome armies advanced all the way to Cullhaven. His offer to join the company on their quest into the heart of enemy country had been completely unexpected. But there was little that the elven hunters could do about it since the prince was free to make his own decision in the matter other than to insist that they, too, be made a part of the undertaking. There were those among the dwarves and bordermen who would have gone as well, but all were refused. Garrett Jax made the decision, and it was supported by the others who comprised the company of 6, even Slanter. The smaller the group, the greater its mobility and stealth and the better its chances of slipping through the great forests of Anor unseen. With the unavoidable exception of Jair, and he had the magic to protect him, he kept reminding them all were skilled professionals, trained in survival. Even Edain Elecidil had been tutored by members of the king's home guard during the years he had grown to manhood. The fewer they numbered, they all agreed, the better off they would be. And so only 6 went on foot, for the forest wilderness prevented any other form of travel eastward from the dwarf village into the darkened woods, following the bend of the Silver River. Browork watched them until they were lost from sight in the trees, then turned reluctantly back to Cullhaven and the work that awaited him there. It was a clear, cool autumn day, the air sharp and still and the skies bright with sunlight. Trees shimmered in myriad hues of red, gold, and brown, leaves falling to blanket the forest earth in a soft carpet that rustled beneath the feet of the 6 as they marched ahead. Time slipped quickly away. Almost before they knew it, the afternoon was gone, the evening settling in across the Anner in dark shades of gray and violet, and the sun sinking slowly from view. The company made camp next to the Silver River in a small grove of ash, sheltered on their eastern fringe by an outcropping of rocks. Dinner was prepared and eaten, and then Garrett Jacks called them all together. "This will be our route." It was Eldfaraker who spoke, kneeling in their midst to clear the leaves away, a broken stick tracing lines in the bare earth. "The Silver River flows thus." He marked its passage. "We stand here. East, 4 days or so, is the dwarf fortress at Capale that protects the locks and dams on the Silidellen. North of that, the Silver River runs down out of the high bends and the gnome prisons at Dunfierin. Further north still lie the Ravenshorn and Greymark." He looked about the little circle of faces. "If we can do so, we must follow the river all the way into Greymark. If we are forced to leave the river, the path through the Anner becomes a difficult one, all wilderness." He paused. "Gnome armies hold everything north and east of Capale. Once there, we will have to watch ourselves carefully. Questions?" Garrett Jacks glanced up. Slanter's snort of derision broke the silence. "You make it seem a whole lot easier than it is," he growled. "That's why we have you along." The weapons master shrugged. "Once beyond Capale, you'll be the one choosing the path." Slanter spit disdainfully on the drawing. "If we get that far." The group broke up, each member moving off to make up his bed for the night. Jair hesitated, then started after Slanter. He caught up with the gnome on the far side of the clearing. "Slanter," he called. The gnome glanced about momentarily, saw who it was and looked away at once. Jair stepped around in front of the gnome and faced him. "Slanter, I just want to tell you that it was not my idea to bring you with us." Slanter's eyes were hard. "It was your idea, all right." Jair shook his head. "I wouldn't force anyone to come who didn't want to, not even you. But I'm glad you're here. I want you to know that." "How very comforting," the gnome mocked. "Be sure to remind the walkers of that when they have us all in their prisons." "Slanter, don't be like this. Don't." The gnome turned away abruptly. "Leave me alone. I want nothing to do with you. I want nothing to do with any of this." Then he glanced back suddenly, and there was a fierce determination in his eyes. "First chance I get, boy, I'll be gone. Remember that first chance. Now are you still glad I'm here?" He whirled and stalked away. Jair stared after him helplessly, both saddened and angered by the way things had worked out between them. "He's not as angry at you as he seems," a low voice rumbled. Jair turned and found the borderman held beside him, the long gentle face looking down. "He's mostly angry at himself." Jair shook his head doubtfully. "It didn't look that way." The borderman moved over to a tree stump and sat, stretching his long legs. "Maybe not, but that's the truth of it. The gnome's a tracker, I knew him in Varfleet. Trackers are not like anyone else, they're loners, and Slanter is more alone than most. He feels trapped in this, and he wants someone to blame for that. Apparently he finds it easiest to blame you. I suppose I am to blame in a way." The Veil Man stared after the retreating gnome. "No more than he himself," the other said quietly. "He came into the Anner on his own, didn't he?" Jair nodded. "But I asked him to come." "Someone asked all of us to come," Hel pointed out. "We didn't have to come, though, we chose to come. It's no different with the gnome. He chose to come with you to Cullhaven, probably he wanted to come. It may be that he wants to come now, but can't admit it to himself. Maybe he's even a little frightened by the idea." Jair frowned. "Why would he be frightened of that?" "Because it means he cares about you. There isn't any other reason that I can think of that he would be here." "I hadn't thought of that. I guess that I thought just the opposite from what he's been saying, that he didn't care about anything." Helt shook his head. "No, he cares, I think. And that frightens him, too. Trackers can't afford to care about anyone, not if they expect to stay alive." Jair stared at the borderman a moment. "You seem pretty sure about all this."
The big man rose. I am. You see, I was once a tracker, too. He turned and walked away into the dark.
Jair stared after him, wondering what it was that had prompted the borderman to speak, but rather grateful nevertheless that he had done so. Dawn broke gray and cheerless, and a mass of rolling dark clouds swept east across the morning sky. The wind blew chill and harsh out of the north, biting at their faces. Fierce gusts, whistling through the skeletal limbs of the forest trees. Leaves and dirt swirled all about them as they resumed the march, and the air smelled heavily of rain.
Jair Ohmsford walked that day in the company of Adaini Lesidil.
The elven prince joined him at the start of the journey, conversing in his loose, easy manner, telling Jair what his father the king had told him of the Ohmsfords. There was a great debt owed Will Ohmsford, the elven prince explained, as they bent their heads against the wind and trooped forward through the cold. If not for him, the elven nation might have lost their war with the demons, for it was Will who had taken the elven chosen Ambril in search of the bloodfire so that the seed of the legendary Ellcrys might be placed within its flames, then returned to the earth to be born anew. Jair had heard the tale 1,000 times, but it was different somehow hearing it from Adain, and he welcomed the retelling. He, in his turn, recounted to the prince his own small knowledge of the Westland, of his father's admiration for Andor Ilesidil, and of his own strong feelings for the elven people. As they talked, a sense of kinship began to develop between them. Perhaps it was their shared elven ancestry, perhaps simply the closeness in age. Adain Ilesidil was like Roan in his conversation, at times serious and relaxed by turns, anxious to share his feelings and ideas and to hear Jair's own bonds of friendship were quickly formed. Nightfall came, and the little company took shelter beneath an overhang along a ridgeline that shadowed the Silver River. There they had their dinner and watched the sullen rush of the river as it churned past through a series of rocky drops. Rain began to fall, the sky went black, and the day faded into an unpleasant night. Jair sat back within the overhang and stared out into the dark, the fetid smell of the poisoned river reaching his nostrils. The river had grown worse since Cullhaven, its waters blackened and increasingly choked with masses of dying fish and deadwood. Even the vegetation along the riverbanks had shown signs of wilting. There was a murky, depthless cast to the river, and the rain that fell in steady sheets seemed welcome, if only to help somehow wash clean the foulness that lay therein. The members of the company began to fall asleep after a time. As always, one among them stood guard for the rest. This watch was Helt's. The giant borderman stood at the far end of the outcropping, a massive shadow against the faint gray of the rain. He had been a tracker a long time, Adain Ilesidil had told Jair, more than 20 years. No one ever talked about why he wasn't a tracker anymore. He'd had a family once, it was rumored, but no one seemed to know what had become of them. He was a gentleman, quiet and soft-spoken, he was also a dangerous one. He was a skilled fighter. He was incredibly strong. And he possessed night vision, extraordinary eyesight that enabled him to see in darkness as clearly as if it were brightest day. There were stories about his night vision. Nothing ever crept up on Helt or got past him. Jair hunched down within his blankets against the growing cold. A fire burned at the center of the outcropping, but the heat failed to penetrate the damp to where he sat. He stared a while longer at Helt. The borderman hadn't said anything further to him after their brief conversation of the previous night. Jair had thought to talk again with him, and once or twice had almost done so. Yet something had kept him from it. Perhaps it was the look of the man, he was so big and dark. Like Alanon, only different somehow. Jair shook his head, unable to decide what that difference was. You should be sleeping. The voice startled Jair so that he jumped. Garrett Jax was next to him, a silent black shadow as he settled in beside the Veilman and wrapped himself in his cloak. I'm not sleepy, Jair murmured, struggling to regain his composure. The weapons master nodded, gray eyes peering out into the rain. They sat there in silence, huddled down in the dark, listening to the patter of the rainfall, the churning rush of the river, and the soft ripple of leaves and limbs as the wind blew past. After a time, Garrett Jax stirred and Jair could feel the other's eyes shift to find him. Do you remember asking me why I helped you in the Black Oaks? Garrett Jax asked softly. Jair nodded. I told you it was because you interested me. That was true, you did. But it was more than that. He paused, and Jair turned to look at him. The hard, cold eyes seemed distant and searching. I am the best at what I do. The weapons master's voice was barely a whisper. All my life I have been the best, and there is no one even close. I have traveled all of the lands, and I have never found anyone who was a match for me. But I keep looking. Jair stared at him. Why do you do that? Because what else is there for me to do? The other asked. What purpose is there in being a weapons master if not to test the skill that the name implies? I test myself every day of my life, I look for ways to see that the skill does not fail me. It never does, of course, but I keep looking. His gaze shifted once more, peering into the rain. When I first came upon you back in that clearing in the oaks, bound and gagged, trussed hand and foot, guarded by that gnome patrol, when I saw you like that, I knew there was something special about you. I didn't know what it was, but I knew it was there. I sensed it, I guess you'd say. You were what I was looking for. Jair shook his head. I don't understand what you mean. No, I don't guess you do. At first, I didn't understand either. I just sensed that somehow you were important to me. So I freed you and went with you. As we traveled, I saw more of what had intrigued me in the first place, something that I was looking for. Nothing really told me what I should do with you. I just sensed what I should do, and I did it. He straightened. And then, his eyes snapped back to find Jair's. You came awake that morning by the Silver River and told me of the dream. Not a dream, I guess, but something like it. Your quest, you called it. And I was to be your protector. An impossible quest, a quest deep into the heart of the lair of the Mord Wraiths for something no one knew anything about but you, and I was to be your protector. He shook his head slowly. But you see, I had a dream that night, also. I didn't tell you that. I had a dream that was so real that it was more vision than dream. In a time and place I did not recognize, I stood with you as your protector. Before me was a thing of fire, a thing that burned at the touch. A voice whispered to me from within my mind. It said that I must do battle with the fire, that it would be a battle to the death, and that it would be the most terrible battle of my life. The voice whispered that it was for this battle alone that I had trained all of my life, that all of the battles that had gone before had been to prepare me for this. His gray eyes burned with the heat of his words. I thought after hearing of your vision that perhaps mine, too, came from the king of the Silver River. But whatever its source, I knew that the voice spoke the truth. And I knew as well that this was what I had been looking for, a chance to match my skill against power greater than any that I had ever faced, and to see if I was indeed the best. They stared silently at each other in the dark. What Jair saw in the other man's eyes frightened him, a determination, a strength of purpose, and something more. A madness. A frenzy, barely controlled and hard as iron. I want you to understand, Veilman, Garrett Jax whispered. I choose to come with you that I might find this vision. I shall be your protector as I have pledged that I would. I shall see you safely past whatever dangers threaten. I shall defend you even though I die doing so. But in the end it is the vision that I seek to test my skill against this dream. Pausing, he drew back from the Veilman. I want you to understand that, he repeated softly. Silent again, he waited. Jair nodded slowly. I think I do. Garrett Jax looked out into the rain once more, withdrawing into himself. As if alone, he sat and watched the rain fall in steady sheets and said nothing. Then, after a time, he rose and slipped back into the shadows. Jair Ohmsford sat alone for a long time after he was gone, wondering if he really did understand after all. The next morning, when they came awake, Jair brought forth the vision crystal to discover what had become of Bryn since last he had sought her out. Rain and grey mist shrouded the forest as the members of the little company crowded about the Veilman. Holding the crystal before him so that all could see, he began to sing. Soft and eerie, the wish song filled the dawn silence with its sound, rising up through the patter of the rain on the earth. Then light flared from within the crystal, fierce and sudden, and Bryn's face appeared. She stared out at the members of the company, searching for something their own eyes could not see. There were mountains behind her, stark and barren as they rose against a dawn as grey and dismal as their own. Still Jair sang, following his sister's face as she turned suddenly. Roan, Leah and Alanan were there, haggard-looking faces lifted toward a deep, impenetrable forest. Jair ceased to sing, and the vision was gone. He looked anxiously at the faces about him. Where is she? The mountains are the dragon's teeth, Helk rumbled softly. No mistaking them. Garrett Jax nodded and looked at Farakar. The forest? It's the Anner. The dwarf rubbed his bearded chin. She comes this way, she and the other two, but farther north, across the Rab. The weapons master gripped Jair's shoulder. When you used the vision crystal before, the mountains were the same, I think the dragon's teeth. Your sister and the druid were within them then, now they come out. What would they be doing there? There was a moment's silence, faces glancing one from the other. Piranha, Idani Lesadil said suddenly. The druid's keep, Jair agreed at once. Alanan took Bryn into the druid's keep. He shook his head. But why would he do that? This time no one spoke. Garrett Jax straightened. We won't find out huddled here. The answers to such questions lie east. They rose, and Jair slipped the vision crystal back into his tunic. The march into the Anner resumed. 16. On the fourth day out of Cullhaven, they arrived at the Wedge. It was late afternoon, and the sky hung gray and oppressive across the land. Rain fell in steady sheets as it had fallen for 3 days past, and the air was sodden and cold. Trees stripped bare of autumn color shone black and stark through trailers of mist that slipped like wraiths across the deepening dusk. In the empty, sullen forest, there was only silence. All day the land had been rising in a steady, gentle slope that lifted now into a mass of cliffs and ridgelines. The silver river churned through their midst, swollen by the rains, cradled within a deep and winding gorge. Mountains rose up about the gorge and blocked it away with walls of cliffs that were sheer and stripped of trees and scrub. Shadowed by mist and coming night, the silver river was soon lost from sight entirely. It was the gorge that the dwarves had named the Wedge. The members of the little company came high upon its southern slope, heads bent against the wind, cloaks wrapped tightly about their bodies as the cold and the rain seeped through. Silence hung over everything, the roar of the wind sweeping from their ears all sound save its own, and there was a deep and pervasive sense of solitude in each man's mind. The company walked through scrub and pine, making its way upward with slow, steady progress, feeling the whole of the skyline close down about it as the afternoon faded and night began to creep slowly in. Farakar led the way. This was his country and he was the most familiar with its tricks. Garrett followed, as black and hard as the trees they slipped through, then came Slanter, Jair, and Adani Lesadil. Giant Help brought up the rear. No one spoke. In the stillness of their march, the minutes dragged by. They had passed over a gentle rise and come down into a stand of glistening spruce when Farakar suddenly stopped, listened, then motioned them all into the trees. With a word to Garrett, the dwarf slipped from them and disappeared into the mist and rain. They waited in silence for his return. He was gone a long time. When he finally reappeared, it was from a different direction entirely. Signaling for them to follow, he led them deep into the trees. There they knelt in a circle about him. "Gnomes," he said quietly. Water ran from his bald head into his thick beard, curling in its mass. "At least 100. They've secured the bridge." There was shocked silence. The bridge was in the middle of supposedly safe country that was protected by an entire army of dwarves stationed at the fortress at Capale. If there were gnomes this far west and this close to Cullhaven, what had befallen that army? "Can we go around?" Garrett asked at once. Farakar shook his head. "Not unless you want to lose at least 3 days. The bridge is the only passage over the Wedge. If we don't cross here, we have to backtrack down out of these mountains and circle south through the wilderness." Rain spattered down their faces in the silence that followed. "We don't have 3 days to waste," the weapons master said finally. "Can we get past the gnomes?" Farakar shrugged. "Maybe when it's dark." Garrett nodded slowly. "Take us up for a look." They climbed into the rocks, circling through pine, spruce, and scrub, boulders damp and slick with rain, and mist, and deepening night. Silent shadows, they worked their way ahead, Eld Farakar in the lead as they crept cautiously into the gloom. Then a flicker of firelight shone through the gray, its faint, lonely cast washed with rain. It slipped from beyond the rocks ahead of them. As one, they crouched from its eyes and crawled slowly on, up to where they could peek above the rim of a ridgeline and look down. The sheer walls of the Wedge dropped away below, misted and rainswept as the night came down. Spanning the massive drop was a sturdy trestle bridge built of timber and iron, fastened to the cliff rocket and arrows, and pinioned with dwarf skill and engineering against the thrust and bite of the wind. On the near side of the bridge, a broad shelf ran back to the ridgeline, thinly forested and covered now by gnome watchfires in the shelter of makeshift leas and canvas tents. Gnomes huddled everywhere about fires in shadowed knots, within the scents silhouetted against the firelight, and along the shelf from ridgeline to bridge. On the far side of the gorge, nearly lost in the dark, a dozen more patrolled a narrow trail that ran back from the drop over a low rise to a broad, forested slope that fell away 100 yards further on into the wilderness. At both ends of the trestle bridge, gnome hunters stood watch. The 6 who crouched upon the ridgeline studied the scene below for long moments, and then Garrett signaled for them all to withdraw into the shelter of a clump of boulders below. Once there, the weapons master turned to Helt. "When it's dark, can we slip past?" The big man looked doubtful. "Maybe as far as the bridge." Garrett shook his head. "That's not far enough. We have to get beyond the sentries." "One man might do it," Farakar said slowly. "Crawl under the bridge, crawl along the braces. If he were quick enough, he could slip across, kill the sentries and hold the bridge long enough for the others to follow." "This is madness," Slanter exclaimed suddenly, his rough face shoving into view. "Even if you manage somehow to make it to the far side past those dozen or so sentries, the rest will be after you in a minute. How will you escape them?" "Dwarf ingenuity," Farakar growled slowly. "We built things better than most, gnome. That bridge is rigged to collapse. Pull the pins on either side and the whole thing drops into the gorge." "How long to pull the pins?"
Garrett Jacks asked him. A minute, maybe two.
It's been expected for some time that the gnomes would try to flank Capale.
He shook his head.
It worries me, though, that they've done it now and no one stopped them. They're bold to seize the bridge as openly as this. And the way they've camped suggests they aren't much concerned about being caught from the other direction. He shook his head once more.
I'm worried for the army. Garrett Jacks brushed the rain from his eyes. Worry about them another time. He glanced quickly at the others. Listen carefully.
When it's dark, Helt will lead us through the camp to the bridge.
I'll cross underneath.
When I dispose of the sentries, Elb and the gnome will cross with the Veilman. Helt, you and the Elven Prince use long bows to keep the gnomes on this side of the bridge until the pins 8 pulled. Then cross when you're called and we'll drop the bridge.
Elb Farakar, Helt, and Edani Lesadil nodded wordlessly. There's more than 100 gnome hunters down there. Slanter pointed out heatedly. If anything goes wrong, we won't have a chance. Farakar looked coldly at the gnome. That shouldn't bother you, should it? After all, you can pretend you're with them.
Jair glanced quickly at the gnome, but Slanter turned away without comment.
Garrett Jacks came to his feet. No sound from here forward. Remember what we have to do.
They climbed back onto the ridgeline, then huddled patiently within the rocks and watched as the night descended.
An hour slipped away. Then 2.
Still the weapons master kept them where they were. Darkness fell over the whole of the gorge, and the rain and the mist passed across it like a veil. The cold began to deepen, settling through them with numbing bitterness. Below, the fires of the gnome hunters grew brighter against the black. Then Garrett Jacks brought his arm up, and the little company rose. They slipped from the rocks like bits of scattered night and began their descent toward the gnome encampment. They went one after another, Held leading the way, slow and cautious as he picked his path downward. The fires burned closer, and then voices became audible in the rush of wind and rain, low, guttural, and sounding of discomfort. The 6 forms crept past fire and tent, bent low within shadows that spread from rock and trees into the night. The company circled left about the encampment, and only Helt's night vision kept them from wandering off the drop. The minutes slipped away, and the slow crawl through the enemy camp dragged on. Jair could smell food cooking as the wind blew the odor back in his face. He could hear the voices of the gnomes, their laughter and grunts, and see the movement of the toughened bodies passing in the faint light of the fires. He tried hard not even to breathe, willing himself to become one with the night. Then suddenly it occurred to him that if he wanted to, he really could become one with the night. He could use the wish song to make himself invisible. And then he realized that he had just stumbled on a better way to get them all across the bridge. But how was he going to let the others know what it was? They had crept to the edge of the gorge and were beyond the shelter of rocks and trees. Only the open face of the cliff stretched ahead. They edged forward, crouched low against the night. There were no fires here, and so they stayed hidden in the mist and the rain. Ahead, the bulk of the trestle bridge loomed through the dark, its wooden beams glistening with rain. Gnome voices came softly from above, brief and cryptic as the sentries hunched down within their cloaks and stared longingly at the warmth and cheer of the camp behind them. Silently, Hel took the company down beneath the bridge to where the supporting beams were anchored in the rock. Yards away, the empty depths of the wedge opened in a monstrous chasm, wind howling through its cavernous stomach across the rock. They crouched in a knot, and now Jair reached tentatively for Garrett Jacks. The hard face swung about. Jair pointed to the weapons master, then to himself, then to the sentries above them on the bridge. Garrett Jacks frowned. Jair pointed to his mouth and said soundlessly gnome and pointed again to each of them. The wish song can make the 2 of us appear as gnomes to the sentries and we can cross without being stopped, he was trying to say. Should he whisper it? But no, the weapons master had said that no one was to speak. The wind would carry the sound of their voices, it was too dangerous. Again he made the same motions. The others crowded closer, glancing at one another uneasily as Jair continued to motion to Garrett Jacks. Finally the weapons master seemed to understand. He hesitated for a moment, then took Jair's arm in his own, pulled him close and pointed to the others, then to the bridge above. Could the Veilman disguise them all? Jair hesitated, he hadn't considered that. Did he possess strength enough to carry the disguise that far? It was dark, raining, and they were all cloaked and hooded. It would only be for moments. He nodded that he could. Garrett Jacks braced him firmly with both hands, gray eyes fixed upon his own. Then he motioned the others to follow them up. All understood. The Veilman was going to use the wish song to get them across. They did not know how he was going to do that, but they had seen the power he commanded. Moreover, accepting only Slanter and even he might have deferred to the other under those conditions, they trusted implicitly the judgment of Garrett Jacks.
If he believed in Jair, so would they. They rose in a knot from where they crouched hidden and walked boldly up the bluff rise cowered the bridge. Before them, shadowed forms huddled in idle conversation. Aware suddenly of their approach, the gnome sentries turned. There were only 3. Jair was already singing, his voice blending into the wind in a harsh, guttural song that whispered of gnomes. For an instant the sentries seemed to hesitate, and a few brought their weapons up guardedly. Jair pushed harder, probing with the wish song to make them all appear as slanter. The gnome tracker would surely think I'm mad now, he thought fleetingly. Still he sang. Weapons lowered then, and the sentries stepped aside. A changing of the watch? A relief for those on the far side of the gorge? Jair and his companions left them wondering, passing through their midst with faces lowered and cloaks wrapped close. They trooped onto the bridge, their booted feet thudding softly on the heavy wooden planks. Still Jair sang, shading them all in gnome disguise. Then abruptly his voice faltered, drained by the use to which he had put it. But they were past the line of sentries now, lost in a shroud of mist and rain to any eyes that might follow them. They reached the center of the bridge, the wind howling past them in stinging swipes. Hastily Garrett Jax motioned for Helt and Edani Lesidil to drop back. For just an instant Jair had a fleeting glimpse of Slanter's face, filled with wonder as he stared at the Veil Man. Then Garrett Jax motioned both of them behind him, and with Eld Farakar at his side started forward once more. They emerged from rain and night at the far side of the bridge, little more than hooded shadows to the gnomes who kept watch there. Jair's throat tightened. This time there could be no wish song to see them safely past, there were too many. A gathering of faces turned at their approach. For a few uncertain moments, the sentries simply stared at the figures who came at them, surprised by their appearance, yet certain that only gnomes could come from the encampment they knew to hold the far cliff. Then before surprise could turn to alarm, or size and shape could properly register, Garrett Jax and Farakar were upon them. Short sword and long knife glistened in the night. Half a dozen gnomes lay dead before the others even realized what was happening. Their attackers swept into their midst, and now shouts of alarm broke wildly from their throats, calling to those on the far side. Answering cries came back a moment later. Jair and Slanter crouched low at the far end of the bridge, watching the battle before them as it swept into the dark and hearing disembodied cries rise all about them. The sharp twang of elven ash bows sounded above the rush of wind and raid, and more gnome hunters began to die. Then a single gnome burst from the darkness before them, bloodied and disheveled, his yellow face frantic in the dim light. He rushed onto the bridge, a two-edged axe in his hands. He saw Slanter and stopped, confused. Then he caught sight of Jair and sprang forward. The Veil Man stumbled back, trying vainly to protect himself, so startled by the other's appearance that he momentarily forgot about the long knife he carried at his waist. The gnome howled, weapon lifting, and Jair threw up his hands protectively. "Not the boy, you," Slanter cried out. The gnome screamed in rage, and again the axe came up. Slanter's sword swept down, and the attacker dropped to his knees, dying. Slanter drew back, a shocked look on his rough face. Then he had Jair by the arm, yanking him to his feet and pulling him ahead until they were clear of the bridge. Abruptly Eld Farakar appeared. Without a word, he dropped below the trestle bridge to where the pins that held it fixed were concealed. With frantic motions, he began to pull them free. Renewed cries sounded from the center of the bridge. Booted feet raced onto the wooden planks and from out of the mist and night Helt and Edani Lesidil burst. Still upon the bridge, they turned, and the great ash bows hummed. Gnomes howled in pain in the dark behind them. Again the bows hummed, and more cries rose. The sound of running feet disappeared back into the night. "Hurry with those pins!" Helt bellowed sharply. Garrett Jax appeared now, joining Farakar beneath the bridge. Together they knocked the remaining pins free, one after the other all but two. Again the thudding of booted feet rang out. "Heft!" The weapons master called a moment later, scrambling back onto the ledge. Farakar was a step behind him. "Get off the bridge!" The borderman and the elven prince raced from out of the night, bent low against the wind. Spears and arrows flew after them. Lighter and quicker, Edane was first off the bridge, springing past the crouched forms of Jair and Slanter. "Now!" Farakar called over to Garrett Jax. They stood opposite each other, pry-bars anchored in hooks faced to the last of the concealed pins. As one, they pulled them free. In the same instant, Helt sprang clear of the bridge. With a groan, the wooden beams wrenched free of their pinnings, and the bridge began to sink downward into the night. Screams rose from the throats of the gnomes still caught upon its length, but it was too late for them. The bridge dropped away with a sudden heave, falling downward into the mist and the rain, spinning away against the cliffs until it broke free on the far side, dropped into the gorge, and was lost. On the northern cliffs of the wedge, 6 shadowed forms slipped swiftly into the darkness and were gone. 17.
The rain stopped that night, sometime in the early morning hours, while the members of the little company from Cullhaven lay sleeping within a shallow cavern half a dozen miles east of the Wedge. No one knew exactly when it happened, not even Adaini Lesidil, who had been given the late watch. Exhausted by the harrowing flight across the Wedge, he had fallen asleep with the others. So it was that dawn brought with the new day a change in the weather. North, almost lost in the horizon's bluish haze, stood the vast mountain range they called the Ravenshorn, and from down out of her giant peaks blew a wind chill with the promise of autumn's demise and winter's coming. Bitter and stiff, it swept the clouds, the rain, and the mist that had cloaked the Silver River southward, and once again the sky turned depthless blue. The damp and discomfort were gone. The sodden earth dried hard once more, the rainwater evaporated in the wind, and the whole of the land came back into focus with stunning clarity, sharp-edged and brilliant in the sun's golden light. Once more the company matched ease, wrapped close in their still damp woolen forest cloaks to ward off the wind's biting chill. Ridgelines and grassy bluffs flanked the Silver River now as she churned through her forested banks. As the six pushed ahead, the whole of the Anner spread away beneath them. All day the clustered peaks of Capale loomed eastward of where they marched, jutting from out of the forest trees like massive spikes to pierce the fabric of the sky. Still distant when the day began, they grew steadily closer with the passing of the hours until, by mid-afternoon, the company had reached their lower slopes and begun the climb in. They had not gone far, however, when Adaini Lesidil brought them to a halt. "Listen!" he cautioned sharply. "Do you hear it?" They stood silently upon the open slope, heads turned eastward toward the peaks as the elven prince pointed. Wind blew fiercely from out of the rocks, and there was no sound save its mournful howl. "I hear nothing," Farakar murmured softly, but no one moved. The elf's sense of hearing was much sharper than their own. Then abruptly the wind seemed to shift and die, and a deep, steady booming came from far in the distance. It sounded faint and muffled, lost in the myriad twists and turns of the rock. Farakar's black-bearded face went dark. "Gnome drums." They went forward again, more cautiously now, eyes scanning the cliffs and drops ahead. The pounding drums grew deeper and harder, throbbing against the rush of the wind, rumbling ominously through the earth. Then, as the afternoon lengthened and the shadow of the peaks stretched farther down to where the six climbed, a new sound reached their ears. It was a strange sound, a kind of chilling howl that seemed almost a part of the wind at first, then grew distinct in its pitch and fury. Lifting out of the distant heights, it rolled down across the mountain slopes and gathered them in. Faces glanced one from the other, and at last it was Garrett Jax who spoke, a hint of surprise in his voice. "There is a battle being fought." Farakar nodded and started ahead once again. "They've attacked Capale." They climbed into the mountains, working their way through an increasingly jumbled maze of fragmented boulders, crevices, drops, and slides. The sunlight fell away as the afternoon died into dusk, and shadows lengthened over the whole of the southern exposure. The wind faded as well, and the chill it carried lost its edge. Silence descended across the land, its empty corners reverberating with the harsh echo of drums and battle cries. Far beyond where they climbed, through gaps in the barren peaks, great birds of prey circled in lazy sweep scavengers that watched and waited. Then at last the company was atop the ridgeline of the nearest peak, turning into a deep and shadowed defile that ran through the rock into coming night. Cliff walls hemmed them in on all sides, and they squinted sharply through the half-light for signs of movement. But the way forward lay open, and all of the life among these rocks seemed to have been drawn to where the battle ahead was being fought. Moments later they emerged from the defile and drew to a sudden halt. The cliff face dropped away before them and the whole of what lay beyond stood revealed. "Shades!" Farakar whispered harshly. Across the narrows, high within the peaks through which the waters of the Silver River flowed, stretched the locks and dams of Capale. Huge, rough, and startlingly white against the dark rock, they rose high within the gathering of the mountains and cupped the waters of the Citadel in giants' hands. Atop their broad, flat crest, extending through 3 levels, was the fortress that served as protection, a sprawling mass of towers, walls and battlements. The greater portion of the citadel was settled upon the northern edge of this complex and faced onto a plain that ran back at a gentle slope into the sheltering peaks beyond. A smaller watch stood sentinel at the near end where the peaks ran down to the banks of the reservoir and only a series of narrow trails gave access to her walls. It was here that the battle had been joined. The army of the gnomes stretched all across the broad expanse of the far shelf and the slopes beyond, and all along the trails and rock slides running down. Huge and massive, it surged against the stone battlements of Capale in a dark wave of armored bodies and thrusting weapons, seeking to breach the fortifications that held it out. Catapults flung huge boulders through the fading light, which smashed with crushing force into the armor and flesh of the dwarf defenders. Screams and howls rose up through the ringing clash of iron, and men died all across the length and breadth of the fortress. Tiny, faceless beings, they struggled before the battlements, dwarves and gnomes alike, and were swept away in the carnage that resulted. "So this is what the gnomes have chosen for Capale," Farakar cried. "They have put her under siege."
No wonder they were so bold in seizing the wedge. Jair pushed forward for a better look. Are the dwarves trapped? He asked anxiously. Can't they escape?
Oh, they can escape easily enough, but they won't.
Ellcrys' dark eyes found the Veilmans. Tunnels bore underground to the mountains on either side, secret passages built for escape should the fortress fall.
But no army can breach the walls of Capale, Olmsford, and so the dwarves within will stay and defend.
But why? Farrakher pointed. The locks and dams. See the waters of the Citadelen?
The poison of the moored wraiths has blackened and fouled them.
The dams hold back those waters from the land's west, the locks control the flow.
Should the fortress be abandoned, the locks and dams would fall into the hands of the enemy. The gnomes would open the gates and drain through the whole of the Citadelen. They would flood the land's west with the fouled waters, poison as much of the land as they could, and kill as much of its life as they were able. The wraiths would see to it.
Even Cullhaven would be lost.
He shook his bearded face somberly.
The dwarves will never permit that.
Jair stared down once more at the battle below, appalled by the ferociousness of the struggle.
So many gnomes besieged the defenders of the fortress, was it possible for the dwarves to withstand them all? How do we get past this mess? Garrett Jax was studying the drop.
The dwarf seemed lost in thought.
When it's dark, work your way east along the heights. That should keep you above the gnome encampment. Once past the Citadelen, come down to the river and cross. Then turn north. You should be safe enough then.
He straightened and extended his hand.
Luck to you, Garrett. The weapons master stiffened. Luck? You're not thinking of staying, are you?
The other shrugged.
I'm not thinking of anything. It's decided. Garrett Jax stared. You can't do any good here, Elb.
Fraker shook his head slowly. Someone has to warn the garrison that the bridge at the wedge has been dropped. Otherwise, if the worst happens and Capale falls, they might try to escape back through the mountains and be trapped there.
He shrugged. Besides, Helt can lead you in the dark better than I. And after Capale, I don't know the country anyway. The gnome will have to guide you. We made a pact, the six of us.
The voice of the weapons master had gone cold.
No one goes his own way. We need you.
The dwarf's jaw tightened stubbornly.
They need me, too. An unpleasant silence descended over the group as the two faced each other. Neither showed any intention of backing away.
Let him go, Helt rumbled softly.
He has a right to choose.
The choice was made at Cullhaven.
Garrett Jax gave the borderman an icy stare. Jair's throat tightened.
He wanted to say something, anything to break the tension between the dwarf and the weapons master, but he couldn't think of what it should be.
He glanced at Slanter to see
what the gnome was thinking, but Slanter was ignoring them all.
I have an idea. It was Adaini Lesidil who spoke. All eyes shifted toward him. Maybe this won't work, but it might be worth a try. He bent forward. If I could get close enough to the fortress, I could tie a message to an arrow and shoot it in. That would let the defenders know about the wedge. Garrett Jax turned to Farrakher. What do you think?
The dwarf frowned.
It will be dangerous.
You'll have to get much closer than you'd like.
Much.
Then I'll go, Helt announced.
It was my idea, Adaini Lesidil insisted. I'll go. Garrett Jax held up his hands. If one goes, we all go.
If we become separated in these mountains, we'll never find each other again.
He glanced at Jair. Agreed? Jair nodded at once. Agreed. And you, Elb? The weapons master faced the dwarf once more. Elb Farrakher nodded slowly. Agreed. And if we can get the message to the garrison? The other nodded again. We go north.
Garrett Jax took a final look down at the battle between gnome and dwarf armies, then motioned for the others to follow him back into the rocks. We'll sit it out here until nightfall, he called back over his shoulder.
Jair turned to follow and found Slanter at his elbow.
Didn't notice him bothering to ask me if I agreed, the gnome muttered and shouldered his way past. The little company slipped down into a cluster of boulders, passing into the shadow of their concealment to wait until dark. Seated about the rocks, the six consumed a cold meal, wrapped themselves in their cloaks and settled back in silence. After a time, Farrakher and Garrett Jax left the cover of the rocks and disappeared down the slide for a closer look at the passage east. Adaini Lesidil took the watch, and Helt stretched out comfortably on the rocky ground and was asleep almost at once. Jair sat alone for a few moments, then got up and walked over to where Slanter sat staring out into the empty dusk.
I appreciate what you did for me back at the wedge, he said quietly. Slanter didn't turn. Forget it. I can't. That's 3 times now that you've saved my life. The gnome's laugh was brittle. That many, is it? That many. Well, maybe next time I won't be there, boy. What will you do then? Jair shook his head. I don't know. There was an uncomfortable silence. Slanter continued to ignore the Veilman. Jair almost turned away again, but then his stubbornness got the better of him and he forced himself to remain. Deliberately, he took a seat next to the gnome. He should have asked you, he said quietly. Who? Asked me what? Garrett Jaxie should have asked you if you were willing to go down to the fortress with us. Now Slanter turned. Hasn't asked me anything before, has he? Why should he start now? Maybe if I sprout wings I'll be able to fly out of this place. The gnome's face flushed with anger. In any case, what do you care? I care, . About what? That I'm here? Do you care about that? You tell me, boy, what am I doing here? Jair looked away uncomfortably, but Slanter gripped his arm and brought him about with a jerk. Look at me. What am I doing here? What has any of this got to do with me? Nothing, that's what. The only reason I'm here is because I was foolish enough to agree to guide you as far as Cullhaven, that's the only reason. Help us get past the Black Walker, you asked. Help us get to the Eastland. You can do it because you're a tracker. Ha! The rough yellow face thrust forward. And that stupid dream. That's all it was, boy, just a dream. There isn't any king of the Silver River, and this whole trek east is a waste of time. Ah, but here I am anyway, aren't I? I don't want to be here, there isn't any reason for me to be here, but here I am anyway. He shook his head bitterly. And it's all because of you. Jair pulled free, angry now himself. Maybe that's so. Maybe it is my fault that you're here. But the dream was real, Slanter. And you're wrong when you say that none of this has anything to do with you. You call me boy, but you're the one who acts as if he hasn't grown up. Slanter stared at him. Well, you are a wolf's cub, aren't you? Whatever you want to call me, that's fine. Jair flushed. But you better start thinking about who you are, too. What's that supposed to mean? It means that you can't go on telling yourself that what happens to other people doesn't have anything to do with you, because it does, Slanter. Wordlessly they stared at each other. Darkness had fallen now, deep-shadowed and windless. It was strangely still, the booming of the known drums and the clamor of the battle for Capale silenced. Don't think much of me, do you? Slanter said finally. Jair sighed wearily. As a matter of fact, that's not so. I think a lot of you. The other studied him for a moment, then looked down. I like you, too. Told you before you got sand. You remind me of me in my better moments. He laughed softly, a hollow chuckle, then looked up again. But you listen to me now, because I'm not going to repeat this again. I don't belong in this. This isn't my fight. And whether I like you or not, I'm getting out of it the first chance I get. He waited a moment as if to be certain that what he said had the intended effect, then turned away. Now shove off and leave me be. Jair hesitated, trying to decide if he should pursue the matter, then reluctantly climbed to his feet and walked away. He was passing close to the sleeping Helt when he heard the borderman murmur, I told you he cares. Jair Omsford glanced down in surprise, then smiled and continued on. I know, he whispered back. It was drawing toward midnight when Garrett Jax took the company out from the sheltering cluster of boulders and back onto the slide. Below, hundreds of gnome watchfires ringed the fortress of Capale, spread out across the cliffs on either side of the besieged locks and dams. The 6 began their descent, Eld Farakar in the lead. They proceeded down along the slide, then turned onto a narrow trail that ran forward into a series of defile and rocky shelves. Cautiously, they worked their way ahead, silent shadows passing through the night. It took them better than an hour to reach the perimeter of the watchfires on the near side of the encampment. Here the gnomes were fewer in number, most were settled close to the edge of the dwarf battlements. On the trails leading in, the fires were few and scattered. Beyond the siege lines on these southern slopes, a gathering of peaks thrust skyward, bunched at their base like bound and broken fingers, crooking from out of the earth. The 6 knew that beyond the peaks could be found a scattering of low hills that flanked the southern shores of the Citadelen, and beyond these was the shelter of the forests that spread east. Once there, they could melt into the night and slip north without risk of being seen. But first they must work their way close enough to the battlements of Capale to permit Helt to use the ash bow so that Farakar's message could be delivered to the dwarf defenders.
It had been decided earlier that the borderman would attempt the shot, for while the idea had been a Dany Lesidil's, Helt was by far the stronger of the two. With the great ash bough to aid him, he need get no closer than 200 yards from the fortress walls in order to place the arrow and its message within. Step by step, the six made their way down from the mountain heights through the lines of the gnome watch. Stretched upward along the broader paths from where the main encampment ringed the battlements of the fortress, the gnomes gave little attention to the smaller trails and ledges that crisscrossed the cliff face. It was down these smaller trails and ledges that Farakar took his little group in a slow, cautious descent where the footing was treacherous and the cover thin. Pieces of soft leather bound each booted foot, and charcoal blackened each face. No one spoke. Hands and feet picked their way carefully, wary of loose rock or of any sound that would call attention to their passage. 200 yards from the walls of the fortress, they were still just back of the forward siege lines of the gnome army. Watchfires burned all about them all along the trails leading back. Silently, they hunched down within a small gathering of scrub and waited for Helt. The giant borderman removed the arrow with its message from his quiver, fitted it to the ash bough and slipped forward into the night. Several dozen yards ahead, at the edge of the scrub, he rose to a kneeling position, pulled back the bowstring, held it momentarily to his cheek and released it. A sharp twang shattered the silence of the little company's shelter, yet beyond where they hid, the sound was lost in the routine clamor of the gnome camp. Nevertheless, the six flattened themselves within the brush for long minutes, waiting and listening for any indication that they had been discovered. There was none. Helt slipped back through the darkness and nodded briefly to Farakar. The message had been delivered. The little company crept back through the night in the lines of watchfires and gnomes, this time working its way eastward about the dark girth of the peaks toward where the waters of the Citadel shimmered with the moon's soft light. Far away across the lake, where the dam joined with the broad slope of the mountains north, gnome fires burned fiercely about the encircled locks and dams and along the shoreline of the Citadel. Jair glanced at the massive watchfires and went cold. How many thousands of gnomes had been brought to besiege this fortress? He wondered dismally. So many, it seemed. Too many. The fires reflected on the waters of the lake with a reddish glow, bits and pieces of flame dancing across the mirrored surface like droplets of blood. Time slipped away. Stars winked into view far north, scattered and lost somehow in the vastness of the night. The company had gone back above the watchfires on the southern slope once more and worked its way south of where the gnomes lay siege. High upon the cliff face, they were almost to where they might view the lowlands that flanked the southern bank of the Citadel and almost to where they could begin their descent into the forests below. Jair felt a distinct sense of relief. He felt uncomfortably exposed, caught like this upon the open slopes of the cliffs. They would be far better off when they could rely once more upon the concealment of the forest land. Then they turned the corner of the cliff face, slipped downward through a mass of giant boulders, and came to an abrupt and startled halt. Before them, the slope broadened toward the banks of the Citadel in a meandering passage through rock and cliff face. A mass of watchfires lay spread out across its entire length and breadth. Jair felt his throat tighten with fear. A second gnome army blocked the way forward. Garrett Jax glanced quickly at Farakar, and the dwarf disappeared ahead into the night. The five who remained crouched down within the shelter of the boulders to wait. It was a long, tense wait. Half an hour passed before Farakar reappeared, slipping from the darkness as silently as he had gone. Hurriedly, he drew the others close about him. They're all across the cliff face. He whispered. We can't get through. In the next instant, they heard the sound of booted feet and voices on the trail behind them. 18. They froze for a single instant where they were, staring back in startled silence into the dark. Sudden laughter blended with the approaching voices, sharp and raucous, and a flicker of torchlight appeared from out of the rocks. Hide! Garrett Jax whispered, dragging Jair with him into the shadows. They scattered at once, swift and silent as they bolted into the rocks. Pushed toughly to the ground by the weapons master, Jair lifted his head and peered out into the night. Torchlight reflected off the dark surface of the boulders and the voices grew distinct. Gnomes. At least half a dozen. Booted feet scraped against the stone of the pathway and leather harness creaked. Jair flattened himself against the earth and quit breathing. A squad of gnome hunters marched into the cluster of boulders, 8 strong, torches held before them to light their path down out of the cliffs. Laughing and joking in their rough, garbled tongue, they sauntered unseeing into the midst of the hidden members of the company from Cullhaven. Torchlight flooded the little clearing, chasing shadows and night, brightening even the deepest recesses of the company's concealment. Jair went cold. Even from where he lay, he could see the shadowed form of Helt pressed against the rocks. Surely there was no way that they could avoid being discovered. But the gnomes did not slow. Oblivious to the figures that crouched about them, the members of the squad continued on. The foremost were already past the front line of boulders, their eyes drawn to the lights of the encampment below.
Jair took a slow, cautious breath.
Perhaps. Then one of those who trailed slowed suddenly and turned toward the rocks. A sharp exclamation broke from his lips, and he reached quickly for his sword. The others in the squad turned, laughter dying into startled grunts.
Already Garrett Jax was moving.
He sprang from the concealing shadows, daggers in both hands. He caught the two members of the squad nearest him and killed both with a single pass. The others whirled, weapons coming up defensively, still confused by the unexpected attack. But by now Helt and Farakar had appeared as well, and three more fell without a sound. The gnomes who remained bolted down the pathway onto the slide, yelling wildly.
Springing onto the rocks, Edeni Lesidil brought up his bow.
The bowstring hummed twice and two more died. The final hunter scrambled wildly from sight and was gone. Quickly the members of the little company rushed to the edge of the boulders. Shouts of alarm had already begun to ring out from the mass of watchfires below.
Well, we're in for it now.
Farakar snapped angrily. Every gnome on both sides of these cliffs will be looking for us in the next few minutes.
Garrett Jax calmly slipped the daggers back beneath the black cloak and turned to the dwarf. Which way do we run?
Farakar hesitated.
Back the way we came.
The heights, if we can gain them in time, if not, we find one of the tunnels into Capale.
You lead. Garrett Jax motioned swiftly. Remember, stay together.
If we become separated, try to stay with someone.
Now, go. They raced back up the narrow trail into the night.
Behind them, the shouts and cries of the gnome watch continued to sound, spreading across the whole of the slide. Ignoring the pursuit, the six scrambled along the empty pathway until they had rounded once more the side of the peak and the lights of the encampment behind them were lost in the dark. Ahead, the watchfires of the siege flickered into view. Still far below the trail they followed, the main body of the gnome army had not yet had time to discover what was happening. Torches wavered in the darkness as sentries scrambled up from their watchfires and began to spread out onto the cliffs, but the hunt was still well below the six. Farakar took them swiftly along the darkened ledge, down slides and drops, and through shadowed defile. If they were quick enough, they might yet escape back the way they had come, through the peaks about Capale. If they were not, the search to find them would spread upward into the rocks, and they would find themselves trapped between the two armies.
Shouts of alarm broke suddenly from somewhere ahead, lost in the darkness of the rocks.
Farakar muttered a low oath, but didn't slow.
Jair stumbled, sprawling wildly onto the rocks, scraping arms and legs.
From behind, Helt lifted him back to his feet and pulled him roughly on. Then they burst from the concealment of a defile onto a broad trail atop a slide directly into the path of an entire gnome watch. Gnomes came at them from everywhere, swords and spears glinting in the firelight.
Garrett Jax spun into them, short sword and long knife cutting a path for the others. Gnomes fell dying all about the weapons master, and for an instant the entire watch shrank from the fury of this dark attacker. Desperately, the little company tried to force passage through, Farakar and Edeni Lesidil leading the way. But there were too many gnomes. Rallying, they closed off the trail ahead and counterattacked.
They surged down the cliff face, howling in rage.
Farakar and Edeni Lesidil disappeared from view.
Helt stood against the assault for just an instant, his giant form flinging gnomes aside as they sought to pull him down.
But even the borderman could not withstand so many.
Sheer numbers forced him from the ledge, and he tumbled from sight.
Jair stumbled back in dismay, alone now. Even Slenter had disappeared.
But then Garrett Jax was there once more, a black form slipping past the gnome hunters who sought to slow him. In an instant he was next to Jair, sweeping the Veilman before him, turning him back into the defile. Alone, the two retraced their steps hurriedly through the darkness. Shouts of pursuit followed after, and a flicker of torchlight chased their shadows. At the far end of the defile, the weapons master gave a quick glance upward at the sheer cliff face, then pulled Jair after him as he worked his way down a scrub-covered drop toward the massive siege fires that twinkled below. Jair was too stunned by what had happened to the others of the company to question the decision.
Slanter, Farakar, Helt and Edeni Lesidil all lost in an instant's time. He could not believe it.
Halfway to the bottom of the drop was a small pathway, barely wide enough for a single man.
It was deserted for the moment, at least.
Crouching within a small bit of brush, Garrett Jax searched quickly the land about him.
Jair searched with him and saw no way out.
The gnomes were all about them. Torches flickered on the paths above as well as the broader ledges and trails below. Sweat ran down the Veilman's back, and his own breathing sounded harsh in his ears.
"What are we?"
He started to ask, but the weapons master's hand clamped about his mouth instantly. Then they were on their feet again, bent down within the rocks as they scrambled east along the narrow path. Boulders and jagged projections rose up against the faint light of the sky, thrusting out from the cliff face. They ran on, and the path ahead grew less easy.
Jair risked a quick glance back. A line of torches was coiling up the slope from the siege camp below, up to where they had just knelt within the brush. Moments later, the torches were upon the trail. The weapons master slipped down into the jumbled rocks, with Jair a step behind him, scrambling wildly to keep his feet. Ahead, the cliff face jutted far out into the night sky, and the slope beneath where they climbed began to drop away sharply. Jair felt a sinking sensation in his stomach. This was a dead end. They were not going to get through. Still, Garrett Jax worked his way forward, easing downward through the rocks, climbing farther out onto the cliffs. Behind, the torches followed after, and all across the length and breadth of the chasm that sheltered the locks and dams of Capale the cries of the gnome hunters rang out. Then at last the weapons master drew to a halt. The trail fell away in a sheer cliff a dozen yards further on. Far below, the waters of the Silidelen reflected with firelight. Jair glanced quickly above where they stood. There, too, the cliff angled sharply out. There was nowhere left for them to go but back. They were trapped. Garrett Jax put a hand on his shoulder and led him forward to where the trail fell away completely. Then he turned. "We have to jump," he said softly, his hand still gripping the Veilman. "Just lock your legs and pull in your arms. I'll be right behind you." Jair glanced down to where the Silidelen shimmered. It was a long, long way. He looked back again at the weapons master. "It's the only choice we have left." The other's voice was calm and reassuring. "Hurry, now." The torches grew closer on the pathway behind them. Guttural voices called sharply to one another. "Hurry, Jair." Jair took a deep breath, closed his eyes, opened them again and jumped. So violent was the known counterattack, as the six from Cullhaven sought to break through the heights above Capale, that the initial rush carried most of the attackers right past Farakar and Edane Lesidil. Thrown back against the cliff face as the assault swept on toward the others, dwarf and elven prince scrambled upward into a stand of brush, a handful of gnomes in desperate pursuit. They turned to fight at a small outcropping, the elf swinging the sturdy ash bow, the dwarf stabbing out with short sword and long knife. The gnomes tumbled, howling with pain, and the pursuit fell back for an instant. The two companions peered down at the ledge and the steep slide below, swarming now with gnome hunters. There was no sign of the others. "This way!" Elb Farakar called, pulling the elven prince after him. They scrambled up the slope, scratching and clawing their way over the loose earth and rock. Cries of anger followed after, and suddenly arrows flew past them, a vicious hissing in their ears. Torches bobbed in the darkness, searching them out, but for the moment at least, they were beyond the light. A roar sounded from somewhere below, and the pursuit companions looked back apprehensively. The lights of the watchfires seemed to be spreading out across the cliff face, bits of fire darting about in the blackness. Hundreds more flickered into view on the dark line of the peak's south torches from the army that lay camped along the banks of the Silidelen. The whole of the mountainside now burned bright with flame. "Elb, they're all around us!" The elven prince cried out, staggered by the number of the enemy. "Keep climbing!" The others snapped. Onward they went, fighting their way through the dark. Now a new cluster of torches appeared to their right, and shouts of discovery broke from the throats of the gnomes who bore them. Spears and arrows whistled all about the two who climbed. Farakar scrambled away from them, eyes searching frantically across the dark cliff face. "Elb!" Edane Lesidil screamed in pain and spun about, his shoulder pierced by a dart. Instantly the dwarf was at his side. I had another dozen feet to that patch of scrub. "Hurry!" Half carrying the injured elven prince, Farakar scrambled toward a broad thatch of brush that loomed suddenly out of the night. Torchlight flickered above them now as well, gnome hunters coming down from high off the slopes of the peak where the searchlines cordoned off all escape. Edane Lesidil set his teeth against the pain in his shoulder and struggled forward with the dwarf. They tumbled into the brush, down into the concealing shadows to lie panting on the earth. "They'll find us here," the elven prince gasped, forcing himself to his knees. Across his back, blood and sweat mingled and ran. Farakar yanked him down again. "Stay put." Wheeling, he began groping his way through the brush until he found the slope against which it grew. "Here. A tunnel door. Thought I'd remembered right, but have to find the trip lock." While Edane Lesidil watched, he began to fumble frantically about the slope face, through crumbling rock and earth, pulling and clawing in silent desperation. The cries of their pursuers were drawing steadily closer. Through faint breaks in the brush appeared the flicker of torchlight, bobbing and weaving against the black. "Elb, they're almost here," Edane whispered hoarsely. His hand reached down to his waist and drew forth the short sword belted there. "Got it!" the dwarf cried triumphantly. A squarish chunk of rock and earth swung back, and an opening in the cliff face yawned before them. Frantically, they scrambled through into the darkness beyond, and Farakar pulled shut the rock behind them.
It closed ponderously, sealing them away with a series of sharp clicks, the locks fastening in place. They lay in the dark for long moments, listening to the faint sounds of the gnomes without. Then the pursuit passed on, and there was only silence. A moment later Farakar began groping about in the dark. Flint and stone struck a spark, and harsh yellow torchlight filled the void. They sat within a small cave from which a stone stairway ran downward into the mountain. Farakar slid the torch into an iron bracket next to the sealed door and began working on the elven prince's injured shoulder. In a few minutes' time, he had the arm bound and wrapped in a makeshift sling. "That should do for now," he muttered. "Can you walk?" The elf nodded. "What about the door? Suppose the gnomes find it?" "Too bad for them if they do," Farakar snorted. "The lock should hold it, but if they don't, a break-in will trigger a collapse of the whole entrance. On your feet, now. We've got to go." "Where do the stairs lead?" "Down. Into Capale." He shook his head. "Have to hope the others will find some different way to get there." He helped Adane to his feet, pulling the elf's good arm over his shoulder. Then he snatched the torch from its rack. "Hold tight, now." Slowly, they began their descent. The borderman tumbled headlong down the steep slide, weapons flying from him as he fell, the maddened struggle on the cliff ledge left behind. Lights and sound whirled about him as he went, a jumble that spun and faded in his mind. Then came a jarring halt, and he found himself wedged within a mass of brush at the slide's bottom, sprawled in a tangle of arms and legs. He lay dazed for a minute, the breath knocked from his body. Gingerly he tried to extricate himself from the tangle. It was then that he realized that not all of the arms and legs were his own. "Easy," a voice hissed in his ear. "Half broke me in two already." The borderman started. "Slanter? Keep it down." The other snapped. "They're all around us." Helt lifted his head carefully and blinked his eyes against the dizziness. Torchlight flickered close by, and there were voices calling back and forth through the darkness. He realized suddenly that he lay on top of the little gnome. With great care, he lifted himself clear of the other, coming unsteadily to his knees within the shadow of the brush. "Took me right off the ledge with you," Slanter muttered, disbelief and anger mingling in his voice. The gnarled body straightened, and he peered carefully about through the scrub, the distant firelight reflected in his eyes. "Oh, shades!" he groaned. Helt came to a low crouch, staring out into the dark. Behind them, the slide down which they had fallen loomed like a wall against the night. Before them, spread out for hundreds of yards in all directions in a mass of blazing yellow light, were the watchfires of the gnome army that encircled the fortress of Capale. Helt studied the fires wordlessly for a moment, then dropped back into the brush, Slanter beside him. "We're right in the middle of the siege camp," he said quietly. Already there were torches lining the ledge from which they had fallen, far distant yet unmistakable in their purpose. The gnomes on the ledge were coming down after them. "We can't stay here." Helt came to his feet once more, eyes peering out through the brush at the gnome hunters about them. "Well, where do you suggest we go, borderman?" Slanter snapped. Helt shook his head slowly. "Perhaps along the slide." "The slide? Perhaps we can fly while we're at it." Slanter shook his head. The gnome hunters were calling down into the camp from the ledge. "No way out of this one," he muttered bitterly. He cast about futilely for a moment, then paused. "Unless, of course, you happen to be a gnome." His rough yellow face swung about to find Helt. The borderman stared back at him wordlessly, waiting. "Or perhaps one of the walkers," he added. Helt shook his head slowly. "What are you talking about?" Slanter bent close. "Must be mad even to consider this, but I guess it's no madder than anything else that's happened. You and me, borderman. Black walker and gnome servant. Pull that cloak about you, hood about your head, no one'll know. You're big enough for it. Walk right through them, you, and me right up to the gates of that fortress. Hope to all that's good and right that the dwarves open up long enough for us to slip in." Shouts rose from off to their left. Helt glanced over quickly, then back again. "You could do all this without me, Slanter. You could get out on your own a lot easier than if I'm with you. Don't tempt me." The gnome snapped. The gentle eyes were steady. "They're your people. You could still go back to them." Slanter seemed to think it over for a moment. Then he shook his head roughly. "Forget it. I'd have that black devil weapons master tracking me all through the four lands. I'm not risking that." The hard yellow face seemed to stiffen further. "And there's the boy, Dot." His eyes snapped up. "Well, do we try it or not, borderman?" Helt rose, pulling his cloak close about him. "We try it." They strode clear of the brush, Slanter with his cloak thrown wide so that all could see it was a gnome who led the way, Helt with his drawn close, a massive, hooded giant towering above the other. They passed boldly down through the spokes of the siege lines toward where the army massed before the fortress walls, staying carefully within the darkness between those lines so that they could not be clearly seen. They walked for nearly 50 yards, and no one gave challenge. Then a cross line blocked their way forward, and there was no longer any darkness left through which to pass.
Slanter never hesitated.
He stalked toward the watchfires, the cloaked figure following. The gnome hunters who were gathered their turn to gape, weapons lifting guardedly.
"Stand back!"
Slanter called out sharply.
"The master comes." Eyes widened in fear reflected in the harsh yellow faces.
Weapons lowered quickly, and all stood aside as the two figures passed, slipping into a square of half-light between the lines. Gnomes were all about them now, heads turning, eyes staring in surprise and curiosity. Still no one challenged, the tumult of the search on the slope drowning out everything else in the autumn night.
Another siege line lay ahead. Slanter lifted his arms dramatically to the gnome hunters who turned. "Give way to the master, gnomes!" Again the lines parted to let them through.
Sweat was pouring down Slanter's rough face as he glanced back at the shadowed figure behind him. Hundreds of eyes followed after them, and there was a faint stirring within the ranks of the gnomes. A few were beginning to question what was happening. The last of the forward lines of the siege lay before them. Here the gnome hunters again brought up their short spears menacingly, and there were disgruntled mutterings. Beyond the watchfires the dark walls of the dwarf citadel rose up against the night, and on their battlements, torches burned in solitary patches of hazy light.
"Stand away!" Slanter bellowed, again throwing up his arms.
"Dark magic runs loose this night, and the walls of the enemy keep shall crumble before it."
"Stand away! Let the walker pass!"
As if to emphasize the warning, the cloaked figure following lifted one arm slowly and pointed toward the watch.
That was enough for the gnomes on the siege lines.
Breaking ranks, they parted hurriedly, most of them scurrying back toward the second line of defense, casting anxious glances over their shoulders as they went. A few lingered, frowns on their faces as the two figures passed, but still no one stepped forward to offer challenge.
The gnome and the borderman walked into the night, eyes riveted now on the dark walls ahead.
Slanter raised his hands high above his head as they approached, praying inwardly that this simple gesture would be enough to stay the deadly missiles surely pointed in their direction. They were 24 yards from the walls when a voice rang out.
"Come no further, gnome." Slanter drew to an immediate halt, arms lowering. "Open the gates,"
he cried furtively.
"We're friends."
There was a low muttering on the walls, and a call down to someone below. But the gates remained closed.
Slanter glanced about frantically.
Behind where he and Helt stood watching, the gnomes were stirring once more.
"Who are you?"
The voice from atop the wall called out again.
"Open the gates, you fool." Slanter's patience was gone. Now Helt came forward to stand beside the gnome. "Calahorn,"
he called out in a hoarse whisper. Behind them, a chorus of howls rose up from the gnomes.
The game was up.
The two broke for the fortress walls in a mad dash, calling to the dwarves within. They dashed up against the iron-bound gates, casting desperate glances back as they ran.
An entire line of gnome hunters swept toward them, torches bobbing wildly, cries of rage breaking from their throats.
Spears and arrows launched through the dark.
"Oh, shades, open up in there, you!" Slanter bawled. Abruptly the gates swung open and hands reached out to yank them through.
An instant later they were within the fortress, the gates slamming shut behind them as renewed howls of fury filled the night. They were thrown to the ground, and iron-tipped spears ringed them tightly. Slanter shook his head in disgust and glanced over at Helt. "You explain it to them, borderman," he muttered.
"Even if I wanted to, I don't think I could." Jair Omsford fell a long way into the Citadelen.
Downward he plunged, a tiny speck of darkness against the deep blue-gray of the night sky, the pit of his stomach dropping away, the rush of the wind filling his ears with its sound. Far below him the waters of the lake shimmered with bits of crimson light as the watchfires of the gnomes reflected against their rippling surface, and all about him the vast sweep of the mountains and cliffs encircling Capale rose up through the blur of his vision. Time seemed to come to a sudden standstill, and it felt as if he would never come to rest. Then he struck with jarring force, breaking through the surface of the lake and plunging deep into the cold, dark waters. The breath left his lungs with stunning suddenness, and his whole body went numb with shock. Frantically, he clawed his way through the chill blackness that had closed about him, barely conscious of anything beyond his need to reach the surface once more so that he could breathe. The heat from his body dissipated in seconds, and he felt a crushing force pressing in against him, so terrible that it threatened to break him in two. He struggled upward, desperate with need. Lights danced before his eyes and his arms and legs seemed suddenly turned to lead. Weakly, he thrashed against their pull, lost in a maze of dark turns. A moment later, everything slipped away from him. He dreamed, a long, endless dream of disconnected feelings and sensations and of times and places both remembered and yet somehow new. Waves of sound and motion carried him through landscapes of nightmare and haunts of the familiar, through oft-traveled forest trails of the Vale, and through sweeps of black, cold water where life passed in tangled disarray in faces and shapes not fixed one to the other, but disjointed and free. Bryn was there, come and gone in brief glimpses, a distorted form that combined reality with falsehood and begged for understanding. Words came at him from things misshapen and lifeless, yet her voice seemed to speak the words, calling to him, calling. Then Garrett Jax was holding him, arms wrapped tightly about his body, his voice a whisper of life in a dark place. Jair floated, the waters buoying him, and his face turned skyward into the clouded night. Gasping, he sought to talk and could not manage. He was awake again, come back from where he had slipped away, yet not fully conscious of what had befallen him or what he was about. He drifted in and out of darkness, reaching back each time he began to slide too far so that he might be grasped anew by the sound and color and feeling that meant life. Then there were hands grasping him as well, pulling him up from the waters and the blackness, easing him down onto solid ground once more. Rough voices muttered vaguely, the fragmented words slipping through his mind like stray leaves blown by the wind. His eyes flickered, and Garrett Jax was bending over him, lean brown face damp and drawn with the chill, fair hair plastered back against his head. "Valeman, can you hear me? It's all right. You're all right now." Other faces pushed into view blocky dwarf faces, resolute and grave as they studied his. He swallowed, choked, and mumbled something incoherent. "Don't try to talk," one said gruffly. "Just rest." He nodded. Hands wrapped him in blankets, then lifted him up and began to carry him away. "Sure has been a night for strays." Another voice chuckled. Jair tried to look back to where the voice had come from, but he could not seem to focus his sense of direction. He let himself sink downward into the warmth of the blankets, eased by the gentle rocking of the hands that bore him. A moment later, he was asleep. 19. It was midday of the next day when Jair awoke again. He might not have come awake even then were it not for the hands that shook him none too gently from his slumber and the rough voice that whispered in his ear, "Wake up, boy. You've slept long enough. Come on, wake up, Dot." Grudgingly, he stirred within the blankets that covered him, rolled onto his back and rubbed the sleep from his eyes. Gray sunlight filtered through a narrow window next to his head, causing him to squint against its brightness. "Come on, the day's almost gone." "Been shut away the whole of it, thanks to you." Jail's eyes shifted to find the speaker, a stoutly familiar figure positioned at the side of his bed. "Slanter?" he whispered in disbelief. "Now who else would it be?" The other snapped. Jail blinked. "Slanter?" Abruptly the events of the previous night recalled themselves to his mind in a flood of images, the flight from the gnomes in the mountains about Capale, the separation of the company, the long drop into the Citadellan with Garrett Jax, and their subsequent rescue from its waters by the dwarves. "You're all right now," the weapons master had whispered to him. He blinked again. But Slanter and the others. "Slanter!" he exclaimed, now fully awake. Hastily, he pushed himself upright. "Slanter, you're alive." "Of course I'm alive. What does it look like?" "But how did?" Jair left the question hanging and grasped the gnome's arm anxiously. "What about the others? What's happened to them? Are they all right? Slow down, will you?" The gnome freed his arm irritably. "They're all fine and they're all here, so stop worrying." The elf took a dart in the shoulder, "But he'll live. Only one who's in danger at the moment is me. And that's because I'm shut up in this room with you, dying of boredom. Now will you climb out of that bed so we can get out of here?" Jair didn't hear all of what the gnome was saying. "Everyone's all right," he was repeating to himself. Everyone made it. No one was lost, even though it had seemed certain that some of them must be. He breathed deeply in relief. Something the king of the Silver River had said recalled itself suddenly to his mind. "A touch of magic for each who journey with you," the old man had told him. "Strength for the body, given to others." Perhaps that strength, that touch of the magic, had seen each of them safely through last night. "Get up, get up, get up." Slanter was practically hopping up and down with impatience. "What are you doing just sitting there?" Jair swung his legs out of the bed and glanced about the room in which he found himself. It was a small, stone-block chamber, sparsely furnished with bed, sitting table, and chairs, its walls bare save for a broad heraldic tapestry hung from the far supports of its sloped ceiling. A second window opened out at the other end of the wall against which Jair's bed rested, and a single wooden door stood closed, opposite where he sat. In one corner, a small fireplace cradled an iron gate and a stack of burning logs. He glanced at Slanter.
Where are we? Slanter looked at him as if he were a complete idiot. Now where do you think we are?
We're inside the dwarf fortress.
Where else?
Jair thought ruefully. Slowly he stood up, still testing his strength as he stretched and peered curiously out of the window in back of him. Through its narrow, barred slot he could see the murky grey expanse of the Citadel stretching away into a day thick with mist and low-hanging clouds. Far distant, through this shifting haze, he could discern the flicker of watchfires burning along the shores of the lake.
Gnome watchfires.
Then he noticed how quiet it was. He was within the fortress of Capale, the dwarf citadel that stood watch over the locks and dams that regulated the flow of the Silver River westward, the citadel that one day earlier had been under assault by gnome armies.
Where were those armies now? Why wasn't Capale under attack? Slanter, what's happened to the siege? He asked quickly. Why is it so still? How should I know?
The other snapped.
No one tells me anything. Well, what's happening out there? What have you seen? Slanter jerked upright. Haven't heard a word I've said, have you? What's the problem, ears not working or something?
I've been right here in this room with you ever since they dragged you out of the lake.
Shot away like a common thief. Saved that confounded borderman's skin out there, and what do I get for my trouble? Shut in here with you. Well, a gnome's a gnome, they think. Don't trust any of us.
So here I sit, mother hen to you while you slumber on like you don't have a care in the world. Waited all day for you to decide to wake up. You'd be sleeping still, I suppose, if I hadn't lost patience entirely.
Jair drew back. You could have woken me sooner. How could I do that? The other exploded. How was I to know what was wrong with you? Could have been anything. Had to let you rest just to be sure. Couldn't be taking chances, could I?
That black devil weapons master would have had me flayed.
Jair grinned in spite of himself. Calm down, will you?
The gnome clenched his teeth. I'll calm down when you get yourself out of that bed and into your clothes. There's a guard on the other side of that door keeping me shut up in here. But with you awake, maybe we can talk him into letting the two of us out.
Then you can be amused on your own time. Now, dress.
Shrugging, Jair slipped off the night clothes that had been provided him and began pulling on his veil clothes. He was surprised, though pleased, to find Slanter so vocal again, even if his discourse was, for the moment at least, limited to a tirade against the veil man. Slanter seemed more his normal self again, more that voluble fellow he had been that first night after making Jair his prisoner in the highlands that fellow Jair had come to like. He wasn't sure why the gnome had chosen now to come out of his shell, but he was delighted to have the old Slanter back as company once more.
Sorry you had to be locked in here with me, he ventured after a moment. You ought to be, the other grumbled. They put me in here to look after you, you know.
Must think I make a good nursemaid of something.
Jair grinned. I'd say they're right.
The expression that crossed the gnome's face then caused Jair to turn away quickly, his face a carefully frozen mask. Chuckling inwardly, he was in the process of reaching for his boots when he abruptly remembered the vision crystal and the silver dust. He had not seen either while dressing. He had not felt them in his pockets. The grin he had allowed to slip back over his face faded. He ran his hands over his clothing.
Nothing.
Frantically, he pawed through his bedding, his bedclothes, and everything in sight. The vision crystal and the silver dust were gone. Then he thought back to the night previous, to the long jump into the Citadel.
Had he lost them in the lake? Looking for something? Jair stiffened. It was Slanter speaking, his voice laced with false concern. Jair turned. Slanter, what have you done? Me?
The other interrupted quickly, feigned innocence in the crafty face.
Your devoted nursemaid? Jair was furious. Where are they, Slanter? Where did you put them? Now it was the gnome's turn to grin. Enjoyable as this is, and believe me, it is enjoyable, I have better things to do.
So if it's the pouch and the crystal you're looking for, the weapons master has them. Took them off you last night when they brought you in here and stripped you. Wouldn't trust them to my care, of course. He folded his arms across his chest contentedly.
Now let's put an end to this. Or do you need help dressing, too? Jair flushed, finished dressing, then wordlessly walked over to the wooden door and knocked.
When the door opened, he informed the dwarf standing guard that they would like to go out. The dwarf frowned, told them to stay put, glanced suspiciously at Slanter, and pulled the door firmly shut again. Growing curiosity over the absence of any sort of battle without an impatience with things in general notwithstanding, they had to wait fully an hour before the door to the room opened a second time, and the guard at last beckoned them to follow. Leaving the room hastily, they turned down a windowless corridor that ran past dozens of doors similar to the one they had just passed through, climbed a series of stairs, and emerged on battlements overlooking the murky waters of the Citadelen. Wind and a faint spray blew off the lake into their faces, the midday air chill and hard. Here, too, the day was still and expectant, cloaked in mist and banks of low-hanging clouds that stretched between the peaks that sheltered the locks and dams. Dwarf sentries patrolled the walls, eyes shifting watchfully through the haze. There was no sign of the gnome armies, save for the distant flicker of the watchfires, reddish specks of light in the gray. The dwarf took them down off the battlements, turning into a broad courtyard that spanned the center of the high dam where it walled away the Citadelen. North and south of where they walked, the towers and parapets of the dwarf fortress rose up against the leaden sky, stretching away into mist. It was an eerie, ghostly look that the day lent to the citadel, shrouding it in half-light and haze so that it almost seemed as if it were something strayed from a dream that threatened to be gone in a moment's time upon waking. Few dwarves were in evidence here, the vast courtyard all but deserted. Stairwells burrowed down into the stone at regular intervals, black tunnels that Jair presumed must run to the inner workings of the locks below. They had almost crossed the empty courtyard when a shout brought them up short, and Edani Lesadil came running to greet them. Grinning broadly, his injured arm and shoulder heavily wrapped, he went to Jair at once and extended his hand in greeting. Safe and sound after all, Jair Omsford. He put his good arm about the other as they turned once more to follow their taciturn guide. Feeling better, I hope? Much better. Jair smiled back. How is your arm? Just a small scratch. A little stiff and nothing more. But what a night. Lucky that any of us got through safely. And this one. He indicated Slanter, who trailed a step behind. His escape was nothing short of miraculous. Did he tell you? Jair shook his head, and Edani Lesadil promptly informed him of all that had befallen Slanter and Helt during their harrowing walk through the gnome encampment the previous night. Jair listened with growing astonishment, casting more than one glance back at the gnome. Beneath a mask of studied indifference, Slanter was looking a bit embarrassed by all the attention. Simplest way out, that's all, Slanter announced gruffly when the effusive elf had finished his tale. Jair was smart enough not to make anything more out of it. Their guide took them up a stairway onto the battlement on the northern watch, then led them through a set of double doors into an atrium filled with plants and trees, flourishing in an obviously transplanted bed of black earth beneath glass and open sky. Even here, within the high mountains, the dwarves carried with them something of their home, Jair thought in admiration. Beyond the gardens lay a terrace occupied by tables and benches. Wait here, the dwarf ordered and left them. When he had gone, Jair turned back to Edane. Why is there no battle being fought this day, Elven Prince? What of the gnome armies? Edani Lesadil shook his head. No one seems certain what has happened. The locks and dams have been under siege for almost a week. Each day, the gnomes attack both exposures of the fortress. But today, no attack has come. The gnomes gather at their siege lines and watch us, nothing more. It appears as if they are waiting for something. I don't like the sound of that, Slanter muttered. Nor do the dwarves, Edane said quietly. Runners have been sent to Cullhaven and scouts slipped through the underground tunnels to the rear of the gnome army to keep watch. He hesitated, then glanced at Jair. Garrett Jax is out there, too. Jair started. He is? Why? Where has he gone? I don't know, the elf shook his head slowly. He said nothing to me. I don't think he's left us. I think he's simply out looking around. He took Helt with him. Scouting on his own, then? Slanter frowned. He would do that. Who can say? The elf tried a quick smile. The weapons master keeps his own counsel, Slanter. Dark reasons and dark purposes drive that one, the gnome muttered, almost to himself. They stood in silence then for a few moments, not looking at each other, lost in their private speculations of the actions of Garrett Jax. Jair remembered Slanter telling him that it was the weapons master who had possession now of the vision crystal and the silver dust. That meant that if anything were to happen to Garrett Jax, the magic of the King of the Silver River would be lost. And that meant that Jair's only chance of helping Bryn would be lost as well. The sound of the door opening brought them about, and Farakar appeared from out of the fortress. He came quickly to where they stood and greeted each with a handshake. Rested, Omsford? He asked gruffly, and Jair nodded. Good. I've asked that dinner be brought to us here on the terrace, so why don't we find a table and sit? He motioned to the table closest to them, and the other three joined him there. The trees and shrubs of the gardens darkened further the gray cast of the late afternoon, so candles were lighted against the gloom. Moments later, a meal of beef, cheese, bread, soup, and ale was brought, and they began to eat. Jair was surprised to discover how hungry he was. When the meal was finished, Farakar pushed back from the table and began fishing through his pockets.
I have something for you.
He glanced briefly toward Jair.
Ah, here we are.
He held in his hand the bag of silver dust and the vision crystal on its silver chain. He pushed them across the table to the veil man.
Garrett said to give these to you. Said to keep them safe until you woke. He had a message for you, too.
He said to tell you that you showed courage last night. Surprise flashed over the veilman's face, and he experienced a sudden, intense feeling of pride.
He glanced self-consciously at Adani Lesadil and Slanter, then back to the dwarf. Where is he now?
He stammered. Farakar shrugged. He's gone with the borderman to explore a passage that will take us out from the fortress behind the gnome siege lines north. He wants to be certain it's safe before we all go. And we go at nightfall tomorrow. Can't wait any longer on the siege, it may go on for months.
We've been shut away too long already for his taste.
Some of us have been more shut away than others, Slanter grumbled pointedly.
Farakar faced him, brows knitting fiercely.
We have vouched for you, gnome, all those who came with you from Cullhaven.
Radham, who commands this garrison, feels that our word is enough.
But there are some within these walls who feel much differently, some who have lost friends and loved ones to the gnomes who lay siege without.
For them, our assurance may not be enough.
You have been kept under guard not as a prisoner, but as a charge. Your safety is of some concern, believe it or not, particularly to Olmsford here. I can look after myself, Slanter muttered darkly.
And I don't need anyone's concern, especially this boy's.
Farakar stiffened.
That ought to come as good news to him. He snapped.
Slanter lapsed into silence. He withdraws into himself again, thought Jair, he shields himself from everything happening about him. It is only when he is alone with me that he seems to be willing to come out of that protective shell. It is only then that he seems to recover even a bit of the old Slanter he showed when we first met.
The balance of the time he is an outsider, a self-proclaimed loner, unaccepting of his role as a member of our little company.
Did our message get through?
Adani Lesadil was asking Farakar.
About the destruction of the bridge at the Wedge?
It did. The dwarf removed his dark gaze from Slanter. Your plan was well conceived, Elven Prince.
Had we known better the extent of the siege and the army that mounts it, we might have escaped in the bargain.
Are we in danger here, then?
No, the fortress is secure.
Stores are plentiful enough to withstand a siege of months if need be.
And no army can bring the whole of its strength to bear with the mountains so close. Any danger to us will be found outside these walls when we resume our journey north. At his elbow, Slanter muttered something unintelligible and drained the remainder of his ale.
Farakar glanced at the gnome and his bearded face tightened.
In the meantime, there is something that must be done, and you and I, gnome, must do it.
Slanter's eyes lifted guardedly. What is it we must do, dwarf?
Farakar's face darkened further, but his voice stayed calm. There is someone within these walls who claims to know well the castle of the Mordwraith, someone who claims to know it better than anyone. If true, that knowledge could be of great use to us.
If true, then you have no further use for me.
Slanter snapped. What have I to do with this? The knowledge is of use only if it is true, Farakar continued carefully.
The only one who can tell us that is you.
Me? The gnome laughed mirthlessly. You would trust me to tell you whether or not what you are being told is the truth? Why should you do that? Or do you think to test me?
That seems more likely, I think.
You would test what I tell you against what another says.
Slanter. Jair admonished the gnome, a flush of anger and disappointment stealing through him. You are the one who mistrusts, Adani Lesadil added firmly.
Slanter started to respond, then thought better of it and went still.
It was Farakar who spoke then, low and pointed.
If I thought to test you, it would not be against this one.
The table was silent. Who is it?
Slanter asked finally.
The dwarf's fierce brows knitted.
Welrit.
Slanter went rigid.
Welrit?
He growled.
A lizard?
He said it with such loathing that Jair Olmsford and Adani Lesadil looked at each other in astonishment. Neither had ever seen Welrit.
Neither had even heard of one until now, and both, having witnessed the gnome's reaction to the mention of one, wondered if perhaps they would have been better off remaining ignorant. One of Radham's patrols found him washed up at the edge of the lake a day or two before the siege, Farakar went on, his eyes holding Slanter's. More dead than alive when they pulled him out. Mumbled something about being driven from the Ravenshorn by the Black Walkers. Said that he knew ways in which they could be destroyed. The patrol brought him here. Didn't have time to get him out before the siege. He paused. Until now, there had been no way to test the truth of what he has to say.
The truth. Slanter spit. There is no truth in the lizards.
Revenge against those he feels have wronged him may bring out the truth.
We can offer him that revenge a trade, perhaps. Think carefully. He must know the secrets of the Raven's Horn and Greymark. Those mountains were once his. The castle was his.
Nothing was ever his. Slanter came out of his chair with a lunge, stiff with anger.
They took it all, the lizards did.
Built their castle on the bones of my people. Made slaves of the gnome tribes living in the mountains.
Used the dark magic like the walkers. Black devils, I would as soon cut my own throat as give them an instant's trust. Jair thought to intercede, rising as well. Slanter, what?
A moment, Olmsford, Farakar cut him short.
The fierce countenance turned again to Slanter. Gnome, I give them Walrets no more trust than you. But if this one can help, then let us take whatever help we find. Our task is difficult enough as it is. And if we find that the Mwelrit lies, well, then we know what can be done with him.
Slanter glared down at the table in front of him wordlessly for a moment, then slowly reseated himself.
It is a waste of time. Go without me. Use your own judgment, Farakar.
The dwarf shrugged.
I thought that this would be preferable to being left under lock and key. I thought you might have had enough of that.
He paused, watching the dark eyes of the gnome snap up to find his own. Besides, my judgment is useless in determining whether or not the Mwelrit speaks the truth.
You are the only one who can help us with that. For a moment, no one spoke. Slanter's eyes remained locked on Farakar. Where is the Mwelrit now? He asked finally.
In a storage room that serves as his cell, Farakar answered.
He never comes out, even to walk. Doesn't like the air and the light. Black devil.
The gnome muttered in response. Then he sighed.
Very well. You and me. These two as well, if they choose. Farakar indicated Jair and Idane. I'm coming, Jair announced at once. And I, the Elven Prince, agreed. Farakar rose to his feet and nodded. I'll take you there now. 20.
They went from the terrace gardens down into the bowels of the locks and dams of Capale. From the grey light of an afternoon rapidly fading into dusk, they descended stairwells and passageways that curled deep into stone and timber. Shadows gathered about small pools of hazy light given off by the flames of oil lamps dangling from iron brackets. The air trapped within the massive rock of the dam was stale and damp. Through the silence that pervaded the lower levels came the distant rush of waters flowing through the locks and the low grinding of great wheels and levers. Closed doors came and went as the four passed deeper, and there was the sense of a beast hidden somewhere within, stirring in response to the sounds of the locks and their machinery, caged and waiting to break free. They came upon few dwarves within these levels of the fortress. A forest people who had survived the great wars by tunneling within the earth, the dwarves had long since emerged from their underground prison into the sunlight and in so doing had vowed never again to return. Their abhorrence of dark, closed places was well known among the people of the other races, and it was only with some difficulty that they managed to endure such closures. The locks and dams at Capale were necessary to their existence, vital in the regulation of the waters of the Silver River as they flowed westward to their homeland, and so the sacrifice was made but never for long and never more frequently than was required. Brief shifts to monitor the machinery that they had built to serve their purposes were followed by hasty exits back into the world of light and air above. So it was that the few faces the four companions did come upon as they made their way downward bore a look of stoic endurance that barely masked an abiding distaste for this most unpleasant of duties. Elb Farakar evidenced a trace of this, though he bore his discomfort well. His fierce, dark face was turned forward into the maze of corridors and stairwells, and his solid frame was erect and purposeful as he took his companions through lamplight and shadow toward the storage room yet further down. As they went, he told Jair and Idane Lesadil the story of the Mwelrets. They were a species of troll, he explained in beginning his tale. The trolls had survived the great wars above the earth, exposed to the terrible effects of the energies those wars had unleashed. Mutated from the men and women they had once been, they had altered in form, their skin and body organs adapting to the frightening conditions the great wars had created over almost the whole of the earth's surface. Northland trolls had survived within the mountains, grown huge and strong, their skin toughened until it had taken on the appearance of rough tree bark. But the Mwelrets were the descendants of men who had sought to survive within forests that the great wars had turned to swamp, the waters poisoned, the foliage diseased. Assuming the characteristics of creatures for whom swamp survival was most natural, the Mwelrets had taken on the look of reptiles. When Slanter called them lizards, he was describing them in truth as they now appeared scaled over where skin had once been, arms and legs grown short and clawed, and bodies grown as flexible as snakes. But there was a greater difference yet between the Mwelrets and the other species of trolls that occupied the dark corners of the Four Lands. The Mwelrets' climb back up the ladder of civilization had been more rapid, and it had been marked by a strange and frightening ability to shape change. Survival had made fearful demands upon the Nwelrets, as upon all of the trolls. In the process of learning the secrets of that survival, they had undergone a physical transformation that enabled them to alter body shape with the pliability of oiled clay. Not so advanced in their art as to be able to disguise their basic characteristics, they nevertheless could shorten or elongate all of the parts of their bodies and could mold themselves in ways that would allow them to adapt to the demands of any environment in which they found themselves. Little was known as to how the shape-changing was done. It was enough to know that it could be done and to know that the Nwelrets were the only creatures who had mastered it. Few beyond the borders of the Eastland knew of the Nwelrets, for they were a reclusive and solitary people who seldom ventured beyond the shelter of the deep Anner. No Nwelrets had come forth in the time of the councils at Paranor. No Nwelrets had fought in the wars of the races. Withdrawn into their dark homeland, within forest, swamp, and mountain wilderness, they had kept themselves apart. Except where the gnome people were concerned, that was. Sometime after the first council at Paranor, a time more than 1,000 years earlier, the Nwelrets had migrated up from swampland and broken forest into the wooded heights of the Ravenshorn. Leaving the dank and fetid mire of the lowlands to the creatures with whom they had shared those regions since the destruction of the Old World, the Nwelrets had drifted into the higher forest lands inhabited by scattered tribes of gnomes. A superstitious people, the gnomes had been terrified of these creatures who could change shape and who seemed to command elements of the dark magic that had been brought to life with the advent of the Druids. In time, the Nwelrets began to take advantage of that fear and to assert their authority over the tribes living within the Ravenshorn. Nwelrets assumed the role of chieftains, and the gnomes were reduced to slaves. At first, there was resistance to these creatures, these lizards, as they were called, but after a time all resistance ceased. The gnomes were not strong enough or organized enough to fight back, and a few terrifying examples of what would be done to those who failed to submit made a lasting impression on the others. Under the rule of the Nwelrets, the fortress at Greymark was constructed, a massive citadel from which the lizards governed the tribes inhabiting the immediate region. Years passed, and the whole of the Ravenshorn fell under the sway of the Nwelrets. Dwarves to the south and gnome tribes to the north and west stayed out of those mountains, and the Nwelrets in turn showed no inclination to venture beyond their newly adopted home. With the coming of the Warlock Lord in the Second War of the Races, it was rumored that a bargain had been struck in which the lizards offered a number of their gnome subjects to serve the Dark Lord, but there was never anyone who could prove it for a fact. Then, with the conclusion of the aborted Third War of the Races, the war in which Shay Omsford had gone in search of the mystic sword of Shannara and the Warlock Lord had been destroyed, the Nwelrets had unexpectedly begun to die out. Age and sickness began to deplete their numbers, and only a handful of young were born into the world. As their numbers declined, so did their sway over the gnome tribes in the Ravenshorn. Bit by bit, their small empire crumbled away until at last it was limited to Greymark and the few tribes that still remained within that region of the world. And now it seems that these last few, too, have been driven back into the swamps that bred them. Farakar concluded his tale. Whatever their power, it was no match for that of the walkers. Like the gnomes they ruled, they would become slaves as well, were they to remain within the mountains. Better they had been wiped from the face of the earth. Slanter interjected bitterly. They deserve no less. Do they in truth possess the power of the dark magic? Jair asked. Farakar shrugged. I've never seen it. The magic is in the shape-changing, I think. Oh, there are stories of the ways in which they affect the elements wind, air, earth, fire, and water. Maybe there is some truth to that simply because they have developed an understanding of how the elements react to certain things. But for the most part, it is just superstition. Slanter muttered something unintelligible and gave Jair a dark look that suggested he wasn't in complete agreement with the dwarf. You will be safe enough, Omsford. Farakar smiled gravely. The dark brows lifted. If he were foolish enough to use the magic within these walls, he would be dead quicker than you could blink. Ahead, the darkened corridor grew suddenly light, and the four approached an intersecting passageway and a line of doors stretching down to their right. A pair of sentries stood watch before the closest door. Hard eyes turned to oversee their approach. Farakar spoke a quick word in greeting and ordered that the door be opened. The sentries glanced at each other and shrugged. Take a light, the first said, passing Farakar an oil lamp. The lizard keeps it black as pitch in there all the time. Farakar lighted the lamp from the wick of one hanging beside the door, then glanced over at his companions. Ready, he told the sentries. Latch bolts released and a crossbar lifted. With a mournful groan, the iron-bound door swung open into total blackness. Farakar started forward wordlessly, the other three a step behind. As the faint circle of the oil lamp penetrated the gloom, the humped and shadowed forms of crates, packing cases, and sack stores came into view. The dwarf and his companions stopped. Behind them, the door swung closed with a bang. Jair glanced about the darkened room apprehensively. A rank and fetid odor permeated the air, a smell that whispered of things dying and fouled.
Shadows lay over everything, deep and silent about their little light. Stythys? Farakar spoke the name quietly. For a long moment, there was no answer.
Then from the shadows to their left, from out of a corner of crates and stores, a stirring broke the silence.
Who is it?
Something hissed. Farakar, the dwarf answered.
I've come to talk. Radham sent word to you that I would come. HSS.
The voice rasped like chain being dragged over stone.
Speak what you would, dwarf.
Something moved within the shadows, something huge and cloaked like death itself. A shape appeared, vague and shadowy, rising up beside the stores.
Jair felt a sudden, overwhelming repulsion for what was there.
Keep very still, a voice within him warned.
Say nothing.
Little Peepless, the figure murmured coldly.
Dwarf and Elvis and gnome. Mustn't be frightened, little Peepless.
Step closer. Step closer yourself, Farakar snapped impatiently.
HSS. Don't like the light. Need darkness.
Farakar shrugged.
Then we'll both stay where we are.
Stay, the other agreed.
Jair glanced quickly at Slanter. The gnome's rough face was twisted in a mask of hatred and disgust, and he was sweating. He looked as if he might bolt at any moment.
Idani Lesidil must have seen the look, too, for all at once he moved around Jair and Farakar and placed himself almost protectively on the other side of the distraught gnome.
I'm fine.
Slanter muttered almost inaudibly, brushing with his hand at the darkness before him. Then abruptly the Mwelrit came forward to the edge of the light, a tall, cloaked form that seemed to materialize from out of the shadows. Essentially man-shaped, it walked upright on two powerful hind legs, crooked and muscled. Forearms reached out tentatively, and where there should have been skin and hair there was only a covering of toughened gray scales ending in crooked claws. Within its cowl, the Mwelrit's face turned toward them, reptilian snout lifting into the light, scaled and split wide to reveal rows of sharpened teeth and a serpent's tongue. Nostrils flared at the snout's blunt end. Further up, almost lost within the cowl's darkness, slitted green eyes glimmered.
SSTYTHYSS knows what brings you, little Peepless, the monster hissed slowly. Knows well.
There was silence. Greymark, Farakar said finally. Wraiths, the other whispered.
SSTYTHYSS knows.
Walkers that destroy. Come from out of the pits, from the black hole of the Maelmord.
From death.
Climbs to heaven SS well to poison the waters of the Silver River.
Poison the land. Destroy it. Come us into Greymark, do us the evil. Come us to drive USS from our homes. Enslave USS. You saw it happen?
Farakar asked.
Saw it all. Wraiths come from darkness, drive USS forth and seize what ISS ours.
No match for such power.
Flee.
Some of USS destroyed. Slanter spit suddenly into the darkness, muttering as he shifted back a step and kicked at the stone flooring.
Stay. The Mwelrit hissed suddenly, an unmistakable tone of command in its voice.
Slanter's head snapped up. Gnomes have no need to fear USS.
Friendus have we been not like the Wraiths. Wraiths destroy all that ISS life because they are not life. Things of death. The dark magic rule us. All the lands will fall to them. But you have a way to destroy them. Farakar pressed. HSS. Greymark belongs to USS. Wraiths trespass in our home. Think themselves safe with USS gone but wrong. Ways to get at them there. Ways they do not know. Passages. Jair exclaimed suddenly, so intent on what the other was telling them that for an instant he forgot his vow. At once the Mwelrit's head snapped up, as if an animal testing the air. Jair went cold, a sense of something tremendously evil settling over him as he stood there in the sudden silence. The Mwelrit's serpent tongue snaked out. Magics, little friend? Magics do you have? No one spoke. Jair was sweating violently.
Farakar glanced about at him sharply, momentarily uncertain as to what had happened.
In your voice, little friend? The Mwelrit whispered. Sense it in your voice, I do. Sense it in you. Magic's like my own. Do it for me, yes? Speak.
Something seemed to wrap itself about Jair, some invisible coil that squeezed the breath from him. Before he could help himself he began to sing. Quick and sharp, the wish song slipped from between his clenched teeth and waves of color and shape rode the air between them, dancing through the darkness and lamplight like living things. An instant later Jair was free again, the coils that had bound him gone.
The wish song died into silence. The Veilman gasped in shock and dropped weakly to his knees.
Slanter was at his side at once, pulling him back toward the door, yelling wildly at the Mwelrit, grappling with his free hand for Edani Lesadil's long knife. Hurriedly, Farakar parted them, his own sword drawn free as he turned to face Stythys. The Mwelrit had suddenly shrunk in size, withdrawing into the shadows of the cowled robes, stepping back again into darkness.
What did you do to him? Farakar snapped. The Mwelrit shrank back further, slitted eyes gleaming in the black. Farakar wheeled abruptly. That's enough. We're leaving. Stay. The Mwelrit wailed suddenly. Speak with Stythys. Can tell you of the wraiths.
Not interested anymore, Farakar replied, banging his sword handle against the storage room door.
HSS. Must talk with Stythys if you wish the wraiths destroyed. Only I know how. Secret's mine.
The creature's voice was hard and impossibly cold now, all pretense of friendliness gone.
Little friendess will come back, must come back. Be sorry if you leave. We're sorry we came. Edani Lesadil threw back. We don't need your help.
Jair was walking through the open doorway now, supported on one side by the Elven Prince and on the other by Slanter, who was muttering every step of the way. Shaking his head to clear it, the Veilman glanced back at the Mwelrit, a cloaked and faceless shape squeezed deep within the shadows as Farakar took his small light from the room.
Needs my help.
The creature said softly, scale arm lifting.
Come us again, little friendess. Come us back, dot.
Then the dwarf sentries were closing and barring the storage room door once more, latch bolts and crossbars snapping tightly into place. Jair took a deep breath and straightened himself, shrugging free of the supporting arms. Farakar stopped him, peering closely into his eyes, grunted, and turned back down the passageway that had brought them.
Guess you're all right, he announced. Let's get back up into the air. What happened, Jair? Edani Lesadil wanted to know. How did he make you do that? Jair shook his head. I'm not sure.
Still shaken, he began walking after Farakar, the Elven Prince and the gnome on either side.
I'm just not sure. Black devils. Slanter muttered heatedly, invoking his favorite epithet. They can twist you.
The Veilman nodded briefly and walked on. He wished he knew how that misting had been done.
21.
Night swept down about Capale, black, misted and still. Moon and stars lay screened away from the mountain heights, and only the oil lamps of the dwarves and watchfires of the gnomes gave light to the shadowed dark. Frost began to form on stone and scrub, moisture freezing white as the temperature fell lower.
An unpleasant stillness lay over everything.
Atop the battlements of the dwarf fortress, Jair and Eld Farakar looked down upon the locks and dams that spanned the gap between the mountains where the Silver River flowed. More than 500 years old now, the dwarf was explaining, his voice low and rough against the night silence. Built in the time of Raber, when our people still had kings. Built when the Second War of the Races was ended. Jair stared wordlessly over the parapets into the darkness below, tracing the massive outline of the complex against the faint light of torches and lamps that lit its stone. There were 3 dams, broad bands curving back against the flow of the Silver River as it dropped downward to the gorge below. A series of locks regulated that flow, the machinery, seated within and concealed by the dams and the fortress that protected both. The fortress sat astride the high dam, sprawled end to end and guarding all passageways leading in. Behind the high dam, the Citadel stretched away into blackness, ringed by the red watchfires of the siege army, yet oddly opaque in the moonless shadows of this night. Between the high dam and its lower levels, the Silver River pooled in 2 small reservoirs on its passage downward from the heights. Sheer cliffs flanked both ends of the lower levels, and the only way down was across catwalks or through underground passageways that tunneled into the rock. Gnomes would love to have this, Farakar grunted, his arm sweeping over the complex. Controls nearly the whole of the water supply for the lands west to the Rainbow Lake. In the rainy seasons, without this, there would be flooding, as there used to be before the locks and dams were built to guard against it. He shook his head. In a bad spring, even Cullhaven would be swept away. Jair looked about slowly, impressed with the size of the complex, awed by the effort that must have been expended in its construction. Farakar had already taken him on a tour through the inner workings of the locks and dams, explaining the machinery and the duties of those who tended it. Jair was grateful for the tour. Slanter was absorbed in reworking dwarf maps of the lands north to the Ravensshorn maps, the gnome had been quick to point out when they were shown him, which were entirely inaccurate. Anxious to avoid the necessity of a return to the storage room where the Mwelrit was caged and determined to establish his own expertise, Slanter had agreed to make notations on the maps so that the little company would be properly advised as to the geography of the lands they must pass through during the journey that lay ahead. Edani Lesadil had excused himself and gone off on his own. When Farakar, therefore, had offered to show Jair something of the locks and dams, the Veilman had been quick to accept. Part of the reason for the tour, Jair suspected, was to take his mind off Garrett Jax, who had still not returned.
But that was alright, too. He preferred not to think about the missing weapons master.
Cliffs don't allow the gnomes away down to the lower dams, Farakar was saying, eyes turned back toward the distant watchfires.
The fortress guards all passage that way. Our ancestors knew that well enough when they built Capale. As long as the fortress stands, the locks and dams are safe.
As long as the locks and dams are safe, the Silver River is safe.
Except that it's being poisoned, Jair pointed out. The dwarf nodded. It is.
But it would be worse if the whole of the Citadelen were let loose into the gorge.
The poisoning would be quicker than all the way west. Don't the other lands know this? Jair asked quietly. They know.
You would think they would be here to help you, in that case.
Farakar chuckled mirthlessly. You would think so. But not everyone wants to believe the truth of things, you see. Some want to hide from it. Have any of the races agreed to aid you?
The dwarf shrugged.
Some. The Westland elves are sending an army under Ander Ilesidil. It's still 2 weeks away, though.
Callahorn promises aid, Helt and a handful of others already fight with us. Nothing from the trolls yet, but the northern territories are vast and the tribes scattered.
Perhaps they will at least help us along the northern borders. He trailed off. Jair waited a moment, then asked, and the Southland? The Southland? Farakar shook his head slowly. The Southland has the Federation and its coalition council. A bunch of fools. Petty internal bickerings and power struggles occupy all of their energies.
And the new Southland has no use for the peoples of the other lands. The race of man reverts to what it was in the time of the First War. If there were a warlock lord alive now, I fear the Federation would be a willing follower.
Jair winced inwardly.
In the First War of the Races, fought hundreds of years earlier, the warlock lord had subverted the race of man and convinced it to attack the other races. Man had been defeated in that war and had still not recovered from the humiliation and bitterness of their loss. Isolationist in policy and practice, the Federation had absorbed and become spokesman for the majority of the Southland and the race of man.
Still, Callahorn stands with you, Jair declared quickly. The Bordermen are a different breed. Even the Bordermen may not be enough. Farakar grunted. Even the whole of the Legion. You've seen the gathering of tribes without. United, they are a power greater than anything we can match.
And they have the aid of those black things that command them, he shook his head darkly.
Jair's brow furrowed.
But we have an ally of our own who can stand against the Mord wraiths.
We have Allanan. Yes, Allanan, Farakar murmured, then shook his head once more. And Bryn, Jair added. Once they've found the Ildach.
He trailed off, the warning of the king of the Silver River suddenly a dark whisper in his mind.
Leaves in the wind, he had said. Your sister and the druid. Both will be lost.
He shoved the whisper aside roughly. It won't happen like that, he promised.
I'll reach them first. I'll find them.
I'll throw the silver dust into heaven's well to cleanse its waters, throw the vision crystal after, and then, he paused uncertainly.
What? He didn't know. Something.
He would do something that would keep the old man's prophecy from coming to pass. But first there was the journey north, he reminded himself glumly.
And before that, Garrett Jax must return.
Farakar was walking along the battlements once more, bearded face lowered into his chest, hands stuffed into the pockets of the travel cloak he wore wrapped about his stocky frame. Jair caught up with him as he started down a set of broad stone steps to a lower ramp.
Can you tell me something about Garrett Jax? The Veilman asked suddenly.
The dwarf's head remained lowered.
What would you have me tell you? Jair shook his head. I don't know. Something. Something? The other grunted. Bit vague, don't you think? What sort of something, Dot? Jair thought about it a moment. Something no one else knows. Something about him. Farakar walked to a parapet overlooking the dark expanse of the Citadelen, resting his elbows on the stonework as he stared out into the night. Jair stood silently beside him, waiting. You want to understand him, don't you? Farakar asked finally. The Veilman nodded slowly. A little, at least. The dwarf shook his head. I'm not sure that it's possible, Olmsford. It's like trying to understand a hawk. You see him, see what he is, what he does. You marvel at him, you wonder at his being. But you can't ever understand him, not really. You have to be him to understand him.
You seem to understand him, Jair offered.
Farraker's fierce countenance swung sharply, about to face him. Is that what you think, Ormsford? That I understand him?
He shook his head once more.
No better than I understand the hawk. Less, maybe.
I know him because I've spent time with him, fought with him, and trained men with him.
I know him for that. I know what he is, too.
But all that doesn't amount to a pinch of dust when it comes to understanding.
He hesitated.
Garrett Jacks is like another form of life compared to you, me, or anyone else you'd care to name.
A special and singular form of life, because there's only one. The eyebrows lifted. He's magic in his way. He does things no other man could hope to do or even try to do.
He survives what would kill anyone else, and he does it time after time. Like the hawk, it's instinct, it lets him fly way up there above the rest of us where no one can touch him.
A thing apart. Understand him?
No, I couldn't begin to understand him.
Jair was quiet for a moment.
He came to the Eastland because of you, though, he said finally.
At least, he says that is why he came. So he must feel some sort of friendship for you. You must share a kinship.
Perhaps.
The other shrugged. But that doesn't mean I understand him.
Besides, he does what he does for reasons that are all his own and not necessarily what he says they are. I know that much. He's here not just because of me, Ormsford.
He's here for other reasons as well. He tapped Jair on the shoulder.
He's here as much because of you as because of me, I think.
But I don't know the reason why.
Perhaps you do. The Veil Man hesitated, thinking. He said he would be my protector because that was what the King of the Silver River had said he must be.
He trailed off. Well and good. Farraker nodded. But do you understand him any better for knowing that? I do not. He paused, then looked back out across the lake.
No, his reasons are his own, and the reasons are not ones he would tell to me.
Jair barely heard him.
He had remembered something, and a look of surprise flitted over his face.
Quickly he turned away.
His mind froze.
Were the reasons that Garrett Jacks would not tell to Farraker ones that he would tell to the Veil Man? Hadn't the weapons master done just that in the dark, chill rain that second night out of Cullhaven when the two had crouched alone beneath that ridgeline?
The memory stirred slowly to life. I want you to understand, that was what Garrett Jacks had told him. The dream promised a test of skill greater than any I have ever faced.
A chance to see if I am truly the best. For me, what else is there? Jair breathed deeply the chill night air. Maybe he understood Garrett Jacks better than he thought.
Maybe he understood him as well as anyone could.
There is one thing not many know. Farraker turned back suddenly. Jair shoved aside his musings. You say he found you in the Black Oaks. Ever wonder why he happened to be there? After all, he was coming east out of Callahorn. Jair nodded slowly. I hadn't thought about that. I guess the Black Oaks are rather out of the way for one traveling from the borderlands to the Anner. He hesitated. What was he doing there? Farraker smiled faintly. I'm only guessing, you understand. He's not told me any more than you. But the lake country north, between Leah and the lowlands of Cleet, that was his home. That was where he was born, where he grew up.
Once, long ago, he had family there.
Some, anyway.
Hasn't said anything about it for a long time, but maybe there's still someone there.
Or maybe just memories. A family, Jair repeated softly, then shook his head.
Has he told you who they were?
The dwarf pushed himself back from the parapet. No.
Mentioned it once, that was all. But now you know something about the man no one else knows except me, of course.
Does that help you understand him any better? Jair smiled. I don't suppose so. Farraker turned in. Together they started back across the battlements.
Didn't think it would, the dwarf muttered, pulling his cloak close about him as the wind caught at them beyond the shelter of the wall. Come back inside with me, Ormsford, and I'll brew you a cup of hot ale. We'll wait for our hawk's return together. Farraker's rough hand clapped his shoulder gently, and he hurried after.
The night slipped away, its hours empty and lingering and clouded with dark anticipation.
Mist crept down out of the heights on cat's paws, thickening, shrouding the whole of the locks and dams, and draping gnome and dwarf armies alike in veils of damp, clinging haze until even the bright glow of the watchfires disappeared from view. Jair Ormsford fell asleep at midnight, still awaiting the return of Garrett Jacks. Slumped wearily in a high-backed captain's chair in a watch lounge while Farraker, Slanter, and Edane Lesidil talked in low voices over mugs of hot ale and a single candle lighted against the deepening gloom, he simply drifted off. 1 minute he was awake, listening in weary detachment to the drone of their voices, eyes closed against the light. In the next, he was sleeping.
It was almost dawn when the elven prince shook him awake. Jair. He's back. The veil man brushed the sleep from his eyes and pushed himself upright. Barely visible through the gloom of fading night, the embers of a dying fire glowed softly in the little hearth across the room. Without, the patter of rain sounded on the stonework. Jair blinked. He's back. Garrett Jax. He stood up hurriedly. He was fully dressed save for his boots, and he quickly snatched them up and began to pull them on. He came in not half an hour ago. The elf stood next to him, his voice strangely hushed, as if fearful he might wake someone else within the room. Helt was with him, of course. They've found a path north beyond the tunnels. He paused. But something else has happened, Jair. The veil man looked up expectantly. Sometime after midnight, it began to rain and the mist to dissipate. When the light returned with dawn's approach, the gnomes were there, too, all of them. They gathered close about the shoreline of the Citadel from one end of the high dam to the other, dozens deep, just standing there, waiting. Jair was on his feet. What are they up to? Edani Lesidil shook his head. I don't know. No one seems to know. But they've been out there for hours now. The dwarves are all awake and on the battlements. Come with me and you can see for yourself. They hastened from the watch lounge down the maze of corridors beyond until they had passed through doors leading out into the courtyard that spanned the central section of the high dam. A chill wind blew across the Citadel, and the rain stung their faces as they hurried forward. It was still night, the pre-dawn light a distant gray haze beyond the tips of the mountains east. The dwarf defenders had taken their positions along the ramparts of the dam and fortress, cloaked and hooded against the weather, weapons in hand. The whole of Capale lay shrouded in silence. On reaching the fortress that protected the north end of the high dam, Edane took Jair up a series of stone stairs and across a line of battlements to a watchtower high above the complex. The wind seemed to grow stronger here, and the rain beat harder through the grey night. As they paused before an iron-bound oak door leading into the tower, a cluster of dwarves pushed past them and started down the stairs adjoining. Foremost of these was a fierce-looking dwarf with flaming red hair and beard, armored in leather and chainmail. Radhum, the dwarf commander. Edane whispered to Jair. Hurriedly, they pushed through the oak door into the tower beyond, shutting the weather behind them as they entered. A faint glow of lamplight barely penetrated the gloom within as a handful of cloaked forms seemed to materialize before them. Humph, he'd sleep all the time if you'd let him. He heard Slanter grumble. Well met again, Jair Omsford, a deep voice greeted him, and Helt's massive hand extended to clasp his own. Then Garrett Jax was there, as black as the night about him, implacable and unchanging as the stone of the mountains. They faced each other, and no words were spoken. Lean face intense, the weapon's master rested his hands gently on Jair's shoulders, and within the eyes of ice there flickered a strange, unfamiliar warmth. Only for the briefest second was it there, in the next, it was gone. The hand slipped away, and Garrett Jax turned back into the gloom. The door burst open behind them, and a rain-soaked dwarf hastened over to where Eld Farakar crouched above a pile of maps that rested on a small wooden table. They conversed in low, hushed voices, then as swiftly as he had come, the runner was gone again. Farakar walked over at once to Jair, the other members of the little company gathering about them. Omsford, he said quietly, I've just been told that the Mwalrid has escaped. There was a stunned silence. How could that happen? Slanter snapped angrily, his rough face pushing forward into the light. A shape change. Farakar kept his eyes on Jair. He used it to fit himself into a small ventilation shaft that circulates air to those lower levels. It happened sometime during the night. No one knows where he might be now. Jair went cold. There was no mistaking the dwarf's intent in telling him this unpleasant piece of news. Even locked within that storage room, the Mwalrid had been able to sense the presence of the elven magic and to force Jair to reveal it. If he were loose. This was something he could have done any time, Edani Lesidil pointed out. There must be a reason that he chose to do it now. And I could be that reason, Jair acknowledged silently. Farakar realizes it, too. That is why he made it a point to speak first to me. Garrett Jax reappeared from out of the gloom, sudden and purposeful. We are leaving at once, he advised. We have delayed too long already. The quest given us lies north. Whatever is to happen here, we need not be part of it. With the gnomes gathered about the Citadel as they are, it should be easy enough to. Ooh. Startled, the members of the little company looked hurriedly about. A monstrous wail assailed their ears, deep and haunting as it shattered the pre-dawn silence. It grew louder, thousands of voices giving it life, rising up against wind and rain into the mountains about Capale. Shades! Slanter cried, his rough yellow face twisting in recognition.
All 6 broke for the door in a rush, burst through, and in seconds were clustered against the battlements without, rain and wind thrusting at them as they peered north across the choppy waters of the Citadelen.
Ooh!
The whale rose higher, one long, continuous howl that swept through the heights. All about the shoreline of the Citadelen, the gnomes joined in the dark chant, voices blended into one as they faced the murky lake, the air filled with the mournful sound. Radham appeared on the battlements below, shouting orders, and runners scurried from his side as he dispatched them to his captains. Everywhere there was a frenzy of activity as the garrison braced for whatever
was to come.
Jair's hand moved to his tunic, searching out and finding the reassuring presence of both the silver dust and the vision crystal.
Garrett Jack snatched Slanter by his cloak and hauled him close. What is happening here?
There was unmistakable fear in the gnome's eyes.
A summons to the dark magic.
Once before I saw it at Greymark. The gnome twisted in the iron grip.
But it needs the touch of the walkers, weapons master. It needs their touch. Garrett.
Farakar pulled the other about roughly, pointing to the near shore of the Citadelen, not 100 yards from where
the high dam arced away.
The weapons master released his grip on Slanter. All eyes turned to where the dwarf directed. From out of the midst of the gnomes gathered along the shoreline, 3 black-cloaked figures approached, tall and hard against the coming dawn.
Moored wraiths.
Slanter whispered harshly.
The walkers have come. 22.
Down to the Citadelen the moored wraiths came, gliding to the water's edge almost without seeming to move. Hooded and featureless within the shadow of their cowls, they might have been ghosts of no substance but for the black-clawed fingers slipped from beneath their coverings to wrap with death grips about 3 gnarled grey staffs of burnished witchwood. The wail of their gnome believers rose all about them, shrieking into the whistle of the wind. To those who watched from the battlements of Capale, it seemed as if the Black Ones had been bored of its sound. Then, without warning, the terrible wail died into silence as the gnomes grew suddenly still. The wind's strident shriek sounded across the empty expanse of the Citadelen, and the lapping of the waves stirred with its passing. The foremost of the moored wraiths lifted his staff high, his skeletal black arm thrusting from its protective robe like blasted deadwood. A strange and vibrant hush fell over the heights, and it seemed to the defenders that for an instant even the wind had gone still. Then the staff came slowly down, reaching toward the blackened waters of the lake. The other staffs joined it, witchwood touching and becoming one as burnished tips slipped within the waters of the Citadelen.
For an instant, nothing happened. Then the staffs exploded into lances of red fire, the flames ripping downward into the lake, burning and scorching its cool darkness.
The waters shuddered and heaved, then began to boil. Gnomes shrieked in a cacophony of glee and fear, stumbling back from the shore's edge.
It is the summons! Slanter cried.
The red fire burned through the murky, impenetrable blackness, down into the deepest recesses of the lake to where no light ever shone. Like a stain of blood, the light of Cho's flames spread outward through the waters, reaching. Geysers of steam burst skyward with a violent hiss, and the whole of the lake began to churn. The defenders on the ramparts of the dwarf fortress stood frozen with indecision. Something was about to happen, something unspeakable, and no one knew how it could be stopped.
We've got to get out of here. Slanter snatched at Garrett Jax urgently.
There was fear in his eyes, but reason as well.
Quickly, weapons master.
Abruptly the fire from the witchwood staffs died away. The grey wood lifted from the Citadelen, clawed hands drawing back within their robes. Yet still the waters boiled feverishly, the reddened stain had become a deep and distant glow that shone from far beneath the surface like an eye slipped open from sleep.
Ooh!